Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. My name is Daniel Fizet. I'm adjunct curator of engagement at the PHI Foundation of Contemporary Art. This is a position I've been holding for a few years now, which gets me to organize, amongst other things, very exciting projects like this performance that's been imagined by Joanna Walsh, which is just launching now. I will give a few introductory remarks and then pass the proverbial mic to Joanna before we get on with the performance. But first and foremost, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge that the PHI Foundation is located on unceded Indigenous territory. And this territory is known as Jojage to the Ganyangahaga Nation, as Munyang to the Anishinaabe, and as Montreal. And it is historically known as a meeting point for many First Nations, and today a diversified population of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people reside on this territory. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge this, to recognize this, and to hope that this event honors a similar spirit of mutual exchange and respect. And I also want to acknowledge that the statement is based on a proposal by Concordia University's Indigenous Directions Leadership Group. I would also like to invite everyone to take a moment to think about where they are situated today as they are joining us for this event. So as I mentioned at the beginning of the event, this performance that's titled #Theory plus Housework Theory is presented as part of a series of recurring events that I've been organizing at the foundation for a few years, named Dissections. And the goal of Dissections is to present events in conjunction with our exhibition program. And it's an iterative, repeated structure that aims to generate interdisciplinary dialogue and foster a renewed engagement with contemporary art through a multiplicity of perspective. And so for this program, we've invited artists to generate responses to some of our exhibition program, such as the case today. The event is organized in conjunction with an exhibition that we've been holding at the PHI Foundation since March 9th and is presented in our Montreal galleries until July 9th, 2023. It's a group exhibition that's called Terms of Use, and it invites a multiplicity of artists, both local and international, to present works that address the complex intricacies of technology and identity that we are living today. It looks at the multiple ways in which technology has influenced the way we make up, build, construct, deconstruct our identities, both artistic, personal, professional, scholarly, etc. It is an exhibition and a project that is considering the particular position in which we find ourselves in with technology. Technology being something that is a broad term to describe the structures and apparatuses in which we are represented and represent ourselves today. A thing in which we can both find a tremendous sense of freedom and agency, but also a sense of alienation or cornerness, I guess. And so this ambivalence is really central to the exhibition. It's been central to the curatorial thinking around the exhibition, which I've organized along with my colleague, director of the PHI Foundation, Cheryl Sim. And as I was thinking about the curatorial framework for this exhibition, I came across Joanna Walsh's book, Girl Online, which was illuminating for many different ways. It sort of lit the way for me to think about how to imagine how we unfold online. And I reached out to Joanna as we were working on the exhibition to invite her to develop a project. And through our conversations, we offered this performance that's called #Theory plus Housework Theory. I'll let Joanna talk a little bit more about the project and the exhibition and the performance before we start. But before I pass the mic, I want to just say a few thank yous. I want to just give a few thanks to the people at the foundation who have helped us put together the project. I want to thank Dahlia Chang, who is with us in the Zoom. Dahlia is our digital strategist and just instrumental in organizing everything that we do technologically, and she's an incredible help for putting this together. So I really want to thank her warmly for that. I also want to extend a huge thanks to my colleague Victoria Carrasco, who's the adjunct curator of programs and has been key in helping me think through this program of events and this exhibition. I want to send a huge thank you to my colleague and boss, Cheryl Sim, who's the director and curator of the PHI Foundation. It was truly a pleasure to work with her on this exhibition project. And I want to say thank you to Phoebe Greenberg, who's the founding director of the PHI Foundation, without whom none of this would be possible. So a very warm thank you to everyone. I also want to take time to acknowledge the 22 performers who will be with us throughout the 12 hours of the performance. I will list them by alphabetical order, and I will ask everyone for lenience as I'm going through the list of names and various pronunciations. But a massive thank you to Pragya Agarwal, Kimberly Campanello, Caroline Kemble, Ann Devers, Lauren Elkin, Nadège Grabmeyer-Forget, Bourjou Konouralp, Temus Gurbus, Juliet Jack, Sharon Kivland, Sophie Lewis, Margot Machado, Dr. Mayil, Deirdre O'Mahony, Anna Schofield, Karen Elaine Spencer, Isabella Streffen, Bridget Todd, Emma Wolf Howe, Amelia Wong Mercereau, Tamsin Challenger, and Joanna Walsh. So without further ado, I'm passing now truly the mic to you, Joanna.
To theory plus housework theory. People who at any point in their lives identify or have been identified as women, whether this is chosen or unchosen, are likely to have encountered attitudes to housework as feminized. In 1975, Silvia Federici wrote in Wages Against Housework, "It takes at least 20 years of socialization, day-to-day training performed by an unwaged mother to prepare a woman for this role, to convince her that children and husband are the best she can expect from life. Even so, it hardly succeeds. No matter how well trained we are, few are the women who do not feel cheated." A housewife, such an old-fashioned term, but where else does all the housework go? In 2021, the European Institute for Gender Equality reported that 91% of women with children spend at least an hour per day on housework, compared with 30% of men with children. That women employed outside the home spend about 2.3 hours daily on housework, and for employed men, this figure is 1.6 hours. That gender gaps in housework participation are the largest amongst couples with children. The research shows that the parental role model is the primary mechanism for entrenching gender roles in terms of housework responsibilities, ensuring they're passed on from one generation to the next. The Institute reports that it is clear that adolescent girls and young women do more unpaid work in the childhood home than their male counterparts, and that gender roles and divisions and habits start early. In 2023, the US Pew Research Center found that women in heterosexual partnerships where both partners work outside the home spend more than double the amount of time on housework than their male partners. No matter how recognized, housework is always with us. But to paraphrase William Gibson, it is not very evenly distributed yet. Gibson was talking about the future, and housework is an old-fashioned problem of time. Not only the time it takes to do, but the cultural era it lives in, which can live differently in different women in the same town, the same street, the same household, according to their histories, values, and ideas. Like many women, I have a history with housework. I've been in relationships that have pushed housework onto me, no matter how much I've resisted or tried to solve things. The only thing that worked was ending the relationship. Like many women, I've cleaned for money. Now I'm lucky enough to have a place where housework is a privilege, where it is the maintenance of a home where I want to be, where housework is evenly distributed. When evenly distributed or in pursuit of this, maintaining a home can be a privilege and a creative act, an act of care, and a political act, an act of equality, whether it's done, as Angela Davis suggested it might be, by roving teams of house workers visiting each home, or by the practice of individuals. Housework becomes a privilege anywhere it's difficult to make a home, for refugees, for those experiencing poverty and homelessness, for those caught in the housing crisis. Again, this distribution of housework and who can do it is political. This work, Theory plus Housework Theory, comes out of a period when, studying for my PhD, I listened to lectures and podcasts on theory and philosophy while doing housework, a multitask, a gimmick, an intellectual labor-saving device. And I started to think how funny it was, and how some of these philosophers might be surprised or actively hostile to the idea of a middle-aged woman studying their work while chopping vegetables or cleaning a sink. I decided to extend the invitation to 22 women. Each has chosen a work of theory, which they will read for half an hour, and a household task, which they will perform for another half hour. These participants are paid. What is 30 minutes domestic work worth? What is the value of half an hour of intellectual labour? As Muriel Ladimon Ukele's, whose Maintenance Art Manifesto is one of the inspirations for this work, wrote in 1969, show your work, show it again. If any of you would like to join in, you're very welcome to do any household task, camera on, mic off, or simply to sit and listen and watch. You can tune in or tune out using the same link as you like. I'm honoured to have the participation of the PHI Foundation, 22 women, and your participation. Thank you. It's about 10 minutes to the arrival of the first performer, so I might just start doing some housework, I guess, and please feel free to just get into it by switching your camera on and, as Madam Ukele said, showing your work.
Well, I'm just going to clear my desk. So I can have a clear space to work. We've got here. Time has fallen asleep in the afternoon sunshine and some additions. Goodbye. Oh, unnecessary. Voilà. La signification du phallus. 1958. Die Bedeutung des phallus. Would state clearly. Et voilà. Ah, voilà. Alors, quelques cartes postales de Munich. An introductory dictionary of Lacanian psychoanalysis. Repair the binding, which may not be cleaning. Jacques Lacan's thinking revolutionized the theory and practice of psychoanalysis and had a major impact in fields as diverse as film studies, literary criticism, feminist theory and philosophy. Yet his writings are notorious for their complexity and idiosyncratic style. Darian. His arguments. But somehow Anna Freud has got onto this shelf, so I think I'll move her to the Freudian section. A little revolutionary ribbon. Rubbing. Fox. Psychoanalytic writings swarm with improprieties of method. These are difficult themes to deal with, to verbalize, without giving the verb a subject. In addition, we're always reading that the ego emits the signal of anxiety, handles the life instinct, death instincts. One no longer knows where the switchboard, the signal man, the pointer is. All of this is quite improper. We are continually finding Maxwell's little demons making their appearance in analytic writing, possessing foresight, intelligence. Book 1, Freud's Papers on Technique, 1953 to 1954, which is, of course, where one started the sure path of entry. 1. Transference. The Seminar of Jacques Lacan, Book 2, The Ego in Freud's Theory and in the Technique of Psychoanalysis, 1954 to 1955. There is a radical difference between any investigation of human beings, even in the laboratory, and what happens in animals. On the animal side, one shifts within a fundamental ambiguity between instinct and learning as soon as one tries. As is done now, to keep rather close to the fact. In animals, the so-called preformations of the instinct don't in any way exclude learning. In addition, one constantly finds in them possibilities for learning within the instinctual frameworks. What is more, one discovers that the actualizations of instinct will not occur without a call from the environment, as they say, which stimulates and provokes the crystallization of forms of behavior and modes of contact. You must start from the text, start by treating it as Freud does, and he recommends as Holy Writ. The author, the scribe, is only a pen pusher, and the day when people wanted, the commentaries on the scriptures were irremediably lost the day when people wanted to get at the psychology of Jeremiah, of Isaiah, of even Jesus Christ. Similarly, when it comes to our patients, please give more attention to the text than to the psychology of the author. The entire orientation of my teaching is that. So dusty in the spines. Voilà. Le moi dans la théorie de Freud et dans la technique de psychanalyse. Ça, c'est le livre 2 aussi. Le rêve de rêve, le rêve inauguralement déchiffré est pour Freud celui de l'injection d'herbe. Il en fait une analyse assez exhaustive que possible, aussi exhaustive que possible. Y revenons très souvent dans le trame des temps même. Chaque fois, il a besoin d'un point d'appui, et en particulier longuement, lorsqu'il introduit la notion de condensation. Book 3, The Psychosis. What happens at the level of meaning? The insult is always a rupture in the system of language, just as words of love are. Whether or not so is charged with obscure meaning, and probably it is, we already have here an indication of this dissociation. This meaning, like all meaning worthy of the name, refers to another meaning. It is indeed what here characterizes the illusion in saying, I've just been to the butcher's. The patient points out to us that it refers to another meaning. Naturally, it is a bit oblique. She would prefer, it was I who understood. Beware those who say to you, you understand. It is always so as to send you somewhere else than where it is a question of going. That's what she's doing. You understand perfectly well. This means that she herself isn't very sure of the meaning, and that the latter refers not so much to a system of continuous and reconcilable meaning as to meaning as ineffable to the meaning of her own reality, to her own personal fragmentation. And then here, there is the real, the well and truly real articulation, the other's sleight of hand, real speech, I mean speech that is expressed, appears at another point of the field, not just at any point, but at that of the other, the puppet as an element of the internal world. Oh. Oh. The Ethics of Psychoanalysis, 1959 to 1960. Where is book 5? The death drive, the splendor of Antigone, the function of the beautiful, the function of the good love of one's neighbor, courtly love as anamorphosis, on creation ex nihilo, the object and the thing. Antigone is a tragedy, and tragedy is in the forefront of our experiences as analysts. Something that is confirmed by the references Freud found in Oedipus Rex, as well as in other tragedies. He was attracted by his need of the material he found in their mythical content. And if he himself didn't expressly discuss Antigone as tragedy, that doesn't mean to say it cannot be done at this crossroads to which I have brought you. It seems to me that what it was for Hegel, though in a different way, namely the Sophoclean tragedy that is of special significance. Oh. And it is here that the question arises, how to explain the dissipatory power of this central image relative to all the others that suddenly seem to descend upon it and disappear? The articulation of the tragic action is illuminating on the subject. It has to do with Antigone's beauty, and this is not something I invented. I will show you the passage in the Song of the Chorus where that beauty is evoked, and I prove that it is the pivotal passage. It has to do with Antigone's beauty and with the place it occupies as intermediary between two fields that are symbolically differentiated. It is doubtless from this place that her splendor derives, a splendor that all those who have spoken worthily of beauty have never omitted from its definition, and so on and so on. Transference, Book 8. How did it happen that we're coming to transference so late in the game, you will ask me? It is, of course, characteristic of truth to never show themselves completely. In short, truths are solids that are perfidiously opaque. They don't even have, it seems, the property that we are able to produce in certain solids, that of transparency. They do not show us their front and back edges at the same time. You have to circumnavigate them, en faire le tour, and even do a little conjuring, le tour de passer. As we know, psychoanalysis has found that when the subject is faced with the object of fantasy, insofar as it presents itself as alone able to determine a special point in what must be called, alongside the pleasure principle, an economy regulated by the level of jouissance. Analysis also teaches us by shifting the question to the level of what does he want, of what does the old coconut want, we encounter a world of hallucinated signs, and analysis represents reality testing to us as a way of sampling what? The reality of the signs that arise in us as a necessary order, which is precisely what constitutes the dominance of the pleasure principle in the unconscious. Book 10, the seminar. Anxiety. The cause of desire, the object behind desire, the sadist's identification with the fetish object, the masochist's identification with the common object, the presence of real love in transcends the young homosexual woman dropped. What is the object A, the level of what subsists as a body and which hides from us, so to speak, its will? This object A is the rock that Freud speaks of, the final irreducible reserve of libido, whose contours we can see being literally punctuated with such pathos in his text each time he meets it. I won't end today's lesson without telling you where you ought to go to refresh this conviction. In what place does the A stand? At what level could it be reorganized? Could it be recognized? If indeed this were possible, I told you earlier that to recognize oneself as the object of one's desire is always masochistic, but the masochist only does so on the stage, and you're going to see what operates when he can't stay on the stage any longer. We aren't always on the stage, even when the stage stretches out far and wide, right up to the domain of our dreams, when we aren't on the stage, when we stay just shy of it, when we strive to read in the other what it revolves around, we only find there at X lack. The four fundamental concepts of psychoanalysis, les quatre concepts fondamentaux de la psychanalyse. To conclude. It is inasmuch as science elides, eludes, divides up a field determined in the dialectic of the alienation of the subject, it is inasmuch as science is situated at the precise point that I have defined as the point of separation, that it may also sustain the mode of existence of the scientist, of the man of science. This man of science could be approached in his style, his morals, his mode of discourse, in the way in which, through a series of precautions, he protects himself from a number of questions concerning the very status of the science of which he is the servant. This is one of the most important problems that, from the social point of view, less important, however, than that of status, given to the corpus, required scientific knowledge. Reste à conclure. Ouais. Cette question est aussi celle de la croyance. Par nous, présentifiée en des termes sans doute moins simplistes. Nous avons la pratique de l'aliénation fondamentale dans laquelle se soutient toute croyance. De ce double terme subjectif qui fait qu'en somme, c'est au moment où la signification de la croyance paraît le plus profonde, s'évanouir, que l'être du sujet vient au jour de ce qui était à proprement parler la réalité de cette croyance. Il ne suffit pas de vaincre la superstition, comme on dit, pour que ses effets d'être soi pour autant tempérés. This question also involves that of belief, which is presented by us in terms that are no doubt less simplistic. We have the practice of the fundamental alienation, in which all belief is sustained in that double subjective term, by which at the very moment where the signification of belief seems most profoundly to vanish, the being of the subject is revealed from what was, strictly speaking, the reality of that belief. It's not enough to overcome superstition, as one says, for its effects in the human being to be attenuated. Book 17. Oh. The other side of psychoanalysis. Of course, it is not only the phallus that is present in sexual relations. However, what this organ has that is privileged is that in some way it is quite possible to isolate its jouissance. It is thinkable as excluded. To use violent words, I'm not going to drown this in symbolism for you. It has precisely a property that within the entire field of what constitutes sexual equipment, we may consider to be very local, very exceptional. There is not, in fact, a very large number of animals for whom this decisive organ for copulation is something as isolatable in its functions of tumescence and detumescence, determining a perfectly definable curve called orgasmic. Once it's over, it's over. Post-coitum animal triste has already been said. This is no exaggeration, of course. But it does clearly indicate that he feels himself to be frustrated. There is something here that does not concern him. He can take things differently. He can find it very cheerful. But ultimately, Horace found it to be rather sad. And this is proof that he still had retained illusions about the relationships with the Greek physis, with this bud that he thinks sexual desire constitutes. That is putting things in their place. When one sees that this is nevertheless how Freud presents things. If there is something in biology that might echo, have a vague resemblance with, but in no way be rooted in this position, whose roots in discourse we are now going to indicate, if there is something which, so we can say goodbye to the domain of biology, would give us an approximate idea of what it means to say that everything is played out around this state, which one of them doesn't have and the other doesn't know what to do with, it would be more or less what takes place in certain animal species. Oh, the limits of love and knowledge on feminine sexuality. (1972 to 1973). After that, to calm you back down, I need but to speak to you of love, which I will do in a moment. But what does it mean? I have come to such a pass as to speak to you of love, whereas it's not very compatible with the direction from which analytic discourse can provide a semblance of something that would be science. You are barely aware of this would-be science. Of course, you know, because I made you notice it, take notice of it. There was a time when one could not without reason assure oneself that scientific discourse was grounded in the Galilean turning point. I've stressed that enough to assume that at the very least some of you have gone back to the sources, I mean to Corre's work. Now, in order to rest a little, I'm going to read to you what I wrote to you a little while ago. On what? I wrote only from the place where it's possible to speak of love. Indeed, people have done nothing but speak of love in analytic discourse. How can one help but sense that with respect to everything that can be articulated now that scientific discourse has been discovered, it is purely and simply a waste of time. what analytic discourse contributes, and perhaps that is, after all, the reasons for its emergence at a certain point in scientific discourse, is that to speak of love is in itself a jouissance. On a discourse that might not be a semblance, book 18, 1971, and d'un discours qui ne serait pas du semblant. C'est dusty already. Or worse. Book 19. I started to utter something that I hope will be of service to you. This something is a fact of saying, if I write it down, it goes in one direction in the sense that it's a function that bears no relation to anything, that fonde, that from eux, from them, founds one. You can see that the whole trick is in the subjunctive, which belongs both to the verb fonder and to the verb fondre. Deux has not founded into one, nor is one founded by deux. Oh, pronunciation. This is what Aristophanes tells us in a very nice tale in the Symposium. They were cleft in twain, for at first they were shaped as a beast with two backs, or as a beast à dos deux, with the back of them both. Of course, if the fable were thought to be at least something other than a fable, that is to be consistent, on no account would this imply that they should produce offspring with two backs à dos deux. No one remarks on this, unfortunately so, because a myth is a myth, and this one says quite in. Allows to ground something else, some semblance, or worse. This morning I got off to the worst start. In spite of it all, I don't think it would be extraneous to let you know about this, if only to see where it might lead. It was due to the brief power cut we had. I don't know how long it lasted for you, but for me it went on until 10 o'clock. It was a royal pain in the arse, because this is the time of day when I usually gather together these little notes and think them over. The power cut didn't help matters. What's more, the same power cut caused someone to smash a tooth mug, of which I was particularly fond. If there are people here who love me, they can send me a new one. I might have several which allow me to smash all of them, save the one I might prefer. I have a little courtyard that is there just for that. So I told myself that this power cut wasn't the doing of just anyone, but was a worker's decision. For my part, you cannot imagine the respect I have for the geniality of this thing known as a strike, industrial action. What sensitivity to go no further than that. A strike is the most social thing there is in the whole world. It represents fabulous respect for the social bond. On this occasion, however, this power cut had the purport of a strike carried a slight overtone. At the time of day, that time of day when I was cooking up what I would be saying to you now, how bothersome it must have been for she who, being the worker's wife, is called from the lips of the worker himself. Despite everything, I do rub shoulders with them, the bourgeois. It's true that this is what they called them. So my mind started to wander because of all of this holds together. They are the workers, the exploited, precisely because they still prefer this to the sexual exploitation of the bourgeois. That's worse. It's the or worse. You understand? What does this lead to? Laying out articulations concerning things about which one can do nothing. It cannot be said that sexual relation presents itself slowly in the form of exploitation. It's prior to that. It's because of this that exploitation is organized, because we don't even have this kind of exploitation. There you go. This is worse. It's the or worse. Ou pire. It's not serious. It's not serious, even though we can see this is precisely where a discourse that would not be a discourse of semblance ought to be. But it's a discourse that would end badly. It wouldn't be a social bond at all, in the way that a discourse needs to be. Book 18, on a discourse that might not be a semblance. 2 copies. Jacques Lacan, My Teaching. The end of my teaching. When I use the word end, I do not mean the end of the world. I'm not talking about the day it snuffs it. No, the end is the telos, why I do it. The end of my teaching is, well, to train psychoanalysts who are capable of filling the function known as a subject, because it so happens it's only from this point of view we can really see what is at stake in psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysts who are capable of fulfilling the function of the subject may not seem all that clear to you, but it's true. I will try and outline to you what we can deduce about it from the theory of the training analysis. Doing a bit of mathematics would not be bad training for psychoanalysts. In mathematics, the subject is fluid and pure, and it isn't stuck or trapped anywhere. It would help them, and they would see that there are cases in which it no longer circulates, precisely because, as you saw a moment ago, the other seems to be split between the sight of truth and the sight of desire of the other. It's the same with the subject. A post-language subject, that is the subject we can purify so elegantly in mathematical logic, only there's still always something to be cited, something that was already there. The subject is manufactured by a certain number of articulations that have taken place and falls from the signifying chain in the way that ripe fruit falls. As soon as he comes into the world, he falls from a signifying chain, which may well be complicated or at least elaborate, and what we call the desire of his parents is subjacent to that very chain. It would be difficult not to take that into account in the fact of his birth even, and especially when it was precisely a desire for him not to be born. The least we can ask might be for psychoanalysts to notice that they are poets. That's what's funny, very funny. That's what's very funny. about it. Écrit, selection. A psychoanalyst should find it easy enough to grasp the fundamental distinction between signifier and signified. Yes, that's the order of the thing. And to begin to use the two non-overlapping networks of relations that they organize. The first network, that of the signifier, is the synchronic structure of language material, insofar as that in that structure, each element assumes its precise function by being different from the others. This is the principle of distribution that alone governs the function of the elements of the language langue at its different levels, from the phonematic pair of oppositions to the compound expressions, to disengage the stable forms of which is the task of the most modern research. The second network, that of the signified, is the diachronic set of the concretely produced pronounced discourses, which reacts historically on the first, just as the structure of the first governs the pathways of the second. The dominant factor here is the unity of signification, which proves never to be resolved into a pure indication of the real, but always refers back to another signification. That is to say, the signification is realized only on the basis of a grasp of things in their totality. Its origin cannot be grasped at the level of which it usually assures itself of the redundancy proper to it, for it always proves to be in excess over the things that it leaves floating within it. The signifier alone guarantees the theoretical coherence of the whole as a whole. This adequacy is confirmed by the latest development of the science, as on reflection is found to be implicit in primary linguistic experience. Such are the bases that distinguish language from the sign. From them, the dialectic has derived a new trenchantcy. Feminine Sexuality, Jacques Lacan and the École Freudienne, edited by Juliet Mitchell and Jacqueline Rose. What does he actually gain by normalizing the function of the phallus as part object? If he has to invoke its presence in the mother's body as internal object, a term which is a function of the fantasies uncovered by Melanie Klein. And if he cannot therefore separate himself from her doctrine, then which sees these fantasies a recurrence of the Oedipal formation, which is located right back in earliest infancy. We will not go far wrong if we reopen the question by asking what could have imposed on Freud the obvious paradox of his position, for one has to allow that he was better guided than anyone else in his recognition of the order of unconscious phenomena, which order he had discovered, and that, for want of an adequate articulation of the nature of these phenomena, his followers were bound to go more or less astray. It's on the basis of such a wager laid down by me as the principle of a commentary of Freud's work, which I've been pursuing for several years. Pursuing for several years, 7 years, that I've been led to certain conclusions, above all to argue as necessary to any articulation of analytic phenomena for the notion of the signifier in the sense in which is opposed to that of the signified in modern linguistic analysis. The latter, born since Freud, could not be taken into account by him, but it's my contention that Freud's discovery stands out precisely for having had to anticipate its formulas, even while setting out from a domain in which one could hardly expect to recognize its sway. Conversely, it is Freud's discovery that gives to the opposition of signifier to signified the full weight which it should imply, namely that the signifier has an active function in determining the effects in which the signifiable appears as submitting to its mark, becoming through that passion the signified. This passion of the signifier then becomes a new dimension of the human condition, in that it is not only man who speaks, but in man and through man that it, ça, speaks, that his nature is woven by effects in which we can find the structure of language whose material he becomes, and that consequently there resounds in him beyond anything ever conceived of by the psychology of ideas, the relations of speech. Readers, Seminar 1 and 2. Reflections on Seminar 17. Bien. Hegel is the other side of psychoanalysis. Hysteria and obsession. That's correct. Écrit. Et féminine sexualité. My teaching. Or worse, pire. Sexuality, jouissance, on a discourse that might not be a semblance, A-team d'un discours qui ne sera pas du semblant. One of these can go. The other side of psychoanalysis. The 4 fundamental concepts, les 4 concepts fondamentaux. Anxiety, angoisse. Transference. Ethics. Psychoses. De la psychose paranoïque dans ses rapports avec la personnalité. Livre 2, le moi dans la théorie de Freud et dans la technique de psychanalyse, the ego in Freud's theory. Papers on technique. Introductory dictionary, a lexicon for beginners. Eight postcards from Munich. Well, Anna. Where to put Anna? Anna Freud. Anna Freud can go back next to her father. Danny Nober's key concepts of Lacanian psychoanalysis. And why not the l'hystérique devant lui. C'est bon, hein? I still haven't got a place for Anna.
This is a part of the introduction to Elaine Scarry's The Body and Pain. The inexpressibility of physical pain. When one hears about another person's physical pain, the events happening within the interior of that person's body, may seem to have the remote character of some deep subterranean fact, belonging to an invisible geography that, however portentous, has no reality because it has not yet manifested itself on the visible surface of the earth. Or alternatively, it may seem as distant as the interstellar events referred to by scientists who speak to us mysteriously of not yet detectable intergalactic screens, or of very distant Seyfert galaxies, a class of objects within which violent events of unknown nature occur from time to time. Vaguely alarming yet unreal, laden with consequence yet evaporating before the mind because not available to sensory confirmation, unseeable classes of objects such as subterranean planets, Seyfert galaxies, and the pains occurring in other people's bodies flicker before the mind, then disappear. Physical pain happens, of course, not several miles below our feet or many miles above our heads, but within the bodies of persons who inhabit the world through which we each day make our way, and who may at any moment be separated from us by only a space of several inches. The very temptation to invoke analogies to remote cosmologies, and there is a long tradition of such analogies, is itself a sign of pain's triumph, for it achieves its aversiveness in part by bringing about, even within the radius of several feet, this absolute split between one's sense of one's own reality and the reality of other persons. Thus, when one speaks about one's own physical pain and about another person's physical pain, one might almost appear to be speaking about two wholly distinct orders of events. For the person whose pain it is effortlessly grasped. That is, even with the most heroic effort, it cannot not be grasped. While the person outside the sufferer's body, what is effortless is not grasping it. It is easy to remain wholly unaware of its existence. Even with effort, one may remain in doubt about its existence, or may retain the astonishing freedom of denying its existence. And finally, if with the best effort of sustained attention, one successfully apprehends it, the aversiveness of the it, one apprehends will only be shadowy fraction of the actual it. So for the person in pain, so incontestably and unnegotiably present is it to have pain. This may come to be thought of as the most vibrant example of what it is to have certainty, while for the other person, it is so elusive that hearing about pain may exist as the primary model of what is, quote unquote, to have doubt. Thus, pain becomes unsharably into our midst as at once that which cannot be denied and that which cannot be confirmed. Whatever pain achieves, it achieves in part through its unsharability, and it ensures this unsharability through its existence, through its resistance to language. English, writes Virginia Woolf, which can express the thoughts of Hamlet and the tragedy of Lear, has no words for the shiver or the headache. The merest schoolgirl, when she falls in love, has Shakespeare or Keats to speak her mind for her. But let a sufferer try to describe a pain in his head to a doctor, and language at once runs dry. True of the headache, Woolf's account is, of course, more radically true of the severe and prolonged pain that may accompany cancer, or burns, or phantom limb, or stroke, as well as the severe and prolonged pain that may occur unaccompanied by any nameable disease. Physical pain does not simply resist language, but actively destroys it, bringing about an immediate reversion to a state anterior to language, to the sounds and cries a human being makes before language is learned. The wolf frames her observation in terms of one particular language. This essential problem that she describes is not limited to English. It is characteristic of all languages. This is not to say that one encounters no variations in the expressibility of pain as one moves across different languages. The existence of culturally stipulated responses to pain, for example, tendency of one population to vocalize cries and the tendency of another to suppress them, is well documented in anthropological research. So too, a particular constellation of sounds or words that make it possible to register alterations in the felt experience of pain in one language may have no equivalent in a second language. Thus, Sophocles' agonized Philoctetes utters a cascade of changing cries and shrieks that in the original Greek are accommodated by an array of formal words, some of them 12 syllables long, but that at least one translator found he could only be rendered in English by the uniform syllable ah, followed by variations in punctuation, ah, exclamation mark, ah, 5 exclamation marks. But even if one were to enumerate many additional examples, such cultural differences taken collectively would themselves constitute only a very narrow margin of variation and would thus, in the end, work to expose and confirm the universal sameness of the central problem, a problem that originates much less in the inflexibility of any one language or in the shyness of any one culture than in the utter rigidity of pain itself. Its resistance to language is not simply one of its incidental or accidental attributes, but is essential to what it is. Why pain should so centrally require the shattering of language will only gradually become apparent over the course of many pages. But an approximation of the explanation may be partially apprehended by noticing the exceptional character of pain when compared to all our other interior states. Contemporary philosophers have habituated us to the recognition that our interior states of consciousness are regularly accompanied by objects in the external world, that we do not simply, quote, have feelings, but have feelings for somebody or something, that love is love of X, fear is fear of Y, ambivalence is ambivalence about Z. If one were to move through all the emotional, perceptual, and somatic states that take an object, hatred for, seeing of, being hungry for, the list would become very long one, though it would alternate between states we are thankful for and those we dislike. It would be throughout its entirety a consistent affirmation of the human being's capacity to move out beyond the boundaries of his or her own body into the external, shareable world. This list and its implicit affirmation would, however, be suddenly interrupted when moving through the human interior when at last reached physical pain. For physical pain, unlike any other state of consciousness, has no referential content. It is not of or for anything. It is precisely because it takes no object that it, more than any other phenomenon, resists objectification in language. Often, a state of consciousness, other than pain, will, if deprived of its object, begin to approach the neighborhood of physical pain. Conversely, When physical pain is transformed into an objectified state, it, or at least some of its aversiveness, is eliminated. A great deal, then, is at stake in the attempt to invent linguistic structures that will reach and accommodate this area of experience, normally so inaccessible to language. The human attempt to reverse the de-objectifying work of pain by forcing pain itself into avenues of objectification is a project laden with practical and ethical consequence. Who are the authors of this attempted reversal, the creators or near creators of a language for pain? Because the words of 5 different groups of women and men have been regularly consulted in the preliminary thinking of this book, it will be helpful to name them here, though they together constitute only a very partial list of all those who have entered into the long history of the struggle. First, of course, are individuals who have themselves been in a great deal of pain and whose words are later available, either because they themselves remember them, because a friend remembers them, or because they have been recorded and memorialized in, for example, a written case history. Though the total number of words may be meager, though they may be hurled into the air unattached to any framing sentence, something can be learned from these verbal fragments, not only about pain, but about the human capacity for word making. To witness the moment when pain causes a reversion to the pre-language of cries and groans is to witness the destruction of language. But conversely, to be present when a person moves up out of that pre-language and projects the facts of sentence into speech is almost to have been permitted to be present at the birth of language itself. So this is another classic. It's Audre Lorde's uses of the erotic as power. There are many kinds of power, used and unused, acknowledged or otherwise. The erotic is a resource within each of us that lies in a deeply female and a spiritual plane, firmly rooted in the power of our unexpressed or unrecognized feeling. In order to perpetuate itself, every oppression must corrupt or distort those various sources of power within the culture of the oppressed that can provide energy for change. For women, this has meant a suppression of the erotic as a considered source of power and information within our lives. We have been taught to suspect this resource, vilified, abused, and devalued within Western society. On the one hand, the superficially erotic has been encouraged as a sign of female inferiority. On the other hand, women have been made to suffer and to feel both contemptible and suspect by virtue of its existence. It is a short step from there to the false belief that only by the suppression of the erotic within our lives and consciousnesses can women be truly strong. But that strength is illusory, for it is fashioned within the context of male models of power. As women, we have come to distrust that power which rises from our deepest and non-rational knowledge. We have been warned against it all our lives by the male world, which values this depth of feeling enough to keep women around in order to exercise it in the service of men, but which fears the same depth too much to examine the possibilities of it within themselves. So women are maintained at a distant or inferior position to be physically milked, much the same way ants maintain colonies of aphids to provide a life-giving substance for their masters. But the erotic offers a well of replenishing and provocative force to the woman who does not fear its revelation, nor succumb to the belief that sensation is enough. The erotic has often been misnamed by men and used against women. It has been made into the confused, the trivial, the psychotic, the plasticized sensation. For this reason, we have often turned away from the exploration and consideration of the erotic as a source of power and information, confusing it with its opposite, the pornographic. But pornography is a direct denial of the power of the erotic, for it represents the suppression of true feeling. Pornography emphasizes sensation without feeling. The erotic is a measure between the beginnings of our sense of self and the chaos of our strongest feelings. It is an internal sense of satisfaction to which, once we have experienced it, we know we can aspire. For having experienced the fullness of this depth of feeling and recognizing its power in honor and self-respect, we can require no less of ourselves. It is never easy to demand the most from ourselves, from our lives, from our work. To encourage excellence is to go beyond the encouraged mediocrity of our society. But giving in to the fear of feeling and working to capacity is a luxury only the unintentional can afford. And the unintentional are those who do not wish to guide their own destinies. This internal requirement towards excellence, which we learn from the erotic, must not be misconstrued as demanding the impossible from ourselves nor from others. Such a demand incapacitates everyone in the process. For the erotic is not a question only of what we do. It is a question of how acutely and fully we can feel in the doing. Once we know the extent to which we are capable of feeling that sense of satisfaction and completion, we can then observe which of our various life endeavors bring us closest to that fullness. The aim of each thing which we do is to make our lives and the lives of our children richer and more possible. Within the celebration of the erotic in all our endeavors, my work becomes a conscious decision, a longed for bed which I enter gratefully and from which I rise up empowered. Of course, women so empowered are dangerous. So we are taught to separate the erotic demand from most vital areas of our lives, other than sex. And the lack of concern for the erotic root and satisfactions of our work is felt in our disaffection from so much of what we do. For instance, how often do we truly love our work, even at its most difficult? The principal horror of any system which defines the good in terms of profit rather than in terms of human need, or which defines human need to the exclusion of the psychic and emotional components of that need. The principal horror of such a system is that it robs our work of its erotic value, its erotic power and life appeal and fulfillment. Such a system reduces work to a travesty of necessities, a duty by which we earn bread or oblivion for ourselves or for those we love. But this is tantamount to blinding a painter and then telling her to improve her work and to enjoy the act of painting. It's not only next to impossible, it is also profoundly cruel. As women, we need to examine the ways in which our world can be truly different. I am speaking here of the necessity for reassessing the quality of all the aspects of our lives and of our work, and of how we move toward and through them. The very word erotic comes from the Greek word eros, the personification of love in all its aspects, born of chaos and personifying creative power and harmony. When I speak of the erotic, then I speak of it as an assertion of the life force of women, of that creative energy empowered, the knowledge and use of which we are now reclaiming in our language, our history, our dancing, our loving, our work, our lives. There are frequent attempts to equate pornography and eroticism, two diametrically opposed uses of the sexual. Because of these attempts, it has become fashionable to separate the spiritual, psychic, and emotional from the political, to see them as contradictory or antithetical. What do you mean, a poetic revolutionary, a meditating gun runner? In the same way, we have attempted to separate the spiritual and the erotic, thereby reducing the spiritual to a world of flattened effect, a world of the ascetic who aspires to feel nothing, but nothing is farther from the truth. For the ascetic position is one of the highest fear, the gravest immobility. The severe abstinence of the ascetic becomes the ruling obsession, and it is one not of self-discipline, but of self-abnegation. The dichotomy between the spiritual and the political is also false, resulting from an incomplete attention to our erotic knowledge. For the bridge which connects them is formed by the erotic, the sensual, those physical, emotional, and psychic expressions of what is deepest and strongest and richest within each of us being shared. This is the passion of love in its deepest meanings. Beyond the superficial, the considered phrase, "it feels right to me," acknowledges the strength of the erotic into a true knowledge. For what that means is the first and most powerful guiding light toward any understanding. An understanding that is a handmaiden, which can only wait upon or clarify that knowledge deeply born. The erotic is the nurturer or nursemaid of all our deepest knowledge. The erotic functions for me in several ways, and the first is in providing the power which comes from sharing deeply any pursuit with another person. The sharing of joy, whether physical, emotional, psychic, or intellectual, forms a bridge between the sharers, which can be the basis for understanding much of what is not shared between them, and lessens the threat of their difference. Another important way in which the erotic connection functions is the open and fearless underlining of my capacity for joy, in the way my body stretches to music and opens in response, hearkening to its deepest rhythms. So every level upon which I sense also opens to the erotically satisfying experience, whether this is dancing, building a bookcase, writing a poem, examining an idea. That self-connection shared is a measure of the joy which I know myself to be capable of feeling. This is a reminder of my capacity for feeling, and that deep and irreplaceable knowledge of my capacity for joy comes to demand from all of my life that it will be lived within the knowledge that such satisfaction is possible and does not have to be called marriage, nor God, nor an afterlife. This is one reason why the erotic is so feared and so often relegated to the bedroom alone when it is recognized at all. For once we begin to feel deeply all the aspects of our lives, we begin to demand from ourselves and from our life pursuits that they feel in accordance with that joy which we know ourselves to be capable of. Our erotic knowledge empowers us, becomes a lens through which we scrutinize all aspects of our existence, forcing us to evaluate those aspects honestly in terms of their relative meaning within our lives. And this is a grave responsibility projected from within each of us, not to settle for the convenient, the shoddy, the conventionally expected, nor the merely safe. During World War II, we bought sealed plastic packets of white, uncolored margarine with a tiny, intense pellet of yellow coloring perched like a topaz just inside the clear skin of the bag. We would leave the margarine out for a while to soften, and then we would pinch the little pellet to break it inside the bag, releasing the rich yellowness into the soft, pale mass of margarine. Then taking it carefully between our fingers, we would knead it gently back and forth over and over until the color had spread throughout the whole pound bag of margarine, thoroughly coloring it. I find the erotic such a kernel within myself. When released from its intense and constrained pellet, it flows through and colors my life with a kind of energy that heightens and sensitizes and strengthens all my experience. We have been raised to fear the yes within ourselves, our deepest cravings. But once recognized, those which do not enhance our future lose their power and can be altered. The fear of our desires keeps them suspect and indiscriminately powerful, for to suppress any truth is to give it strength beyond endurance. The fear that we cannot grow beyond whatever distortions we may find within ourselves keeps us docile and loyal and obedient, externally defined, and leads us to accept many facets of our oppression as women. And I'll leave it there.
Alloy. New Mexico is the center of momentum this year, and maybe for the next several. More of the interesting international communities are there. More of the interesting outlawed designers are. Alloy was the first programmatic gathering conducted at an abandoned tile factory near La Luz, New Mexico, between the Trinity bomb test site and the Mescalero Apache Reservation. The conference lasted from Thursday to Sunday, March 20 to 23rd, the vernal equinox. This is a reading from the Whole Earth Catalogue. How can you exchange with 150 people? It can't get out of control because it already is out of control. No one wants to be an audience. You can talk if you give them a dessert at the end. You need some way of recording it. Otherwise, it devolves into an endless circle of rap. The mic is a ploy to create structure. It doesn't have to be plugged in. Everyone's assuming the human potential is a static thing. We're in some incredible binds that we can't even move around enough to know that we're in it. Maybe the only way you can get in the right place is by rattling. If this thing we're doing isn't a big rattle, I don't know what it is. The whole system is going the wrong goddamn way. We're not investigating what we should be investigating. These relationships between people have not been based on some kind of appreciation of what the structure of the world is. We want to change ourselves to make things different. One way of getting a design is by asking the question, how do you use the new materials you have? There are new kinds of cardboard that approach plywood in strength. You can stamp out houses like cardboard toys, really cheap. A cardboard house for a family of 4 would cost $35 for the shell. So a $35 house breaks down in 5 years. With cardboard, you can do large things quickly. You can do 3D sketches without drawing plans. Cardboard is cardboard, not plywood. So if you're going to make something out of cardboard, treat it as cardboard. A temporary structure only needs to meet certain building codes. It's fantastically strong stuff. An FC boat hit a rock going at 12 knots and it smashed the rock. You can buy foam crusts really cheap, like 50 cents a pound. Check out the Encyclopedia of Modern Plastics. McGraw-Hill publishes it. You could program a structure with built-in squishy places. The price is starting to come down on foam. The gun is getting better. The fire resistance is getting better. These foam buildings, they very slowly flow. Ferrocemento weighs over 10 pounds a square foot. The curing is very delicate. It has to cure for like a month. As it cures, it contracts or expands. Concrete will cure underwater. If you don't want to talk about tape, don't ask Trima M. Find a woman who's taping something together. Manufacturers are the last to find out about their products. Once you've tried something, you can sell the information back to them. As the temperature changes, the tape walks. Everyone at first feels this kind of awe for domes and things. When you talk about energy, you talk about the sun. It's difficult to talk about the sun because we're in it all the time. You have to feel in it in order to utilize it. One of the real characteristics of energy is that it comes in lumps and it takes a bunch of people to trap it. Glass isn't clear. It isn't. What do you mean the sun doesn't go around us? It's obvious it goes around us. I have a particular joy in dealing with things like this. All your parts have to be in accordance with those sacred lines or it won't fit together. The sacred line is no more than an agreement. It's very helpful if you can describe those things ahead of time. You can't patent geometry, but you can patent linkages. We want to have a factory. We want to put this cost rows on everything we produce. What it cost us, how it was made. If you can just see into something, you don't need expensive equipment, that's for sure. Here I am bullshitting you. I don't have a bicycle. I also don't solar heat my house, and I don't live in a dome. I think maybe I'll sit down for a while. I'll tell you anything you want to know and show you anything you want me to show you about domes, but you probably won't build it because you're too lazy. What sort of research do we do to use the technology in order to improve our minds? We are trying to develop computers that will help human beings to develop computers. The human and computer work symbiotically. A lot of what goes on in our heads is dictated by what goes on outside. And what goes on outside is subject to our control. We think there's a whole world open to the human being where he can represent outside himself the symbols and patterns he needs so he can get where he wants. We've got a new technology for representing symbols. So all of your thoughts that you had are in there, just as you had them when you had the flash. You've got to know when to stop going in little bits and save yourself up and make a big jump. Geology means earth logic. Money is the way that I can easily transfer my energy to you. Economics is a study of the transfer of energy in the society. Now reading from James Connolly. In Ireland, at the present time, there are at work a variety of agencies seeking to preserve the national sentiment in the hearts of the people. These agencies, whether Irish language movements, literary societies, or commemoration committees, are undoubtedly doing a work of lasting benefit to this country in helping to save from extinction the precious racial and national history, language, and characteristics of our people. Nevertheless, there is a danger by too strict an adherence to their vital methods, to their present methods of propaganda and consequent neglect of vital living issues. They may only succeed in stereotyping our historical studies into a worship of the past, or crystallizing nationalism into a tradition, glorious and heroic indeed, but still only a tradition. Now, traditions may and frequently do provide materials for a glorious martyrdom, but can never be strong enough to ride the storm of a successful revolution. If the national movement of our day is not merely to reenact the old sad tragedies of our past history, it must show itself capable of rising to the exigencies of the moment. It must demonstrate to the people of Ireland that our nationalism is not merely a morbid idealizing of the past, but is also capable of formulating a distinct and definite answer to the problems of the present, and a political and economic creed capable of adjustment to the wants of the future. This concrete political and social ideal will best be supplied, I believe, by the frank acceptance on the part of all earnest nationalists of the Republic as their goal. Not a republic as in France, where a capitalist monarchy with an elective head parodies the constitutional abortions of England, and in open alliance with the Muscovite despotism brazenly flaunts its apathy to the traditions of the revolution. Not a republic as in the United States, where the power of the purse has established a new tyranny under the forms of freedom, where 100 years after the defeat of the last British redcoat polluted the streets of Boston, British landlords and financiers impose upon American citizens a servitude compared with which the tax of pre-revolution days was a mere trifle. No, the republic I would wish our fellow countrymen and women to set before them as their ideal would be of such a character that the mere mention of its name would at all times serve as a beacon light to the oppressed of every land, at all times holding forth promise of freedom and plenteousness as the reward of their efforts on its behalf. To the tenant farmer, ground between landlordism on the one hand and American competition on the other, as between the upper and the nether millstone, to the wage workers in the towns suffering from the exactions of the slave-driving capitalists, to the agricultural labor, toiling away his life for a wage barely sufficient to keep his body and soul together. In fact, to every one of the toiling millions upon whose misery the outwardly splendid fabric of our modern civilization is reared, the Irish Republic might be made a word to conjure with, a rallying point for the disaffected, a haven for the oppressed, a point of departure for the socialists enthusiastic in the cause of human freedom. The linking together of our nationalist aspirations with the hopes of the men and women who have raised the standard of revolt against that system of capitalism and landlordism, of which the British Empire is the most aggressive type and resolute defender, should not in any sense import an element of discord into the ranks of earnest nationalists, and would serve to place us in touch with fresh reservoirs of moral and physical strength sufficient to lift the cause of Ireland to a more commanding position than it has occupied since the day of Ben Burb. It may be pleaded that the ideal of a socialist republic implying, as it does, a complete political and economic revolution, would be sure to alienate all our middle class and aristocratic supporters who dread the loss of their property and privileges. What does this objection mean? That we must conciliate the privileged classes in Ireland? But you can only disarm their hostility by assuring them that in a free Ireland, their privileges will not be interfered with. That is to say, you must guarantee that when Ireland is free of foreign domination, the green-coated Irish soldiers will guard the fraudulent gains of capitalists and landlords from the thin hands of the poor, just as remorselessly and just as effectively as the scarlet-coated emissaries of England do today. On no other basis will the classes unite with you. Do you expect the masses to fight for this ideal? When you talk of freeing Ireland, do you only mean the chemical elements which compose the soil of Ireland? Or is it the Irish people you mean? If the latter, from what do you propose to free them? From the rule of England? But all systems of political administration or governmental machinery are but the reflex of the economic forms which underlie them. British rule in England is but the symbol of the fact that English conquerors in the past forced upon this country a property system founded upon spoliation, fraud, and murder, that as the present day exercise of the rights of property so originated involves a continual practice of legalized spoliation and fraud, English rule is found to be the most suitable form of government by which the spoliation can be protected, and an English army the most pliant tool with which to execute judicial murder when the fears of the propertied classes demanded it. The socialists who would destroy root and branch the whole brutally materialistic system of civilization, which, like the English language we have adopted as our own, is, I hold, a far more deadly foe to English rule and tutelage than the superficial thinker who imagines it possible to reconcile Irish freedom with those insidious but disastrous forms of economic subjection, landlord tyranny, capitalist fraud, and unclean usury, baneful fruits of the Norman conquest, the unholy trinity, of which Strongbow and Dermot MacMahooda, Norman thief and Irish traitor, were the fitting precursors and apostles. If you remove the English flag tomorrow and hoist the green flag over Dublin Castle, unless you set about organising the organisation of the Socialist Republic, your efforts will be in vain. England would still rule you. She would rule you through her capitalists, through her landlords, through her financiers, through the whole array of commercial and individualist institutions she has planted in this country and watered with the tears of our mothers and the blood of our martyrs. England would still rule you to your ruin, even while your lips offered hypocritical homage at the shrine of that freedom whose cause you had betrayed. Nationalism without socialism, without a reorganization of society on the basis of a broader, more developed form of that common property which underlay the social structure of ancient Erin, is only national recreancy. It will be tantamount to a public declaration that our oppressors had so far succeeded in inoculating us with their perverted conceptions of justice and morality, that we had finally decided to accept those conceptions as our own and no longer needed an alien army to force them upon us. As a socialist, I am prepared to do all one man can do to achieve for our motherland her rightful heritage, independence. But if you ask me to abate one jot or title of the claims of social justice in order to conciliate the privileged classes, then I must decline. Such action would be neither honourable nor feasible. Let us never forget that he never reaches heaven who marches thither in the company of the devil. Let us openly proclaim our fate. The logic of events is with us. Shan van Vught, January 1897. So I was reading from James Connolly's Socialism and Nationalism, doing a fairly self-indulgent series of readings here around my interests. The next up, I thought I'd finish by letting you know the inner meaning of life, because sometimes I think when there's a lot of theory going on, not knocking theory or anything like that, but you can kind of get distracted by theory and forget that there's kind of a, I don't know, more profound esoteric knowledge around, if you look for it. So this is from the Upanishads. I don't normally read a lot. Well, that's kind of a hint crossover between Hindu and Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist stuff at certain stages. So this kind of Upanishad I'm going to read from now is interesting because there's a lot, they consider it that if you just read this one Upanishad, you can understand it, then you know the meaning of life. And really what this Upanishad is about being able to move between the dream state and the waking state, and to see their correspondence between life, the life state and the death state. So the correspondences of moving between dream back to your waking state, and the correspondences of moving from through death and back into life again. Are all circular. And this is one of the kind of esoteric teachings that allows us to see that. I'm probably going to be, my reading's going to be a little short, too short, but I am giving you the meaning of life, so you're probably going to have to forgive me on that one. So it's called the Mandukya Upanishad. If you want to have a look first, it's better getting it with some of the accompanying texts are excellent. This one hasn't got an accompanying text and explanation with it. And there's various ones which some are better than others. Om. This eternal word is all. What was, what is, and what shall be. Stop the bee buzzing there. It's getting really into this. And what is beyond is in eternity. All is Om. Brahman is all and Atman is Brahman. Atman, the self, has 4 conditions. The first condition is the waking life of outward moving consciousness, enjoying the 7 outer gross elements. The second condition is a dreaming life of inner moving consciousness, enjoying the 7 subtle inner elements in its own light and solitude. The third condition is the sleeping life of silent consciousness, when a person has no desires and beholds no dreams. That condition of deep sleep is one of oneness, a mass of silent consciousness made of peace and enjoying peace. This silent consciousness is all-powerful, all-knowing, the inner ruler, the source of all, the beginning and the end of all beings. The fourth condition is Atman, his own or her own pure state, the awakened life of supreme consciousness. It is neither outer nor inner consciousness, neither semi-consciousness nor sleeping consciousness, neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. He is Atman, the spirit himself, that cannot be seen or touched, that is above all distinction, beyond thought and ineffable. It is the union with her. In the union with her is the supreme proof of her reality. She is the end of evolution and non-duality. She is peace and love. This Atman is the eternal word Om. Its 3 sounds, A-U, A-U, and M, are the first 3 states of consciousness. And these 3 states are the first 3 sounds. The first sound, A, is the first state of waking consciousness, common to all people. It is found in the words apti, attaining, and adimatvam, being first. Who knows this attains in truth all her desires, and in all things becomes first. The second sanju is the second state of dreaming consciousness. It is found in the words utkarsha, uprising, and uvayatam, bothness. Who knows this raises the tradition of knowledge and attains equilibrium. In her family is never born anyone who does not know Brahman. The third sandam is the third state of sleeping consciousness. It is found in the words miti, measure, and in the root mi, to end, that gives apiti, final end. Who knows this measures all with his mind and attains the final end, or her mind. The word Om as one sound is the 4th state of supreme consciousness. It is beyond the senses, and it is the end of evolution. It is non-duality and love. She goes with herself to the supreme self who knows this. She who knows this. So that is the end of my reading. I'm a little short. I don't know if, Joanna, if somebody else wants to pick up, or if somebody wants me, or I might pick up something random from my bookshelf. Maybe I'll do that. So people just have to give me a second. The universe, which others call the library, is composed of indefinite, perhaps infinite number of hexagonal galleries. In the center of each gallery is a ventilation shaft, bounded by a low railing. From any hexagon, one can see the floors above and below, one after another, endlessly. The arrangement of the galleries is always the same. 20 bookshelves, 5 to each side, line 4 of the hexagon's 6 sides. The height of the bookshelves, floor to ceiling, is hardly greater than the height of a normal librarian. One of the hexagon's 3 sides opens onto a narrow sort of vestibule, which in turn opens onto another gallery, identical to the first, identical in fact to all. To the left and right of the vestibule are 2 tiny compartments. One is for sleeping upright, the other for satisfying one's physical necessities. Throughout the space too, there passes a spiral staircase, which winds upwards and downwards into the remotest distance. In the vestibule, there is a mirror, which faithfully duplicates appearances. Men often infer that from this mirror, that the library is not infinite. If it were, what need would there be for that illusory replication? I prefer to dream that burnished surfaces are a figuration and promise of the infinite. Light is provided by certain spherical fruits that bear the name bulbs. There are 2 of these bulbs in each hexagon, set crosswise. The light they give is insufficient and unceasing. Like all men of the library, in my younger days, I travelled and I have journeyed in quest of a book, perhaps a catalogue of catalogues. Now that my eyes, I just seen a beautiful coincidence in that we have a catalogue above in the title of the holder. Now that my eyes can hardly make out what I myself have written, I'm preparing to die a few leagues from the hexagon where I was born. When I'm dead, compassionate hands will throw me over the railing. My tomb will be the unfathomable air. My body will sink for ages and will decay and dissolve in the wind engendered by my fall, which shall be infinite. Kind of also nicely tying into the Mandukya Upanishad, tying into the 4th space described in the Mandukya Upanishad. I declare that the library is endless. Idealists argue that the hexagonal rooms are the necessary shape of absolute space, or at least of our perception of space. They argue that a triangular or pentagonal chamber is inconceivable. Mystics claim that their ecstasies reveal to them a circular chamber containing an enormous circular book with a continuous spine that goes completely round the walls. But their testimony is suspect, their words obscure. That cyclical book is God. Let it suffice for a moment that I repeat the classic dictum. The library is a sphere whose exact center is any hexagon and whose circumference is unattainable. Each wall of the hexagon is furnished with 5 bookshelves. Each bookshelf holds 32 books identical in format. Each book contains 410 pages, each page 40 lines, each line approximately 80 black letters. There are also letters on the front cover of each book. Those letters neither indicate nor prefigure what the pages inside will say. I am aware that the lack of correspondence once struck men as mysterious. Before summarizing the solution of the mystery, whose discovery, in spite of its tragic consequences, is perhaps the most important event in all history, I wish to recall a few axioms. First, the library has existed ab aeternitate. That truth, whose immediate corollary is the future eternity of the world, no rational mind can doubt. Man or woman, the imperfect librarian, may be the worker of chance or of malevolent demiurge. The universe, with its elegant appointments, its bookshelves, its enigmatic books, its indefatigable staircases for the traveler, and its water closets for the seated librarian, can only be the handiwork of a god. In order to grasp the distance that separates the human and the divine, one has only to compare those crude trembling symbols which my fallible hand scrawls on the cover of a book with the organic letters inside, neat, delicate, deep, black, and inimitably symmetrical. Second, there are 25 orthographic symbols. That discovery enabled womankind 300 years ago to formulate a general theory of the library and thereby satisfactorily solve the riddle that no conjecture had been able to divine, the formless and chaotic nature of virtually all books. One book, which my father once saw in a hexagon in circa 1594, consisted of the letters MCV perversely repeated from the first line to the last. Another, much consulted in this zone, is a mere labyrinth of letters whose penultimate page contains the phrase, "O time thy pyramids." This much is known. For every rational line or fortified statement, there are leagues of senseless cacophony, verbal nonsense and incoherency. I know of one semi-barbarous zone whose librarians repudiate the vain and superstitious habit of trying to find sense in books, equating such a quest with attempting to find meaning in dreams or in the chaotic lines of palm of one's hand. They will acknowledge that the inventors of writing imitated the 25 natural symbols, but contend that that adoption was fortuitous, coincidental, and that books in themselves have no meaning. That argument, as we shall see, is not entirely fallacious, which is why I didn't really go for theory today, because it really doesn't really get you anywhere. I know, I'm in the middle of a PhD. I know this stuff. You could read it for years. So yeah, I'm on a bit of an anti-theory derive today in these readings. But anyway, for many years, it was believed that those impenetrable books were in ancient or far distant languages. It is true that the most ancient peoples, the first librarians, employed a language quite different from the one we speak today. It is true that a few miles to the right, our language devolves into dialect, and that 90 floors above, it becomes incomprehensible. All of that, I repeat, is true, but 410 pages of unvarying MCVs cannot belong to any language, however dialectal or primitive it may be. Some have suggested that each letter influences the next, and that the value of MCV on page 7193 is not the value of the same series in another line of another page. But that vague thesis has not met with any great acceptance. Others have mentioned the possibility of codes. That conjecture has been universally accepted, though not in the sense in which its originators formulated it. Some 500 years ago, the chief of one of the upper hexagons came across a book as jumbled as all the others, but containing almost 2 pages of homogeneous lines. He showed his writing to a traveling decipherer who told him that the lines were written in Portuguese. Others said it was Yiddish. Within the century, experts had determined that the language actually was a Samoyed-Lithuanian dialect of Guarani with inflections from classical Arabic. The content was also determined. The rudiments of combinatory analysis, illustrated with examples of endlessly repeating variations. Those examples allowed a librarian of genius to discover the fundamental flaw of the library. This philosopher observed that all books, however different from one another they might be, consist of identical elements: the space, the period, the comma, and the 22 letters of the alphabet. He also posited a fact, which all travelers have since confirmed. In all the library, there are no 2 identical books. From those incontrovertible premises, the librarian deduced that the library is total, perfect, complete, and whole, and that its bookshelves contain all possible combinations of the 22 orthographic symbols, a number which, though unimaginably vast, is not infinite. That is, all that is able to be expressed in every language. All, the detailed history of the future, the autobiographies of the archangels, the faithful catalogue of the library, thousands and thousands of false catalogues, the proof of falsity of those false catalogues, a proof of falsity of the true catalogue, the Gnostic gospel of Basilides, the commentary upon that gospel, the commentary upon the commentary on that gospel, the true story of your death, which is also tying us back into the Mandukaya Upanishad. So a nice kind of connection here, randomly. Well, not random, probably by the beauty of chance. The commentary upon that gospel, the commentary on the commentary of that gospel, the true story of your death, the translation of every book into every language, the interpolations of every book into all books, the treatise Bede could not have written, but did not, could have written, but did not, on the mythology of the Saxon people, the lost books of Tacitus. And Tacitus, I think, is something to do with being quiet, so it's probably a good time for me to shut off and go on mute.
I'm reading from Cyan Nagai's Our Aesthetic Categories from 2012. This is the chapter on cute and cuteness. False simplicity. Although cuteness is now integrated into the design of everything from cups to cars, it is still an aesthetic foremost aligned with playthings designed for children. In a series of review essays on toys and the European fascination with their history written in the late 1920s, Walter Benjamin notes that before the 19th century, toys were not made or sold by specialized toy makers, but rather by wood carvers, boiler makers, candle makers, confectioners, turners, ironmongers, and paper makers. Of these toys for children, originally displayed and marketed alongside goods for adults, Benjamin singles out one sold by confectionery shops, consisting of a motto or soundbite of rhyming language surrounded by an anthropomorphized cookie. Quote, "These were flat sugar dolls or hearts or similar objects, which could be divided easily lengthwise so that in the middle, where the two halves were joined, there was a little piece of paper with a brightly colored picture and motto. An uncut broadsheet is on display with examples of such confectioners' mottos. For instance, quote, 'I have danced away my weekly wage today,' or 'Here, you little flirt, this apricot won't hurt.' Such lapidary two-liners were called devices because you had to divide the figurine into two parts in order to uncover the motto," end quote. What could be cuter than a poetic device or lapidary two-liner when nestled snugly inside a cookie? Here we have cuteness emerging literally at the intersection of poem, food, and simplified anthropomorphic figure. Yet, Benjamin is struck by how relatively long it takes for simplicity to take hold as an aesthetic ideal for toy design. Citing toy historian Karl Grober on contemporary German children's preference for the baby in swaddling clothes as opposed to dolls dressed in adult garb, Benjamin notes that the demand for simplicity in children's toys did not arise until well into the 19th century with the industrialization of toy manufacturing. Simple toys are thus, ironically, products of an industrially advanced age, compelling Benjamin to suggest that we reconceive the aesthetic idea of simplicity less in terms of stylistic criteria than as a factor of means of production, less according to the formal design of the object than in terms of its materials and technology. Benjamin proceeds to contrast the genuine and self-evident simplicity of toys made in the pre-industrial era when one could still find quote, carvings of animals at the woodworker's shop, tin soldiers at the boiler makers, gum resin figurines at the confectioners, and wax dolls at the candle makers, end quote, with the false simplicity of the modern toy. Although the modern toy, made of softer substances with fewer intricate parts, might seem cuter by contemporary standards, it is clearly cuteness or something like it that Benjamin seems to mean by false simplicity. The genuinely simple toy, by contrast, bears witness to its process of making in an overt or transparent way. At the same time, Benjamin concedes that the modern toy's merely formal and therefore false simplicity may have been founded on an authentic longing to rediscover the relationship with the primitive, to recuperate the style of a home-based industry that, at this very time, was locked in an increasingly hopeless struggle with the forces of industrialization. Simplicity, or the desire for it, for Benjamin, is thus less simple than it seems, a point he underscores further with the example of folk art, quote, primitive technology combined with cruder materials, end quote, that actually strives to copy sophisticated technology combined with expensive materials. Noting how porcelain from the great Tsarist factories in Russian villages provided the model for doll and genre scenes carved in wood, Benjamin suggests that so-called folk art is nothing more than the cultural goods of a ruling class that have trickled down and been given a new lease on life within the framework of a broad collective. In these doll and genre scenes carved in wood, we can see the link between folk art and kitsch described by Benjamin in less pejorative terms in a later unpublished fragment called Some Remarks on Folk Art, as two sides of a single great movement behind the back of what is known as great art. Exemplified here by pictures in children's books, both cute, kitsch, and folk art have a primitive quality, that's primitive in quotes, that solicits a powerful centripetal pull or even a phantasmatic incorporation of the aesthetic subject into the object. Precisely because the work of Kitsch seems to address him only, with an intimacy not unlike that of lyric address, the aesthetic subject does not perceive it from a contemplative distance like a bystander, but rather experiences or inhabits it like an atmosphere, one enveloping him like a coat or pulled over his head like a mask. Thus, while art teaches us to look into objects, folk art and cute kitsch allow us to look outward from within objects. Benjamin's reading provocatively suggests that the soulful gaze of the cute commodity, the ultimate bearer of false simplicity, represents our gaze, our, quote, looking outward from within, a sign of our own compulsive mimetic identification with the object in response to its unusually intimate address. Yet in other writings, Benjamin says a similar thing about genuinely simple toys, arguing that these objects invite children to identify with inanimate objects such as a windmill and a train. Benjamin writes, imitation is at home in the playing, not in the plaything, thus locating mimesis not in the object but in the subject. The behavior Benjamin associates with the child playing with the genuinely simple toy, which he describes in anthropological terms as, quote, nothing but a rudiment of the once powerful compulsion to become similar and to behave mimetically, end quote, is thus exactly the same kind that the false simplicity associated with kitsch, folk art, and the modern cute toy elicits. Both seem to speak to or to complete or call forth the same mimetic power or faculty on the part of the aesthetic subject. As many others have done, Benjamin writes about how changes in the overarching aesthetic of toys correspond to changing conceptions of childhood, noting that, quote, it took a long time before people realized, let alone incorporated the idea into dolls, that children are not just men and women on a reduced scale, end quote. He adds, it sometimes looks as if our century wishes to take this development one step further, and far from regarding children as little men and women, has reservations about thinking of them as human beings at all. People have now discovered the grotesque, cruel, grim side of children's life, end quote. The hegemony of cuteness in American toy design certainly seems to bear witness to this claim. The emergence of that particularly exemplary cute object, the stuffed animal, or manufactured plush toy, for example, can be easily traced to a newfound awareness of the aggressiveness of children that arose with the advent of 20th century psychology. Counterintuitively, the turn to soft materials, so crucial for the cute toy's demeanor of vulnerability and powerlessness, is here precipitated by the need to make toys tougher, more capable of surviving rough use or abuse. It was only once children were no longer imagined as miniature adults, as they were in the 18th century, or as naturally moral or virtuous creatures as they were for a good part of the 19th, that manufacturers found the impetus to produce indestructible toys that could survive the violence with which children were increasingly associated. It is significant to note, however, the relatively late appearance of the plush toy in the history of American toy manufacturing. Although homemade rag dolls had been used to teach domestic skills to girls since the colonial period, in the decades after the Civil War that marked the emergence of the American toy industry proper, commercially manufactured dolls were made almost solely of hard materials, with easily breakable, finely painted bisque heads mounted on bodies made of wood, pewter, steel, and even electroplated sheet metal. Like the fully jointed, highly ornate talking Big Beauty advertised by the American Mechanical Doll Works Company in 1895, most of these dolls were also mechanical or machine-like or easily breakable, which is to say, by contemporary standards, not particularly cute. As Miriam Formanek-Brunel argues, the preferences in late 19th century doll design for hard substances and for capturing the movements of the human body rather than its feel or texture, were less a result of the American toy industry's attempt to adjust to changing conceptions of the modern child than a reflection of business economy dominated by male entrepreneurs fascinated with technology and the scientific management of production processes, including Thomas Edison, who had his own factory for the manufacture of phonographic talking dolls. Formanek-Brunel contrasts the scientific management of this toy industry with the quote, maternal materialism, end quote, of female progressive era doll makers such as Martha Chase, who finally reintroduced softness, portability, durability, and safety as values into the American toy market through the mass manufacturing of cloth and stockinette dolls. Yet, although the Chase Company's dolls were designed explicitly to address new attitudes about children and play, and contributed to a general shift from the representation of adult women to that of babies, they still adhered to a standard of realist depiction, antithetical to the aspects of cuteness stressed by its contemporary theorists. Even the more stylistically simplified, wide-eyed, round-faced, and chubby-cheeked new kid, popularized in the first decades of the 20th century by the Campbell Kids and Rose O'Neill's Kewpies, had a physical vigor that makes their invention yet another moment in the history of American mass culture where the fullest realization of cuteness seems curiously postponed. Far from being helpless or dejected, as Formanek Brunel notes, the Kewpies were depicted as alert, energetic social reformers who rescued children and even educated mothers about the welfare of children, while the Campbell Kids just as tirelessly sold soup. It was not until after World War I, long after the invention of the teddy bear, that cute toys, in the strong sense of denoting an aesthetic of accentuated helplessness and vulnerability, began appearing in the United States in mass quantities. In a sense, it is not surprising that an aesthetic of smallness, helplessness, vulnerability, and deformity might find its prominence muted or checked in the cultural industries of a nation so invested in images of its own bigness, virility, health, and strength. Conversely, in post-World War II Japan, an island nation newly conscious of its diminished military and economic power with respect to the United States in particular, the same aesthetic, kawaii, had a comparatively accelerated development and major impact on the culture as a whole, saturating not only the Japanese toy market, but also industrial design, print culture, advertising, fashion, food, and the automotive industry. There are historical reasons, in other words, for why an aesthetic organized around a small, helpless, or deformed object that foregrounds the violence in its production as such might seem more ideologically meaningful and therefore more widely prevalent in the culture of one nation than in that of another. In this manner, art critic Noi Sawaragi traces Japan's post-war fascination with kawaii not only to the nation's diminished sense of itself as a global power, but also to the political image of the emperor in its parliamentary monarchy. Quote, in the last moments of his reign, Emperor Hirohito had a feeble, weak image. An old, dying man is the weakest of creatures. Hirohito was very popular among the people as a cute old man, end quote. Given also what Kanako Shiokawa describes as kawaii's unprecedented surge in popularity during the rapid expansion of Japan's culture industry in the 1960s, it is unsurprising that a self-conscious foregrounding of the violence underpinning the aesthetic runs throughout the work of Yoshitomo Nara and Takashi Murakami, Japanese artists who grew up in the 1960s and began exhibiting in the early 1990s, whose bodies of work allow us to grasp cuteness in one of its most probingly and theoretically worked out forms. Whether in the form of drawings, paintings, or more recently sculptures, Nara's large-eyed children are frequently presented as wounded or distressed, as demonstrated by both the untitled drawing in which the phrase, quote, black eye, fat lips, and opened wound, end quote, captions one of Nara's signature little girls, and Slight Fever, one of a series of acrylic paintings mounted on white plastic plates. In its association with food, the dinner plate does more than merely supply a material support for Nara's images of mutilated or injured children. Evoking the expression, "You're so cute, I could just eat you up," Nara's use of food-related objects for his interrogation of kawaii becomes extended and exaggerated in Fountain of Life, 2001, a sculpture in which 7 of what appear to be disembodied dolls' heads are stacked on top of one another in an oversized teacup with accompanying saucer, with tears/water flowing out of their closed eyes. Underscoring the aggressive desire to master and overpower the cute object that the cute object itself appears to elicit, the tie between cuteness and eating that Nara's work makes explicit finds its consumer culture counterpart in the characters generated by San-X, an edgier and more contemporary incarnation of Sanrio, the company that invented the iconic Hello Kitty. One of San-X's most currently popular figures is the Kojipan, who is a slightly burned and dejected-looking bread bun. Described on San-X's website as, quote, a bread that has gone sourpuss for being burned, that can't help making negative words like, you'll dump me away anyway, end quote. Kojipan is occasionally depicted not only with a bite taken out of the top of its head, but even baking miniature versions of itself. Kojipan's obvious state of abjection and simultaneous potential for acts of cruelty to less than fully baked Kojipans suggests that the ultimate index of an object's cuteness may be its edibility. Underscoring this link, an untitled drawing by Nara, 2001, in which one of his stylistically simplified children pops out of a package with the label Jap in the box, also highlights cuteness's role in the merchandising and packaging of racial difference. There is a double irony here, however, in that Nara, like fellow artist and media darling Takashi Murakami, is a master of retail himself. In the tradition of Andy Warhol, both artists highlight by continuing to attenuate the already thin line that separates art from commercial merchandise in a market society. Although one can buy Nara dolls, alarm clocks, wristwatches, postcards, ashtrays, t-shirts, and of course, dinner plates, it is Murakami who has pushed these bounds furthest, not only by creating both cheap and expensive wares based on his gallery paintings and sculptures, including in the spring of 2003, a series of Louis Vuitton handbags, but also by inventing a character, Mr. Daub, a red and blue mouse-like figure, originally drawn with an exaggeratedly large head and tiny mouth, which Murakami copyrighted in the early 1990s. Created in what Murakami describes as an effort to, quote, investigate the secret of the market survivability of characters such as Mickey Mouse, Sonic the Hedgehog, Hello Kitty, and their knockoffs produced in Hong Kong, end quote. Mr. Daub's origin as an experiment in species survivability echoes Stephen Jay Gould's famous argument about how the progressive juvenilization of Mickey Mouse over the 20th century, his gradual transformation from spiky rodent into a rounder, softer, more wide-eyed character, testifies to the power of biological cuteness as an evolutionary strategy. Daub is often shown smiling, as he is in the painting Daub with Flowers, 1998, situated in a landscape composed of anthropomorphized flowers, as happy as he is. Although things are changed slightly in the installation Daub in the Strange Forest, 1999, which places Daub in a sinister or implicitly menacing environment and depicts him as confused or distressed rather than contented, the menacing objects, eye-studded and deformed mushrooms, recalling the mushroom clouds of the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, still arguably remain as cute as both Daub and the smiling flowers that surround him in the earlier painting. In And Then, 1996 to 1997, however, an acrylic painting roughly 9 by 11 feet in size, Daub's cuteness seems questionable or under stress, in part because of the huge proportions of his image, and the fact that he now has bared teeth, suggesting a pun on Kawai's sonorous proximity to Kowai, which means scary. The surprisingly menacing look Daub assumes in this image is pushed further in subsequent pieces like Guru Guru, 1998, a vinyl chloride helium balloon, 106 inches, nearly 9 feet in diameter. And The Castle of Tintin, 1998, an acrylic painting nearly 11 by 11 feet. In both, Daub has become virtually all eyes, teeth, and blisters, although the signature D and B on the character's ears still remain legible. These works, blurring the line between kawaii and kowai, are only 2 of hundreds of permutations and increasingly distorted deformational permutations to which Murakami has subjected the original Daub ever since his debut as a painting in 1993. Hence, while cuteness exaggerates vulnerability, as Harris emphasizes by noting that objects are cutest when maimed or hobbled, Murakami's stylistic mutilation of daub calls attention to the violence always implicit in our relation to the cute object while simultaneously making it more menacing to the observer. The more daub appears to be the object or victim of aggression, the more he appears to be an agent of aggression. Murakami's daub project thus suggests that it is possible for cute objects to be helpless and aggressive at the same time. Given the powerful affective demands that the cute object makes on us, one could argue that this paradoxical doubleness is embedded in the concept of the cute from the start, as even commercial generators of cuteness, such as San-X, seem to realize. Kojipan's cuddliness does not seem incompatible with or compromised in any way by his potential to use and abuse the more diminutive Kojipans, whom he seems to treat either as food or as pets. How are we to read the unusual readiness with which cute reverses into its opposite? Is it a sign of the aesthetic's internal instability, or how the experience of cuteness often seems to lead immediately to feelings of manipulation and betrayal? And how are we to read the vehemence of the reversal? Is the explosion of Daub's body a testament to the intensity of cuteness, deferred utopian dream? Or does it say something more about our phantasmatic investment in the narrative of a cute object's revenge? Although it is Daub's pictorial transformation that brings this reversal to the fore, Murakami's character originated not from a visual image, but rather from a verbal phrase. According to Murakami, Daub was derived from a synthesis of dobozite, a slang term for why, doshite, popularized by a manga or comics character noted, like Huxley's lisping and twittering Parisian miss for his strange accent and chronic mispronunciation of words, and oshamanbe, a catchphrase of Japanese comedian Toru Yuri that puns on the name of a town and the sexual connotations of the syllable man in Japanese. Murakami's initial wordplay with dobozite and oshamanbe resulted not in a drawing or visual prototype of Mr. Daub character, but in a signboard with the two repeated words circling an oval. This piece, eventually titled Dobozite, Oshamanbe, 1993, was made explicitly for an exhibition on the subject of the jargon of commodity culture. Quote, the plan of the exhibition, Romansu no Yube, or Evening of Romance, was an inquiry into the custom of putting the emphatic suffix Z and X at the end of every Japanese commodity, from beer to comic book titles. For example, the beer Asahi Z or the manga title Dragon Ball Z. What makes these products so popular? ? I managed to make something that was under budget and dwelled on the oddities of the Japanese language at the same time, end quote. Daub, the perfect exemplar of cuteness, including its barely hidden layer of violence, was thus a product of an investigation into the language rather than the imagery of commodity culture. In fact, Murakami elsewhere attributes Daub's origins to the antagonism toward an anglicized pseudo-letter art, belatedly popularized in Japan by the work of Americans Jenny Holzer and Barbara Kruger. Daub, quote, Daub was my attempt to crush that art scene I despised, end quote. With such a remarkable cute object disclosed, not just as originating in wordplay, but as antagonistically pitted against the other kinds of letter art, and as the references to Holzer and Kruger suggest, an explicitly committed American letter art highly critical of consumer culture in particular, we are now ready to return from cuteness's significance in pop art and material culture to a deeper account of its role in language and poetry. That's the end of that section. I'll read the first paragraph of the next section called Mute Poetics. I'll just go until noon. Mute Poetics. We have seen how cuteness cutifies the language of the aesthetic response it compels, a verbal mimesis underscoring the judging subject's empathetic desire to reduce the distance between herself and the object. This cutification of the language of aesthetic judgment can be witnessed in the origins of the word cute itself. Since cute derives from the older acute, in a process linguists call aphoresis, the process by which words lose initial unstressed syllables to generate shorter and cuter versions of themselves. Alone becomes lone, until becomes till. Its etymology strikingly replicates the logic of the aesthetic it has come to name. But there is a key difference between cute and these other examples. While cuteness is an aesthetic of the soft or amorphous that therefore becomes heightened when objects are depicted as sleepy, acute means coming to a sharp edge or point and suggests mental alertness, keenness, and quickness. Cute thus exemplifies a situation in which making a word smaller, or if you like, cuter, results in an uncanny reversal, changing its meaning into its exact opposite. Like the flip-flop of power relations dramatized in the Dobbs series, this reversal mirrors the deverbalizing effect that prototypically cute objects, babies, puppies, and so on, have on those who judge them as such. Resulting in a sequel or a cluck, a murmur or a coo, the cute object seems to have the power to infantilize the language of its infantilizer. Note, for example, how Gertrude Stein's admiring and critical reviewers alike seem compelled to approximate her language and moreover to savor or take pleasure in these acts of imitation, even when the intent is clearly ridicule. Babble, ba, ba, bull. Her art is the sophisticated development of the child's tiddly-diddly fiddle-dee-do. In much the same way which Huxley seems to relish neologisms like orgy-porgy and bumblepuppy, even while mobilizing them to attack the easy delights of his brave new world, we find a member of the American literati no less refined than H.L. Mencken pushed into saying words like tosh when negatively commenting on Stein's, quote, bevel. Even Wyndham Lewis seems compelled to mimic and to enjoy mimicking the lisping speech of the female consumer he despises. Oh, peas, peas, in quotes. This process of verbal cutification once again redounds on the very word cute, which is easily reduced to even more diminutive versions of itself. The noun cutie, the adjective cutesy, and the adjective cutesy-poo, all of which receive separate entries in the Oxford English Dictionary. Cuteness is thus the name of an encounter with difference, a perceived difference in the power of the subject and object, in particular, that does something to everyday communicative speech, weakening or even dissolving syntax and reducing lexicon to onomatopoeia. More specifically, it names an encounter with difference that alters the speech of the subject attempting to manage that difference by imposing cuteness on the object. In this manner, cuteness incites a fantasy of the cute object's capacity for retaliation that we have already seen Murakami explore. The same fantasy may shed new light on why Tender Buttons by Gertrude Stein features so many little things, a cup and a saucer, a petticoat, a cushion, a shawl, a purse, described as hurt, but also as enthusiastically hurting other objects of their own genre or kind, not unlike the way Kojipan relates to his pets. As Stein writes, quote, a hurt mended stick, a hurt mended cup, a hurt mended article of exceptional relaxation and annoyance, a hurt and mended is so necessary that no mistake is intended, end quote. Indeed, hurt and mended seems as necessary to the project of Tender Buttons as to the hobbled and bandaged little mutt. In the world of this poem, where even cups need a pet oyster, the subject's murmur or coo to the cute object takes the form of an equally susurrus alas. And I think I'll call it there because it's noon. Thank you.
I've nearly finished cleaning my room in preparation to depart the Gladstone Library, which was very interesting, juxtaposition with the Connolly text earlier. So it's time to read The Pleasure of the Text, even though the room's not quite ready, and you can see the rubbish off to the side from the carrot cake. The pleasure of the text is not the pleasure of the corporeal striptease or of narrative suspense. In these cases, there is no tear, no edges, a gradual unveiling. The entire excitation takes refuge in the hope of seeing the sexual organ, schoolboy's dream, or in knowing the end of the story, novelistic satisfaction. Paradoxically, since it is mass-consumed, there is a far more intellectual pleasure than the other, an eatable pleasure to denude, to know, to learn the origin and the end. If it is true that every narrative, every unveiling of the truth is a staging of the absent, hidden, or hypostasized father, which would explain the solidarity of narrative forms, of family structures, and of prohibitions of nudity, all collected in our culture in the myth of Noah's sons covering his nakedness. Yet the most classical narrative, a novel by Zola or Balzac or Dickens or Tolstoy, bears within it a sort of diluted tmesis. We do not read everything with the same intensity of reading. A rhythm is established, casual, unconcerned with the integrity of the text. Our very avidity for knowledge impels us to skim or skip certain passages, anticipated as boring, in order to get more quickly to the warmer parts of the anecdote, which are always its articulations. Whatever furthers the solution of the riddle, the revelation of fate. We boldly skip. No one is watching, descriptions, explanations, analyses, conversations. Doing so, we resemble a spectator in a nightclub who climbs onto the stage and speeds up the dancer's striptease, tearing off her clothing, but in the same order. That is, on the one hand, respecting, and on the other hand, hastening the episodes of the ritual, like a priest gulping down his mass. Tmesis, source of a figure of pleasure, here confronts two prosaic edges with one another. It sets what is useful to a knowledge of the secret against what is useless to such knowledge. Tmesis is a theme or flaw resulting from a simple principle of functionality. It does not occur at the level of the structure of languages, but only at the moment of their consumption. The author cannot predict tmesis. He cannot choose to write what will not be read. And yet it is the very rhythm of what is read and what is not read that creates the pleasure of the great narratives. Has anyone ever read Proust, Balzac, War and Peace, word for word? Proust's Good Fortune, from one reading to the next, we never skip the same passages. Text of pleasure. The text that contents, fills, grants euphoria. The text that comes from culture, but does not break with it. It is linked to a comfortable practice of reading. Text of bliss. The text that imposes a state of loss. The text that discomforts, perhaps to the point of a certain boredom, unsettles the reader's historical, cultural, psychological assumptions, the consistency of his tastes, values, memories, brings to crisis his relation with language. Now, the subject who keeps the two texts in his field and in his hands, the reins of pleasure and bliss, is an anachronic subject, for he simultaneously and contradictorily participates in the profound hedonism of all culture, which permeates him quietly under cover of an art de vivre shared by the old books, and in the destruction of that culture. He enjoys the consistency of his selfhood, that is his pleasure, and seeks its loss, that is his bliss. He is a subject split twice over, doubly perverse. Society of the Friends of the Text. Its members would have nothing in common, for there is no necessary agreement on the text of pleasure. But their enemies, fools of all kinds, who decree the foreclosure of the text of its pleasure, either by cultural conformism or by intransigent rationalism, suspecting a mystique of literature, or by political moralism, or by criticism of the signifier, or by stupid pragmatism, or by snide vacuity, or by destruction of the discourse, loss of verbal desire. Such a society would have no sight, could only function in total atopia. Yet it would be a kind of phalanstery, for in its contradictions would be acknowledged, and the risks of ideological imposture thereby restricted. Difference would be observed and conflict rendered insignificant, being unproductive of pleasure. On the stage of the text, no footlights. There is not behind the text someone active, the writer, and out in front, someone passive, the reader. There is not a subject and an object. The text supersedes grammatical attitudes. It is the undifferentiated I with an excessive author. Angelus Silesius describes, the eye by which I see God is the same eye by which he sees me. The pleasure of the text is that moment when my body pursues its own ideas, for my body does not have to be the same ideas I do. A text on pleasure cannot be anything but short. As we say, is that all? It's a bit short, since pleasure can only be spoken through the indirection of a demand. I have a right to pleasure. We cannot get beyond an abridged two-tense dialectics, the tense of doxa, opinion, and the tense of paradoxa, dispute. A third term is missing besides pleasure, and it's censure. This term is postponed to the latter. And so long as we cling to the very name of pleasure, every text on pleasure will be nothing but dilatory. It will be an introduction to what never can be written. Like those productions of contemporary art which exhaust their necessity as soon as they have been seen, since to see them is immediately to understand to what destructive purpose they are exhibited, they no longer contain any contemplative or delective duration. Such an introduction can only repeat itself without ever introducing anything. The pleasure of the text is not necessarily of a triumphant, heroic, muscular type. No need to throw out one's chest. My pleasure can very well take the form of a drift. Drifting occurs whenever I do not respect the whole, and whenever by dint of seeming driven about by languages, illusions, seductions, and intimidations, like a cork on the waves, I remain motionless, pivoting on the intractable bliss that binds me to the text, to the world. Drifting occurs whenever social language, sociolect, fails me. As we say, my courage fails me. Thus, another name for drifting would be the intractable, or perhaps even stupidity. Pleasure of the text, text of pleasure. These expressions are ambiguous because French has no word that simultaneously covers pleasure, contentment, and bliss, rapture. Therefore, pleasure here and without our being able to anticipate sometimes extends to bliss, sometimes is opposed to it. But I must accommodate myself to this ambiguity. For on the one hand, I need a general pleasure whenever I must refer to an excess of the text, to what in it exceeds any social function and any structural functioning. And on the other hand, I need a particular pleasure, a simple part of pleasure as a whole, whenever I need to distinguish euphoria, fulfillment, comfort, the feeling of repletion when culture penetrates freely from shock, disturbance, even loss, which are proper to ecstasy, to bliss. I cannot avoid this ambiguity because I cannot cleanse the word pleasure of meanings I occasionally do not want. I cannot avoid the fact that in French, pleasure refers both to a generality pleasure principle and to a miniaturization. Fools are put on earth for our minor pleasures. Thus, I must allow the utterance of my text to proceed in contradiction. An entire minor mythology would have us believe that pleasure, and singularly the pleasure of the text, is a rightist notion. On the right, with the same movement, everything abstract, boring, political is shoved over to the left, and pleasure is kept for oneself. Welcome to our side, you who are finally coming to the pleasure of literature. And on the left, because of morality, forgetting Marx's and Brecht's cigars, one suspects and disdains any residue of hedonism. On the right, pleasure is championed against intellectuality, the clerisy, the old reactionary myth of heart against head, sensation against reasoning, warm life against cold abstraction. Must not the artist, according to Debussy's sinister precept, humbly seek to give pleasure? On the left, knowledge, method, commitment, combat are drawn up against mere delectation. And yet, what if knowledge itself were delicious? On both sides, this peculiar idea that pleasure is simple, which is why it is championed or disdained. Pleasure, however, is not an element of the text. It is not a naive residue. It does not depend on a logic of understanding and on sensation. It is a drift, something both revolutionary and asocial, and it cannot be taken over by any collectivity, any mentality, any idealect. Something neuter? It is obvious that the pleasure of the text is scandalous, not because it is amoral, but because it is atopic. Kathy Acker's Against Ordinary Language, the Language of the Body. I have now been bodybuilding for 10 years, seriously for almost 5 years. During the past few years, I've been trying to write about bodybuilding. Having failed time and time again, upon being offered the opportunity to write this essay, I made the following plan. I would attend the gym as usual. Immediately after each workout, I would describe all I had just experienced, thought, and done. Such diary descriptions would provide the raw material. After each workout, I forgot to write. Repeatedly, some part of me, the part of the I who bodybuilds, was rejecting language. Any verbal description of the process is of bodybuilding. I shall begin by describing, writing about bodybuilding in the only way that I can. I shall begin by analyzing this rejection of ordinary or verbal language. What is the picture of the antagonism between bodybuilding and verbal language? A language which is speechless. Imagine that you are in a foreign country. Since you are going to be in this place for some time, you are trying to learn the language. At the point of commencing to learn the new language, just before having started to understand anything, you begin forgetting your own. Within strangeness, you find yourself without a language. It is here, in this geography of no language, this negative space, that I can start to begin to describe bodybuilding. For I am describing that which rejects language. Elias Canetti, who grew up within a multitude of spoken languages, began his autobiography by recounting a memory. In this, his earliest remembrance, the loss of language is threatened. My earliest memory is dipped in red. I come out of a door on the arm of a maid. The door in front of me is red, and to the left, a staircase goes down equally red. A smiling man walks up to the child. The child, upon request, sticks out his tongue, whereupon the man flips open a jackknife and holds the sharp blade against the red tongue. He says, "Now we'll cut off his tongue." At the last moment, the man pulls the knife back. According to memory, this sequence happens every day. That's how the day starts, Canetti adds, and it happens very often. I am in the gym every 3 out of 4 days. What happens there? What does language in that place look like? According to cliche, athletes are stupid, meaning they are inarticulate. The language of the bodybuilders makes this cliche real. The verbal language in the gym is minimal and almost senseless, reduced to numbers and a few nouns, sets, squats, reps. The only verbs are do or fail. Adjectives and adverbs no longer exist. Sentences, if they are at all, are simple. This spoken language is kin to language games Wittgenstein proposes in his Brown Book. In a gym, verbal language, or language whose purpose is meaning, occurs, if at all, only at the edge of its becoming lost. But when I am in the gym, my experience is that I am immersed in a complex and rich world. What actually takes place when I bodybuild? The crossing of the threshold from the world defined by verbal language into the gym, in which the outside world is not allowed, and all of its languages, in this sense, the gym is sacred, takes several minutes. What happens during those minutes is that I forget. Masses of swirling thought, verbalized insofar as I am conscious of them, disappear as mind or thought begins to focus. In order to analyze this focusing, I must first describe bodybuilding in terms of intentionality. Bodybuilding is a process, perhaps a sport, by which a person shapes her or his own body. This shaping is always related to the growth of muscular mass. During aerobic and circuit training, the heart and lungs are exercised, but muscles will grow only if they are not exercised or moved, but actually broken down. The general law behind bodybuilding is that muscle, if broken down in a controlled fashion and then provided with the proper growth factors such as nutrients and rest, will grow back larger than before. In order to break down specific areas of muscles, whatever areas one wants to enlarge, it is necessary to work these areas in isolation up to failure. Bodybuilding can be seen to be about nothing but failure. A bodybuilder is always working around failure. Either I work an isolated muscle mass, for instance, one of the tricep heads, up to failure. In order to do this, I exert the muscle group almost until the point that it can no longer move. But if I work the same muscle group to the point that it can no longer move, I must move it through failure. I am then doing what are named negative reps, working the muscle group beyond its power to move. Here is the second method of working with failure. Whatever way I choose, I always want to work my muscular group until it can no longer move. I want to fail. As soon as I can accomplish a certain task, so much weight for so many reps during a certain time span, I must always increase one aspect of this equation, weight reps or intensity, so that I can again come to failure. I want to break down the muscle so it can grow back larger, but I do not want to destroy muscle so that growth is prevented. In order to avoid injury, I first warm up the muscular group, then carefully bring it up to failure. I do this by working the muscular group through a calculated number of sets during a calculated time span. If I tried immediately to bring a muscle group to failure by lifting the heaviest weight I could, I might injure myself. I want to shock my body into growth. I do not want to hurt it. Therefore, in bodybuilding, failure is always connected to counting. I calculate which weight to use. I then count off how many times I lift that weight in seconds between each lift. That is how I control the intensity of my workout. Intensity times movement of maximum weight equals muscular destruction, muscular growth. Is the equation between destruction and growth also a formula for art? Bodybuilding is about failure because bodybuilding, body growth, and shaping occurs in the face of the material, of the body's inexorable movement toward its final failure, toward death. To break down a muscle group, I want to make that muscle group work up to, even beyond capacity. To do this, it helps and even is necessary to visualize the part of the body that is involved. Mind or thought, then, while bodybuilding, is always focused on numbers or counting and often on precise visualizations. Certain bodybuilders have said that bodybuilding is a form of meditation. What do I do when I bodybuild? I visualize and I count. I estimate weight. I count sets. I count repetitions. I count seconds between repetitions. I count time, seconds for minutes between sets. From the beginning to the end of each workout, in order to maintain intensity, I must continually count. For this reason, a bodybuilder's language is reduced to a minimal, even a closed set of nouns, and to numerical repetition, to one of the simplest language games. Let us name this language game, the language of the body. I'm reading from Kafer's Feminist Crip Queer. The term cyborg in these stories, associated with the forward-looking rise, operates as evocative shorthand for adaptive technology, associating such technology with a promising future for the disabled. It quickly became clear, even after only a cursory reading of these kinds of cyborg stories, that cyborg and physically disabled person are seen as synonymous, or rather that the person with physical disabilities is a self-evident common sense category of cyborgism. The reporters do not explain what they mean by cyborg or what leads them to describe disabled people in cyborgian terms. They assume that their readers will easily and uncritically understand disabled people as cyborgs and link their future to one of medical technology. No explanation or definition is apparently required. Representing the cyborg-disabled person relationship is both seamless and self-evident, obscures the facts of these very technologies. In a context in which most disabled people in the United States are un- or underemployed, in which almost a third of disabled people live below the poverty line, many of these cyborg technologies remain out of reach of the people for whom they are imagined. The cyborg style limb hand heralded in the UK register, for example, costs $18,000, and the price tag leaps higher if we include not only the device itself, but the training and maintenance it likely requires. The ability to become cyborg is often economically determined. Presenting the cyborg disability connection in a purely positive light also ignores the fact that for many people, adaptive technologies can be painful. The same brace that makes it easier to walk may cause skin breakdown or other difficulties. Yet these news stories tend to focus only on the advantages brought about by these technologies, describing the latest inventions in the language of healing and restoration. Tobin Siebers explains that such accounts presume that prostheses always increase the cyborg's abilities. They are a source of new powers, never of problems. As a result, these celebratory news stories present high-tech technology as solving the problem of disability. Pity and discrimination are rendered irrelevant here. So too are issues of adaptation and negotiation. As Siebers suggests, these cyborgian tales assume an easy melding of body and machine. The relationship between disability and technology is discussed only in terms of the device's ability to normalize the body and/or to restore its previous function. There is nothing else to discuss, apparently, and the device's value is assumed. Many of these articles position cyborg technologies affecting only disabled people. Non-disabled people may use these devices, but they are not currently cyborgs in the same way as disabled folks. Baker predicts that while the immediate future is filled with hope for the disabled, cyborg technology may soon spread, giving ordinary people extraordinary skills. On the one hand, Baker's claim can be seen as erasing the disabled-non-disabled divide and assuming that everyone can benefit from these technologies. On the other hand, however, her soon reminds us that disabled people are the only immediate cyborgs. Ordinary people will have to wait. For the time being, then, cyborg is linked more directly to disabled bodies than to able bodies among. The cyborg-non-cyborg distinction points to a problematic assumption underlying popular conceptions of the cyborg. Although Haraway intended the figure to critique dualistic understanding of nature and culture, or of human and machine, too often it serves only to reify such binary logic. In these news stories, presents the pure body and pure machine. There's an original purity that, thanks to assistive technology, has now only been mixed, hybridized, blurred. To return to the Pistorius case, the athlete is simply a body. When it gets mixed with the prosthetic machine, it becomes impure, mixed, cyborg. A non-disabled runner, in other words, is natural, unmixed, unadulterated. It is the only presence of the prosthetic that makes one impure, or no longer pure natural. The cyborg concept thus serves to perpetuate binaries of pure, impure, natural and unnatural, and natural technological, rather than breaking down boundaries. It buttresses them. And I'm just going to end with a theory poem that comes a bit out of various things that I just read, but is its own sort of mode. So I appreciated having the Upanishads a bit earlier. So I'm at the Gladstone Library, so it's also called a ghost walking theology. Ghost walking theology. You always said that if you saw a ghost walking, everything about your life would have to change. Lines of theory and experimentation torn apart by a column of soldiers marching toward you now. Now a story about great distances, miles on your body clock. It's all about the journey. Covering a great distance gives you wisdom. I got a good bit of wisdom. And then how far can you walk? I can walk to the corner shop, but there is pain and humiliation. Plumed helmets are at your knees as though you are their god, and they are worshiping unawares. Road levels were lower then. All those years walking great distances across capital cities during strikes, my body sliding off me like melted butter. A ghost self walking to the worst jobs I ever had. What is particularly hilarious is that I envy commuters on foot, taking vital steps toward. At first, the river is a squiggle in the canyon bottom, simple sign you can't fathom. You walk so far down, so deep, you can't establish the sign's relationship to the canyon, to what the squiggle has made. Ghost walking is evidence enough that your old ways must be cast aside. So how far can you walk without pain and humiliation? You are probably screaming in the corner, hands around knees, at the level of a soldier's eyes. Haven't we all seen, haven't we all touched the wounds in the flesh and in the mind, the tips of our fingers, or the edges of our eyes? Is it a fragment of underdone potato or the medications we take to move and to think? Otherwise, kind people say things like, my body or my brain is on strike, so you can get to the shop unscathed. Our evolved capacity to feel and so insist that we are not alone, never have been, and that our limbs work in concert with those of the past. I often sit on the wall partway and cry. The ones who are marching, walking, I have made them walk here, another one for the pile of explosive stories of insistent ghost walking through the cellar beneath everyday life. The family tells the bloody feet story, the patriarch's story of a walk in bad shiny shoes in the last century. The family hikes the mountains in the best socks and boots. They walk cities covered in second skin and unstylish shoes. Bloody feet run in the family. The family walk the spine of the island, which is a range of mountains. They walk into the water and take on leeches, tear them off. Blood walks down the backs of their knees. The family walk the sandbar seeking sand dollars. They slip them between their toes, bring feet up to hands and bucket them. The sand dollars dry to death on the condo patio. The ghost self strikes again, and I can't get from here to there. Apparition footprints in stone. You could try cycling and be run off the Roman road. Are you kidding? You aren't supposed to use the heart and board to make contact. The ghost self took a lover's leap in a flying imperative. Take up your mat and walk to the bathroom. Lights out there, say 3 times bloody. Discovery of various homo footprints walking the globe, one dubbed pioneer. So actually, the public crying is the source of humiliation, not the pain. Have you had counseling on water? I'm covering the distance here with the lid on low. Up the holy stairs on your knees. Why don't you, if that's possible, go for it all the time for fall prevention? There was also a horse at your knees, stepping through the cellar, dragging a cart, disappearing into the wall. The family walk on soil made of tiny creatures that hold together the entire desert. Fantasy. They swallow sour chipped ice. At the end is a 2-minute seated explosive ride. Some of the walking is in a line. The line folds thousands of walkers into itself. It's all in the journey. Covering a great distance gives you wisdom. I got a good bit of wisdom, and then pain, like the lying of one sole of one foot over the top of the other and driving a nail through. Humiliation, like you are their God and they are killing you unawares. It's not my fault my feet won't bleed. I can't walk enough, so the sign of pain is unseen. Carbolic acid on hands and feet. The ghost walk takes you to a restaurant. From the sidewalk, you look in the window at families eating pasta. The guide prompts you to scream. The families behind the glass are haunting you and the tables are turned. Not enough pain or humiliation or paperwork to enter the walled city at all, let alone. The story of the ancient walk done barefoot and the shells picked up along the way, bloodied and so bleeding. The guide says the lights go on and off. The boy could not walk and then ended it, and that is enough backstory to last 500 years or more. Walking to cemeteries in other countries is picturesque, but costs energy. So you imagine the dead and expect them to wait outside your personal fire door on the ground floor. The ghost self loves the picturesque, loves solo travel, loves walks on the beach and new experiences. Walk in place for miles with a video and call it done. The major storyline insists he is not a ghost. Instead, we shall see the actual person, as in fulfillment, and then he'll go up there. But this is not a cave location. It's the role of setting. How many taxi drivers say 60% are faking it, and we are paying for them? I am paying taxi drivers to walk me to picturesque cemeteries in a car, meaning drive me. Ghost currencies next time. Sand dollars or bleeding shells or a spoonful of desert dead. The family walked on the glacier. They placed their surely bleeding feet on nails driven into the ice. They held onto the ropes circling the rock face. Before you knew it, the glacier let go of the nails and the rock shrugged the ropes. The sculpture is of clouds, and through them his bloody feet hanging down. A breech baby is its own thing, circle round. Some ideas get bashed quite a bit, and first, that body and blind mind are separate, and second, that believing in divine healing is ridiculous. I'd personally like to think the opposite and feel better, but in reality, the ghost self stays put, rolls the halls with a suitcase filled with the dust of dollars and deserts, like a walker, suggesting a wound is not a canyon, and a sign is not a river, and pain is not blood, and distance is not wisdom. Ghosts like me are at a table playing a word game, the horse and then the cart and then before.
My name is Bridget Todd. This is Love as the Practice of Freedom by Bell Hooks. In this society, there is no powerful discourse on love emerging either from politically progressive radicals or from the left. The absence of a sustained focus on love in progressive circles arises from a collective failure to acknowledge the needs of the spirit and an overdetermined emphasis on material concerns. Without love, our efforts to liberate ourselves and our world community from oppression and exploitation are doomed. As long as we refuse to address fully the place of love in struggles for liberation, we will not be able to create a culture of conversation, of conversion, where there is a mass turning away from an ethic of domination. Without an ethic of love shaping the direction of our political vision and our radical aspirations, we are often seduced in one way or another into continued allegiance to systems of domination, imperialism, sexism, racism, classism. It has always puzzled me that women and men who spend a lifetime working to resist and oppose one form of domination can be systemically supporting another. I have been puzzled by powerful visionary Black male leaders who can speak and act passionately in resistance to radical domination and accept and embrace sexist domination of women by feminist white women who work daily to eradicate sexism, but who have major blind spots when it comes to acknowledging and resisting racism and white supremacist domination of the planet. Critically examining these blind spots, I conclude that many of us are motivated to move against domination solely when we feel our self-interest directly threatened. Often then, the longing is not for a collective transformation of society, an end to politics of dominations, but rather simply for an end to what we feel is hurting us. This is why we desperately need an ethic of love to intervene in our self-centered longing for change. Fundamentally, if we are only committed to an improvement in that politic of domination that we feel leads directly to our individual exploitation or oppression, we not only remain attached to the status quo, but act in complicity with it, nurturing and maintaining these very systems of domination until we are all able to accept the interlocking, independent nature of systems of domination and recognize specific ways each system is maintained. We will continue to act in ways that undermine our individual quest for freedom and collective liberation struggle. The ability to acknowledge blind spots can emerge only when we expand our concern about politics of domination and our capacity to care about the oppression and exploitation of others. A love ethic makes this expansion possible. The civil rights movement transformed society in the United States because it was fundamentally rooted in a love ethic. No leader has emphasized this ethic more than Martin Luther King Jr. He had the prophetic insight to recognize that a revolution built on any other kind of foundation would fail. Again and again, King testified that he had decided to love because he believed deeply that he was seeking the highest good and that we can find it through love, because this is the key that unlocks the door to the meaning of ultimate reality. And the point of being in touch with a transcendent reality is that we struggle for justice, all the while realizing that we are always more than our race, class, or sex. When I look back at the civil rights movement, which in so many ways was limited because it was a reformist effort, I see that it had the power to move masses of people to act in the interest of radical justice, and because it was profoundly rooted in a love ethic. The 60s Black Power movement shifted away from that love ethic. The emphasis now was more on power, and it is not surprising that the sexism that had always undermined the Black liberation struggle intensified, that a misogynist approach to women became central as the equation of freedom with patriarchal manhood became a norm among Black political leaders, almost all of whom were male. Indeed, the new militancy of masculinist Black power equated love with weakness. announcing that the quintessential expression of freedom would be the willingness to coerce, do violence, terrorize, indeed utilize the weapons of domination. This was the crudest embodiment of Malcolm X's bold credo, by any means necessary. On the positive side, the Black Power movement shifted the focus of Black liberation struggle from reform to revolution. This was an important political development, bringing with it a stronger anti-imperialist global perspective. However, masculinist sexist biases in leadership led to the suppression of the love ethic. Hence, progress was made even as something valuable was lost. While King had focused on loving our enemies, Malcolm called us back to ourselves, acknowledging that taking care of Blackness was our central responsibility. Even though King talked about the importance of Black self-love, he talked more about loving our enemies. Ultimately, neither he nor Malcolm lived long enough to fully integrate the love ethic into a vision of political decolonization that would provide a blueprint for the eradication of Black self-hatred. Black folks entering the realm of racially integrated American life because of the successes of the civil rights and Black Power movement suddenly found we were grappling with an intensification of internalized racism. The deaths of these more important leaders, as well as the liberal white leaders who were major allies in the struggle for racial equality, ushered in tremendous feelings of hopelessness, powerlessness, and despair. Wounded in that space, where we would know love, Black people collectively experienced intense pain and anguish about our future. The absence of public spaces where that pain could be articulated, expressed, and shared meant that it was held in, festering, suppressing the possibility that this collective grief would be reconciled in community, even as ways to move beyond it and continue resistant struggle would be envisioned. Feeling as though the world had really come to an end, in the sense that a hope had died, that racial justice would become the norm, a life-threatening despair took hold in Black life. We will never know to what extent Black masculinist focus on hardness and toughness served as a barrier preventing sustained public acknowledgement of the enormous grief and pain in Black life. In World as Lover, World as Self, Joanna Macy emphasizes in her chapter on despair work that the refusal to feel takes a heavy toll. Not only is there an impoverishment of our emotional and sensory life, but this psychic numbing also impedes our capacity to process and respond to information. The energy expended in pushing down despair is diverted from more creative uses, depleting the resilience and imagination needed for fresh visions and strategies. If Black folks are to move forward in our struggle for liberation, we must confront the legacy of unreconciled grief, for it has been the breeding ground for profound nihilistic despair. We must collectively return to a radical political vision of social change rooted in a love ethic and seek once again to convert the masses of people, Black and non-Black. A culture of domination is anti-love. It requires violence to sustain itself. To choose love is to go against the prevailing values of the culture. Many people feel unable to love themselves or others because they do not know what love is. Contemporary songs like Tina Turner's What's Love Got to Do with It advocate a system of exchange around desire, mirroring the economics of capitalism. The idea that love is important is mocked. In his essay, Love and Need, Is a Love Package or Message? Thomas Merton argues that we are taught within the framework of competitive consumer capitalism to see love as a business deal. This concept of love assumes that the machinery of buying and selling of needs is what makes everything run. It regards life as a market and love as a variation of free enterprise. Though many folks recognize and critique the commercialization of love, they see no alternative. Not knowing how to love or even what love is, many people feel emotionally lost. Others search for definitions, for ways to sustain a love ethic in a culture that negates human value and valorizes materialism. The sales of books focusing on recovery, books that seek to teach folks ways to improve self-esteem, self-love, and our ability to be intimate in relationships, affirm that there is public awareness of the lack in most people's lives. M. Scott Peak's self-help book, The Road Less Traveled, is enormously popular because it addresses that lack. People offer a working definition for love that is useful for those of us who would like to make a love ethic the core of all human interaction. He defines love as the will to extend oneself for the purpose of nurturing one's own or another's spiritual growth. Commenting on prevailing cultural attitudes about love, Peck writes, everyone in our culture desires to some extent to be loving, yet many are in fact not loving. I therefore conclude that the desire to love is not itself love. Love is as love does. Love is an act of will, namely in an intention and an action. Will also implies choice. We do not have to love, we choose to love. His words echo Martin Luther King's declaration, "I have decided to love," which also emphasizes choice. King believed that love is ultimately the only answer to the problems facing this nation and the entire planet. I share that belief and the conviction that it is only in choosing love and beginning with love as an ethical foundation for politics that we are best positioned to transform society in ways that enhance the collective good. It is truly amazing that King had the courage to speak as much as he did about the transformative power of love in a culture where such talk is often seen as merely sentimental. In progressive political circles, to speak of love is to guarantee that one will be dismissed or considered naive. But outside of those circles, there are many people who openly acknowledge that they are consumed by feelings of self-hatred, who feel worthless, who want a way out. Often, they are too trapped by paralyzing despair to be able to engage effectively in any movement for social change. However, if the leaders of such movements refuse to address the anguish and pain of their lives, they will never be motivated to consider personal and political recovery. Any political movement that can effectively address the needs of the spirit in the context of liberation struggle will succeed. In the past, most folks both learned about and tended the needs of the spirit in context of the religious experience. The institutionalization and commercialization of the church has undermined the power of the religious community to transform souls, to intervene. Life-sustaining political communities can provide a similar space for the renewal of the spirit. That can happen only if we address the needs of the spirit in progressive political theory and practice. Often when Cornel West and I speak in large groups of Black folks about the impoverishment of spirit in Black life, the lovelessness, sharing that we can collectively recover ourselves in love, the response is overwhelming. Folks want to know how to begin the practice of loving. For me, that is where education for critical consciousness has to enter. When I look at my life, searching it for a blueprint that has aided me in the process of decolonization, a personal and political self-recovery, I know that it was learning the truth about systems of domination operate that help. Learning to look both inward and outward with a critical eye. Awareness is central to the process of love as practice of freedom. Whenever those of us who are members of exploited and oppressed groups dare to critically interrogate our locations, the identities and allegiances that form how we live our lives, we begin the process of decolonization. If we discover ourselves in self-hatred, low esteem, or internalized white supremacist thinking, and we face it, we can begin to heal. Acknowledging the truth of our reality, both individual and collective, is a necessary stage for a personal and political growth. This is usually the most painful stage in the process of learning to love, the one many of us seek to avoid. Again, once we choose love, we instinctively possess the inner resources to confront that pain. Moving through the pain to the other side, we find the joy, the freedom of spirit, a love ethic that brings. Choosing love, we also choose to live in a community that means that we do not have to change by ourselves. We can count on critical affirmation and dialogue with comrades walking a similar path. African-American theologian Howard Thurman believed that we best learn love as a practice of freedom in the context of community. Commenting on this aspect of his work in the essay Spirituality, Out on the Deep, Luther Smith reminds us that Thurman felt the United States was given to diverse groups of people by the universal life force as a location for the building of community. Paraphrasing Thurman, he writes, "Truth becomes true in community. The social order hungers for a center, i.e. spirit, soul, that gives it identity, power, and purpose. America, all cultural entities are in a search for a soul. Working within community, whether it be sharing a project with another person or a larger group, we are able to experience joy and struggle. That joy needs to be documented. For if we only focus on the pain, the difficulties, which are surely real in any process of transformation, we only show a partial picture. A love ethic emphasizes the importance of service to others. Within the value system of the United States, any task or job that is related to service is devalued. Service strengthens our capacity to know compassion and deepens our insight. To serve another, I cannot see them as an object. I must see their subjecthood. Sharing the teaching of Shambhala warriors, Buddhist Joanna Walsh writes that we need weapons of compassion and insight. You have to have compassion because it gives you the juice, the power, the passion to move. When you open to the pain of the world, you move, you act. But that weapon is not enough. It can burn you out, So you need the other. You need insight into the radical interdependence of all phenomena. With that wisdom, you need to know that it is not a battle between the good guys and the bad guys, but that the line between good and evil runs through the landscape of every human heart. With insight into our profound interrelatedness, you know that actions undertaken with pure intent have repercussions throughout the web of life. Beyond what you can measure or discern, Macy shares that compassion and insight can sustain us agents of wholesome change, for they are gifts for us to claim now in the healing of our world. In part, we learn to love by giving service. This is again a dimension of what Peck means when he speaks of extending ourselves to another. The civil rights movement had the power to transform society because individuals who struggle alone and in community for freedom and justice wanted these gifts to be for all, not just for the suffering and the oppressed. Visionary Black leaders such as Septima Clark, Fannie Lou Hamer, Martin Luther King Jr., and Howard Thurman warned against isolationism. They encouraged Black people to look beyond our own circumstances and assume responsibility for the planet. This call for communion with the world beyond itself, beyond the self, the tribe, the race, the nation, was a constant invitation for personal expansion and growth. When masses of Black folks started thinking solely in terms of us and them, internalizing the value system of white supremacist capital patriarchy, blind spots developed. The capacity for empathy needed for the building of community was diminished. To heal our wounded body politic, we must reaffirm our commitment to a vision of what King referred to in the essay, Facing the Challenge of the New Age, as a genuine commitment to freedom and justice for all. My heart is uplifted when I read King's essay. I am reminded where true liberation leads us. It leads us beyond resistance to transformation. King tells us that the end is reconciliation, the end is redemption, the end is creation of beloved community. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move against the domination, against oppression. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move toward freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and others. The action is testimony of love as the practice of freedom.
Thank you. I can do a short reading before we go to the next reader. Thank you so much for that. I will read a short extract from Boyer's Garments Against Women. There are perhaps not two sorts of persons, but two kinds of fortune. First is soft and regular. The second is a baffled kind, and magnetic only to the second substance, and made itself up of a different second substance, and having at its end a second and almost blank-faced reward. Having given up literature, it was easy to become fixed on the idea of a single shirt, one with two pieces, no facings, not even satin sleeves. What could be done? How can two flat pieces joined together in four places accommodate a grown woman's torso, not at all flat, and with arms often in motion? It's just the same thing over and over. Like when I used to listen to music, always struck on a track, just this time in flannel, this time in linen, so many double-darted points around the waistline, clinching it in the tonic ideal. Every morning, I wake up with a renewed commitment to learning to be what I am not. This is the day in which I will sew a straight seam, cut a piece of fabric precisely, follow the directions written by the pattern maker, stay stitch, clip notches. I will not presume to know more than the experts. I will always iron. No more jumping ahead, rebellion, daydreaming. Each morning here is that string of self-doubt, the chances of a wearable garment, slim. There are a lot of sleepless nights over seam finishes. In the heat of things, full of passionate expectation, I do things abruptly, crudely, moving down the right side together 5/8 of an inch, eager to see what is flat turn into what has shape, then regret. With a little planning, That could have been a French seam or something better, exotic or sturdy or spectacularly imitative of ready to wear. The sewing book says the single quality of one's seam is really the measure of one's character. That gets repeated a lot. That's bad news. I think of some future for the garment, inspected in a thrift store where it will someday rest. This was not an attentive sewist, the future shopper thinks, and wrinkles her nose or whatever, shrugs. It's me always praying no one will ever look inside my blue skirt. To never leave evidence of excitement. Someday, soon, finally. At the Salvation Army, I brought a grey silk polka-dotted wrap dress made a very long time ago by a woman named Louise Jones. She sewed a fashioned by Louise Jones label inside the neck of it. She gave it fine French seams. I bought that dress for $4, along with a wide gold belt to wear with it for $1. The dress smells like lotion, or rather like old lotion, and the smell of a body, which must be the odour of the extraordinary seamstress Louise Jones. It's really not better to imitate ready to wear. Louise Jones seemed to know this. People who don't sew don't know this. My daughter brings me some knitwear, but can you do that? She's pointing to a double-stitched finishing. Yeah, I said, I have a double needle, but that doesn't mean I want to use it, not now. There's also that problem of people who think things are always better if done by machine. I mean, so did I. So guilty, really thinking badly of hand-picked zippers. I could spend a year learning to do well what I have spent 20 years doing badly. And after that year, I could still be bad at what I do. One of the inventors of the sewing machine didn't patent it because of the way it would restructure labour. Another was almost killed by a mob. Always when I sew, I think of Emma Goldman with her sewing machine, or Emma Goldman during her first night in jail. At least bring me some sewing. Wikipedia says the sewing machine reduced average garment construction from 14 hours to 2. Somewhere on a sewing blog, someone wrote of making new garments from existing ones. Use every part of the garment, and each garment holds in it hours of a garment worker's life. I sew, and historical sewing becomes a feeling. Just as when I used to be a poet, when I used to write poetry, and that thing culture began tendriling out in me. But it is probably more meaningful to sew a dress than to write a poem. I make anywhere from $10 to $15 an hour at any of my 3 jobs. A garment from Target or Forever, 21, costs $10 to $30. A garment from a thrift store costs between $4 and $10. A garment at a garage sale costs $1 to $5. A garment from a department store costs $30 to $500. All of these have been made for the most part from hours of women's and children's lives. Now I give the lives, hours of my life, that I don't sell to my employers to the garments, and my costs are low. $2 fabric from Goodwill. Patterns bought for 99 cents or less. Notions found at estate sales for $1 to $3. I almost save money like this. The fabric still contains the hours of the lives, those of farmers and shepherds and chemists and factory workers and truckers and salespeople and the first purchasers, the givers away, who were probably women who sewed. Sewing is difficult. There's a reason girls were trained in it before they were trained in anything else. Years and years spent at practice, and even then, they might not have been any good. Sometimes when you look at smoothly joining at least 2 different sides pieces of flat but pliable material, so that these pieces might correctly encase an eternally irregular, aspiring and breathing 3-dimensional object that cannot cease its motion, you think that there is no way ever this could happen, yet sometimes it does. Even heroic refusals often aren't that heroic, though some are more heroic than others. The best garment made out of a scarf is the skirt made of 2 scarves, one of the sex workers wears in Noti de Cabiria. She's the angry one who's getting older, who has a hard face and hard bangs, shouting at Cabiria that Cabiria too will get old and beg someday. Cabiria only really gets pissed off and stops dancing at the mention of Georgia. This sex worker has, like many of the sex workers in the movie, garments and accessories made with the pelts of animals, or made of fibres that resemble these pelts. Cabiria herself often looks like a drowned cat in her fur or fur-like jacket. I not so long ago found a rabbit hair sweater, printed in the pattern of a snakeskin, and bought it at the same time to wear with a leopard print belt. I set in the sleeves, perfected the skirt, Made one bright blue cord A-line skirt, one brown twill narrow skirt, one blue narrow skirt, no yoke, one brown linen top with dolman sleeves, and 3 mother of pearl buttons, one brown twill top with one black yoke, one black wrap top from a vintage pattern. Learnt the key to everything was not time spent on the machine, but time spent with a needle in hand. I'm okay with subjectivity. It's silky wovens that mess me up. I put everything back in its place, thinking I ought to be sewing less and writing more. Every day I have a list called Every Day.
What I'm going to read today is a section from Judith Butler's Frames of War, and the title of the piece is Precarious Life, Grievable Life. To apprehend a life. The precarity of life imposes an obligation upon us. We have to ask about the conditions under which it becomes possible to apprehend a life or set of lives as the conditions for its persistence and flourishing. It could be, as both Hegel and Klein point out in their different ways, that the apprehension of precariousness leads to a heightening of violence, an insight into the physical vulnerability of some set of others that incites the desire to destroy them. And yet, I want to argue that if we are to make broader social and political claims about rights of protection and entitlements to persistence and flourishing, we will first have to be supported by a new bodily ontology, one that implies the rethinking of precariousness, vulnerability, endurability, interdependency, exposure, bodily persistence, desire, work, and the claims of language and social belonging. To refer to ontology in this regard is not to lay claim to a description of fundamental structures of being that are distinct from any and all social and political organization. On the contrary, none of these terms exist outside of their political organization and interpretation. The being of the body to which this ontology refers is one that is always given over to others, to norms, to social and political organizations that have developed historically in order to maximize precariousness for some and minimize precariousness for others. It's not possible first to define the ontology of the body and then to refer to the social significations the body assumes. Rather, to be a body is to be exposed to social crafting and form. And that is what makes the ontology of the body a social ontology. In other words, the body is exposed to socially and politically articulated forces as well as to claims of sociality, including language, work, and desire, that make possible the body's persisting and flourishing. The more or less existential conception of precariousness is thus linked with a more specifically political notion of precarity. And it is the differential allocation of precarity that, in my view, forms the point of departure for both a rethinking of bodily ontology and for progressive or left politics in ways that continue to exceed and traverse the categories of identity. The epistemological capacity to apprehend a life is partially dependent on that life being produced according to norms that qualify it as a life, or indeed as part of life. In this way, the normative production of ontology thus produces the epistemological problem of apprehending a life. And this is in turn gives rise to the ethical problem of what it is to acknowledge or indeed to guard against injury and violence. Of course, we are talking about different modalities of violence at each level of this analysis, but that does not mean that they are all equivalent or that no distinctions between them need to be made. The frames that work to differentiate the lives we can apprehend from those we cannot, or that produce lives across a continuum of life, not only organize visual experience, but also generate specific ontologies of the subject. Subjects are constituted through norms, which in their reiteration produce and shift the terms through which subjects are recognized. These normative conditions for the production of the subject produce an historically contingent ontology, such that our very capacity to discern and name the being of the subject is dependent on norms that facilitate that recognition. At the same time, it would be a mistake to understand the operation of norms as deterministic. Normative schemes are interrupted by one another. They emerge and fade depending on broader operations of power, and very often come up against spectral versions of what it is they claim to know. Thus, there are subjects who are not quite recognizable as subjects, and there are lives that are not quite or indeed are never recognized as lives. In what sense does life then always exceed the normative conditions of its recognizability? To claim that it does so is not to say that life has as its essence a resistance to normativity, but only that each and every construction of life requires time to do its job, and that no job it does can overcome time itself. In other words, the job is never done once and for all. This is a limit internal to normative construction itself, a function of its iterability and heterogeneity, without which it cannot exercise its crafting power, and which limits the finality of any of its effects. Perhaps then, as a consequence, it is necessary to consider how we might distinguish between apprehending and recognizing a life. Recognition is the stronger term, one that has been derived from Hegelian texts and subject to revisions and criticisms for many years. Apprehension is less precise, since it can imply marking, registering, acknowledging without full cognition. If it is a form of knowing, it is bound up with sensing and perceiving, but in ways that are not always, are not yet conceptual forms of knowledge. What we are able to apprehend is surely facilitated by norms of recognition, but it would be a mistake to say that we are utterly limited by existing norms of recognition when we apprehend a life. We can apprehend, for instance, that something is not recognized by recognition. Indeed, that apprehension can become the basis for a critique of norms of recognition. The fact is, we do not simply have recourse to single and discrete norms of recognition, but to more general conditions, historically articulated and enforced of recognizability. If we ask how recognizability is constituted, we have through the very question taken up a perspective suggesting that these fields are variably and historically constituted, no matter how a priori they function as conditions of appearance. If recognition characterizes an act or a practice or even a scene between subjects, then recognizability characterizes the more general conditions that prepare or shape a subject for recognition. The general terms, conventions, and norms act in their own way, crafting a living being into a recognizable subject, though not without errancy or indeed unanticipated results. These categories, conventions, and norms that prepare or establish a subject for recognition, that induce a subject of this kind, precede and make possible the act of recognition itself. In this sense, recognizability precedes recognition. Frames of recognition. How then is recognizability to be understood? In the first instance, it is not a quality or potential of individual humans. This may seem absurd, asserted in this way, but it is important to question the idea of personhood as individualism. If we claim that recognizability is a universal potential and that it belongs to all persons as persons, then in a way, the problem before us is already solved. We have decided that some particular notion of personhood will determine the scope and meaning of recognizability. Thus, we install a normative ideal as a pre-existing condition of our analysis. We have, in effect, already recognized everything we need to know about recognition. There is no challenge that recognition poses to the form of the human that has traditionally served as the norm of recognizability, since personhood is that very norm. The point, however, will be to ask how such norms operate to produce certain subjects as recognizable persons, and to make others decidedly more difficult to recognize. The problem is not merely how to include more people within existing norms, but to consider how existing norms allocate recognition differentially. What new norms are possible and how are they wrought? What might be done to produce a more egalitarian set of conditions for recognizability? What might be done, in other words, to shift the very terms of recognizability in order to produce more radically democratic results? If recognition is an act or practice undertaken by at least two subjects, and which, as the Hegelian frame would suggest, constitutes a reciprocal action, then recognizability describes those general conditions on the basis of which recognition can and does take place. It seems then that there are still two further terms to understand. Apprehension, understood as a mode of knowing that is not yet recognition, or may remain irreducible to recognition, and intelligibility, understood as the general historical schema or schemas that establish domains of the knowable. This would constitute a dynamic field understood, at least initially, as an historical a priori. Not all acts of knowing are acts of recognition, although the inverse claim would not hold. A life has to be intelligible as a life, has to conform to certain conceptions of what life is in order to become recognizable. So just as norms of recognizability prepare the way for recognition, so schemas of intelligibility condition and produce norms of recognizability. I need to pour myself a glass of wine. Those norms draw upon shifting schemes of intelligibility so that we can and do have, for example, histories of life and histories of death. Indeed, we have ongoing debates about whether the fetus should count as life or a life or human life. We have further debates about conception and what constitutes the first moments of a living organism. We have debates also about what constitutes death, whether it is the death of the brain or of the heart, whether it is the effect of a legal declaration or a set of medical and legal certificates. All of these debates involve contested notions of personhood and implicitly questions regarding the human animal and how that conjunctive and chiasmic existence is to be understood. The fact that these debates exist and continue to exist does not imply that life and death are direct consequences of discourse, an absurd conclusion if taken literally. Rather, it implies that there is no life and no death without a relation to some frame. Even when life and death take place between, outside, or across the frames by which they are for the most part organized, they still take place, though in ways that call into question the necessity of the mechanisms through which ontological fields are constituted. If a life is produced according to the norms by which life is recognized, this implies neither that everything about a life is produced according to such norms, nor that we must reject the idea that there is a remainder of life, suspended and spectral, that lives and haunts every normative instance of life. Production is partial and is indeed perpetually haunted by its ontologically uncertain double. Indeed, every normative instance is shadowed by its own failure, and very often that failure assumes a figural form. The figure lays claim to no certain ontological status, and though it can be apprehended as living, it's not always recognized as a life. In fact, a living figure outside the norms of life not only becomes the problem to be managed by normativity, but seems to be that which normativity is bound to reproduce. It is living, but not alive. It falls outside the frame furnished by the norm, but only as a relentless double whose ontology cannot be secured, but whose living status is open to apprehension. As we know, to be framed is a complex phrase in English. A picture is framed, but so too is a criminal by the police, or an innocent person by someone nefarious, often the police, so that to be framed is to be set up or to have evidence planted against one that ultimately proves one's guilt. When a picture is framed, any number of ways of commenting on or extending the picture may be at stake, but the frame tends to function, even in a minimalist form, as an editorial embellishment of the image, if not a self-commentary on the history of the frame itself. The sense that the frame implicitly guides the interpretation has some resonance with the idea of the frame as a false accusation. If one is framed, then a frame is constructed around one's deed, such that one's guilty status becomes the weaver's inevitable conclusion. Some way of organizing and presenting a deed leads to an interpretive conclusion about the deed itself. But as we know from Trin Minha, it is possible to frame the frame, or indeed the framer, which involves exposing the ruse that produces the effect of individual guilt. To frame the frame seems to involve a certain highly reflexive overlay of the visual field, but in my view, this does not have to result in rarefied forms of reflexivity. On the contrary, to call the frame into question is to show that the frame never quite contained the scene it was meant to limn, that something was already outside, which made the very sense of the inside possible, recognizable. The frame never quite determined precisely what it is we see, think, recognize, and apprehend. Something exceeds the frame that troubles our sense of reality. In other words, something occurs that does not conform to our established understanding of things. Sip of wine. A certain leakage or contamination makes this process more fallible than it might at first appear. Benjamin's argument about the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction can be adapted for the present moment. The technical conditions of reproduction and reproducibility themselves produce a critical shifting, if not a full deterioration of context, in relation to the frames deployed by dominant media sources during times of war. This means in the first instance that even if one could, in considering global media coverage, delimit a single context for the creation of war photography, its circulation would necessarily depart from such a context. Although the image surely lands in new contexts, it also creates new contexts by virtue of that landing, becoming a part of the very process through which new contexts are delimited and formed. In other words, the circulation of war photos, as with the dissemination of prison poetry, breaks with as in the case of Guantanamo poets, breaks with context all the time. In effect, the poetry leaves the prison, if it does, even when the prisoner cannot. The photos circulate on the internet even when they were not intended for that purpose. The photos and poetry that fail to circulate, either because they are destroyed or because they are never permitted to leave the prison cell, are incendiary as much for what they depict as for the limitations imposed on their circulation, and very often for the way those limitations register in the images and writing themselves. This very circulability is part of what is destroyed, and if that fact then leaks out, the report on the destructive act circulates in the place of what is destroyed. What gets out of hand is precisely what breaks from the context that frames the event, the image, the text of war. But if contexts are framed, there is no context without an implicit delimitation of context. And if a frame invariably breaks from itself as it moves through space and time, if it must break from itself in order to move across space and time, then the circulating frame has to break with the context in which it is formed if it is to land or arrive somewhere else. What would it mean to understand this breaking out and breaking from as part of the media phenomena at issue as the very function of the frame? The frame that seeks to contain, The frame that seeks to contain, convey, and determine what is seen, and sometimes for a stretch succeeds in doing precisely that, depends upon the conditions of reproducibility in order to succeed. And yet this very reproducibility entails a constant breaking from context, a constant delimitation of new context, which means that the frame does not quite contain what it conveys, but breaks apart every time it seeks to give definitive organization to its content. In other words, the frame does not hold anything together in one place, but itself becomes a kind of perpetual breakage, subject to a temporal logic by which it moves from place to place. As the frame constantly breaks from its context, this self-breaking becomes part of the very definition. This leads us to a different way of understanding both the frame's efficacy and its vulnerability to reversal, to subversion, even to critical instrumentalization. What is taken for granted in one instance becomes thematized critically or even incredulously in another. This shifting temporal dimension of the frame constitutes the possibility and trajectory of its effect as well. Therefore, the digital image circulates outside the confines of Abu Ghraib, or the poetry in Guantanamo is recovered by constitutional lawyers who arrange for its publication throughout the world. The conditions are set for astonishment, outrage, revulsion, admiration, and discovery, depending on how the content is framed by shifting time and place. The movement of the image or the text outside of confinement is a kind of breaking out, so that even though neither the image nor the poetry can free anyone from prison or stop a bomb or indeed reverse the course of the war, they nevertheless do provide the conditions for breaking out of the quotidian acceptance of war and for a more generalized horror and outrage that will support and impel calls for justice and end to violence. Earlier, we noted that one sense of to be framed means to be subject to a con, to a tactic by which evidence is orchestrated so to make a false accusation appear true. Some power manipulates the forms of appearance and one cannot break out of the frame. One is framed, which means one is accused, but also judged in advance without valid evidence and without any obvious means of redress. But if the frame is understood as a certain breaking out or breaking from, then it would seem to be more analogous to a prison break. This suggests a certain release, a loosening of the mechanism of control, and with it, a new trajectory of effect. The frame in this sense permits, even requires this breaking out. This happened when the photos of Guantanamo prisoners kneeling and shackled were released to the public and outrage ensued. It happened again when the digital images from Abu Ghraib were circulated globally across the internet, facilitating a widespread visceral turn against the war. What happens at such moments? And are they merely transient moments, or are they in fact occasions when the frame is a forcible and plausible con is exposed, resulting in a critical and exuberant release from the force of illegitimate authority? How do we relate this discussion of frames to the problem of apprehending life in its precariousness? It may seem at first that this is a call for the production of new frames and consequently for new kinds of content. Do we apprehend the precariousness of life through the frames available to us, and is our task to try to install new frames that would enhance the possibility of that recognition? The production of new frames as part of the general project of alternative media is clearly important, but we would miss a critical dimension of this project if we restricted ourselves to this view. What happens when a frame breaks with itself is that a taken for granted reality is called into question, exposing the orchestrating designs of the authority who sought to control the frame. This suggests that it is not only a question of finding new content, but also of working with received renditions of reality to show how they can and do break with themselves. As a consequence, the frames that in effect decide which lives will be recognizable as lives and which will not must circulate in order to establish their hegemony. This circulation brings out, or rather is, the iterable structure of the frame. As frames break from themselves in order to install themselves, other possibilities for apprehension emerge. When those frames that govern the relative and differential recognizability of lives come apart as part of the very mechanism of their circulation, it becomes possible to apprehend something about what or who is living, but has not been generally recognized as a life. What is the specter that gnaws at the norms of recognition? An intensified figure vacillating in its inside and outside. As inside, it must be expelled to purify the norm. As outside, it threatens to undo the boundaries that limit the self. In either case, it figures the collapsibility of the norm. In other words, it is a sign that the norm functions precisely by way of managing the prospect of its undoing, an undoing that inheres in its doings. There's another section to this article, but I think I have 3 minutes left, and I prefer to end it here. I'll repeat, this was from Judith Butler's Frames of War, and the section is called Precarious Life, Grievable Life, which continues to talk about other ways of thinking through precariousness and grievability through the media and through the different normative framings. Thank you for inviting me, Joanna.
Lecture 1, The Body, Capitalism, and the Reproduction of Labor Power. There is no doubt that the body is today at the center of political, disciplinary, and scientific discourse, with the attempt in every field to redefine its main qualities and possibilities. It is the Sphinx to be interrogated and acted upon on a path towards social and individual change. Nevertheless, it is nearly impossible to articulate a coherent view of the body on the basis of the theories most accredited in the intellectual and political arena. On the one hand, we have the most extreme forms of biological determinism, with the assumption of the DNA as the deus abscondius, hidden God, presumably determining behind our backs our physiological and psychological life. On the other hand, we have feminist trans theories encouraging us to discard all biological factors in favor of performative or textual representations of the body and to embrace as constitutive of our being. Our growing assimilation with the world of machines. A common trend, however, is the absence of the standpoint from which to identify the social forces that are affecting our bodies. With an almost religious obsession, biologists circumscribe the area of the significant activity to microscopic world of molecules, whose constitution is as mysterious as that of the original sin. As far as biologists are concerned, we came into this world already tainted by, predisposed to, predestined to, or spared from disease, for all is in DNA, an unknown God has allotted us. As for the discursive performative theories of the body, they too are silent concerning the social ground from which ideas about the body and body practices are generated. There's perhaps the fear that searching for a unitary cause may blind us to the diverse ways in which our bodies articulate our identities and relations to power. There is also a tendency, recuperated from Foucault, to investigate the effects of the powers acting on our bodies rather than their sources. Yet, without a reconstruction of the field of forces in which they move, our bodies must remain unintelligible or elicit mystifying weaves of their operations. How, for instance, can we envision going beyond the binary without an understanding of its economical, political, and social utility within particular systems of exploitation? And on the other hand, an understanding of the struggles by which gender identities are continuously transformed. How to speak of our performance of gender, race, and age without a recognition of compulsion generated by specific forms of exploitation and punishment? We must identify the world of antagonistic policies and power relations by which our bodies are constituted and rethink the struggles that we have taken place in opposition to the norm if we are to devise strategies for change. This is the work I have undertaken in Caliban and the Rich, where I have examined how the transition to capitalism changed the concept and treatment of the body, arguing that one of the capitalism's main projects has been the transformation of our bodies into work machines. This means that the need to maximize the exploitation of living labor, also through the creation of differentiated forms of work and coercion, has been the factor that more than any other has shaped our bodies in capitalist society. This approach has consciously contrasted with Foucault's, which roots the disciplinary regimes to which the body has subjected at the beginning of the modern era in the workings of metaphysical power, not better identified in its purposes and objectives. In contrast to Foucault, I have also argued that we do not have one, but multiple histories of the body. That is, multiple histories of how the mechanization of the body was articulated for the racial, sexual, and generational hierarchies that capitalism has constructed from its inception, rule out the possibility of universal standpoint. Thus, the history of the body must be told by weaving together the histories of those who were enslaved, colonized, or turned into wage workers or unpaid housewives, and the histories of the children, keeping in mind that the classifications are not mutually exclusive, that our subjection to quote-unquote interlocking systems of domination always produces a new reality. I would add that we also need a history of capitalism written from the viewpoint of the animal world, and of course, the lands, the seas, and the forests. We need to look at the body from all these viewpoints to grasp the depth of the war that capitalism has waged against human beings and nature, and to devise strategies capable of ending such destruction. To speak of war is not to assume an original wholeness or propose an idealized view of nature. It is to highlight the state of emergency in which we currently live, and to question, in an age that promotes remaking our bodies as a path to social empowerment and self-determination, the benefits that we may derive from the policies, technologies that are not controlled from below. Indeed, before we celebrate our becoming cyborgs, we should reflect on the social consequences of mechanization process that we have already undergone. It is naive, in fact, to imagine that our symbiosis with machines necessarily result in an extension of our powers and ignore the constraints that technologies place on our lives and their increasing use as means of social control, as well as ecological cost of their production. Capitalism has treated our bodies as work machines because it is the social system that most systematically has made of human labor the essence of accumulation of wealth and the most needed to maximize its exploitation. It has accomplished this in different ways, with the imposition of more intense and uniform forms of labor, as well as multiple disciplinary regimes and institutions, and with terror and rituals of degradation. Exemplary were those that in 17th century were imposed on the inmates of Dutch workhouses, who were forced to pulverize blocks of wood with the most backward and backbreaking method, for no useful purpose, but to be taught to obey external orders and to experience in every fiber of their bodies their impotence and subjection. Another example of debasement rituals employed to break people's will to resistance were those imposed since the turn of the 20th century by doctors in South Africa on Africans destined to work in the gold mines. Under the guise of heat tolerance tests or selection procedures, African workers were ordered to strip naked, line up and shovel rocks, and then submit to a radiographic examination or to measurements by tape and weighing scales, all under the gaze of medical examiners, who often remained invisible to those thus tested. The goal of the exercise was supposedly to demonstrate to future workers the sovereign power of the mining industry and initiate Africans to a life in which they would be deprived of any human dignity. In the same time period, in Europe and the US, Taylorism's time and motion studies, later incorporated into the construction of assembly line, turned the mechanization of the workers' bodies into a scientific project through the fragmentization and atomization of the tasks. The elimination of any decisional element from the work process, and above all, the stripping of the work itself from any knowledge and motivational factor. Automatism, however, has also been the product of a work life of infinite repetition, a life of no exit, like the 9 to 5 in a factory or office, where even the holiday breaks become mechanized and routine due to their time constraints and predictability. Foucault was right, however. The repressive hypothesis is not sufficient to explain the history of the body in the capitalism. As important as what was repressed have been the capacities that were developed. In the principle of economics, the British economist Alfred Marshall celebrated the capacities that capitalist discipline has produced in the industrial workforce, declaring that few populations in the world were capable of what European workers at the time could do. He praised industrial workers' general ability to keep working continuously for hours on the same task, to remember everything, to remember while doing a task what the next one should be, to work with instruments without breaking them, without wasting time, to be careful in handling expensive machinery and steady even doing the most monotonous tasks. These, he argued, were unique skills that few people worldwide possessed, demonstrating in his view that even work that appears unskilled is actually highly skilled. Marshall would not say how such wonderful machine-like workers were created. He did not say that people had to be separated from the land and terrorized with exemplary tortures and executions. Vagabonds had their ear cuts. Prostitutes were subjected to waterboarding, the same type of torture to which the CIA and US Special Forces subject to those they accuse of terrorism. Tied to a chair, woman suspected of improper behavior were plunged into ponds and rivers to the point near suffocation. Slaves were whipped until the flesh was torn from their bodies and unpaid in plantations, factories, and homes. They have been expropriated from their bodies and turned into sexual objects and breeding machines. Capitalist accumulation, as Marx recognized, is the accumulation of workers. This was the motivation driving the slave trade. The development of plantation system, and I have argued the witch hunts that took place in Europe and the New World through the persecution of witches, women wishing to control their reproductive capacity were denounced as enemies of children and in different ways, subjected to a demonization that has continued into the present. In the 19th century, for example, advocates for free love, like Victoria Woodhull, were branded in American press as satanic, pictured with devil wings and all. Today, as well, in several US states, women who go to a clinic to abort have to make their ways through a masses of right-to-lifers, screaming baby killers and chasing them, thanks to a ruling by the Supreme Court as far as the clinic's door. In no place has the attempt to reduce women's bodies to machines been more systematic, brutal, and normalized than in slavery. While exposed to constant sexual assaults and the searing pain of seeing their children sold as slaves, after England banned the slave trade in 1807, enslaved women in the US were forced to procreate to fuel a breeding industry with its center in Virginia. Quote, as the power looms of Lancaster sucked up all the cotton that the South could grow, unquote. Ned and Constance Sublette have written, women's wombs were not merely the source of local enrichment, but were also suppliers in a global system of agricultural input, enslaved industrial input, and financial expansion. Thomas Jefferson approved going to great lengths to have the US Congress limit the importation of slaves from Africa in order to protect the prices of the slaves that women on the Virginian plantations would procreate. I consider, he wrote, a woman who brings a child every 2 years more profitable than the best man on the farm. What she produces in addition to the capital while his labors disappear in mere consumption. Although in the history of US, no group of women outside of slavery has been directly compelled to have children. With the criminalization of abortion, involuntary procreation, and the state control of female body have been institutionalized. The advent of the birth control pill has not decisively altered this situation. Even in countries where abortion has been legalized, restrictions have been introduced that make access difficult for many women. This is because procreation has an economic value that in no way is diminished on account of capital increased technological power. It is a mistake, in fact, to assume that the interest of capitalist class and the control over women's reproductive capacity may be diminishing on account of its ability to replace workers with machines. Despite its tendency to make workers redundant and create surplus populations, capital accumulation still requires human labor. Only labor creates value. Machines do not. The very growth of technological production, as Dana has recently argued, is made possible by the existence of social inequalities and intense exploitation of workers in the third world. What is vanishing today is the compensation for work that is in the past was waged, not the work itself. Capitalism needs workers. It also needs consumers and soldiers. Thus, the actual size of population is still a matter of great political importance. This is why, as Jenny Brown has shown in their birth strike, restrictions are placed on abortion. So important is for the capitalist class to control women's bodies that, as we have seen, even in the US, where in the 70s abortion was legalized, attempts to reverse this decision continue to this day. In other countries, Italy, for instance, the loophole is conceding to doctors the possibility of becoming conscientious objectors, with the result that many women cannot abort in localities where they live. However, control over women's bodies have never been a purely quantitative matter. Always, state and capital have tried to determine who is allowed to reproduce and who is not. This is why we simultaneously have restrictions on the right to abort and the criminalization of pregnancy. In the case of women who are expected to generate troublemakers, quotation marks, it is no accident, for instance, if from the 70s to 90s, as new generations of Africans, Indians, and other decolonized subjects were coming to political age and demanding restitution of the wealth of Europeans had dropped from their countries, a massive campaign to contain what was defined as population expulsion was mounted throughout the former colonial world, with the promotion of sterilization and contraceptions like Depo, Provera, Norplant, IUDs that once implanted, women could not control. Through the sterilization of women in the former colonial world, international capital has attempted to contain a worldwide struggle from reparations, in the same way that in the US, successive governments have tried to block Black people's liberation struggle through a mass incarceration of millions of young Black men and women. Like every other form of reproduction, procreation too has a clear class character and is racialized. Relatively, few women worldwide can today decide whether to have children and the conditions in which to have them. As Dorothy Roberts has so powerfully shown in Killing the Black Body, while white, affluent women desire to procreate is now elevated to the rank of unconditional right to be guaranteed at all costs. Black women, for whom it is more difficult to have some economic security, are ostracized and penalized if they have a child. Yet the discrimination that so many Black, migrant, proletarian women encounter on the way to maternity should not be read as a sign that capitalism is no longer interested in demographic growth. As I previously argued, capitalism cannot dispense with workers. The workerless factory is an ideological sham intended to scare workers into subjection. Were labor to be eliminated from the production process, capitalism would probably collapse. Population expansion is by itself a stimulus to growth. Thus, no sector of capital can be indifferent to whether women decide to procreate. This point is forcibly made by already quoted birth strike, where Jenny Brown thoroughly analyzes the relation of procreation to every aspect of economic and social life, convincingly demonstrating that politicians today are concerned about the worldwide decline of birth rate, which she reads as a silent strike. Brown suggests that women should consciously take advantage of this concern to bargain better conditions of living and work. In other words, she suggests that we use our capacity to reproduce as a tool of political power. This is a tempting proposition. It is tempting to imagine women openly going on a birth strike, declaring, for instance, we won't bring any more children into this world until the conditions that await them are drastically changed. I say openly because, as Brown documents, broad-based through silent refusal of procreation is already taking place. The worldwide decline of birth rate that has peaked in countries like Italy and Germany since post-World War II period has been the sign of such reproduction strike. The birth rate has been declining for some time in US as well. Women today have fewer children because it means less housework, less dependence on men or a job, because they refuse to see their lives consumed by maternal duties, or have no desire to reproduce themselves, and especially in the US because they have no access to contraceptive and abortion. It is hard, however, to see how an open strike could be organized. Many of the children born are not planned or wanted. Moreover, in many countries, having a child is for women an insurance policy toward the future. In countries where there is no social security or pension system, having a child may be the only possibility of survival and the only way that a woman can have access to land or can gain social recognition. Children can also be a source of joy, often the only wealth a woman has. Our task then is not to tell women that they should not have children, but to make sure that women can decide whether to have them and to ensure that mothering is not costing our lives. The social power that mothering potentially gives women is plausibly the reason why, under the guise of fighting infertility and giving women more options, doctors are striving to reproduce life outside uterus. This is no easy task. Despite much talk of the test tube babies, ectogenesis remains a medical utopia. But in vitro fertilization, genetic screening, and other reproductive technologies are paving the way to create the creation of artificial bombs. Some feminists may approve. In 70s, feminists like Shulamith Firestone hailed the day when women would be liberated from procreation, which she considered the cause of a history of oppression. But this is a dangerous stand. If capitalism is an unjust, exploitative system, it is worrisome to think that in the future, capitalist planners might be able to produce the kind of human beings that they need. We should not underestimate this danger. Even without gene editing, we are already mutants, capable, for instance, of carrying out our daily lives while aware that catastrophic events are occurring all around us, including the destruction of our ecological environment and the slow death of many people now living on our streets, whom we daily pass by without much of a thought or an emotion. What threatens us are not only the machines are taken over, but also that we are becoming like machines. Thus, we do not need any more robot-like individuals reproduced by a new breeding industry, this time located in medical labs. As the generations of feminists to which I belong has struggled to establish maternity is not a destiny, but it is also not something to be programmatically avoided, as if it were the cause of women's misery and exploitation. No more than possessing a uterus or a breast is the capacity to give birth curse one from a medical profession that has sterilized us, lobotomized us, ridiculed us when we cried in pain giving birth, must liberate us. Nor is maternity gender performing act. Rather, it should be understood as a political, value-positing decision. In a self-governing, autonomous society, such decisions would be taken into in consideration of our collective well-being, the available resources and preservation of the natural wealth. Today, as well, such considerations cannot be ignored. But the decision to have a child must also be seen as a refusal to allow capital planners to decide who is allowed to live and who instead must die and or cannot even be born. Notes. I place the body in quotation marks to indicate the fictional character of the concept as an abstraction from the different unique social histories and realities. It's worth mentioning here the critique of Foucault's analysis of the political economy of the body made by Dario Molosi, The Prison and the Factory. He writes, this bourgeois construction of the body in the school, the barracks, the prison, and the family remains completely incomprehensible unless we start from the capitalist management of labor process. And at this moment in the history of capitalism, this had to set itself the task of structuring the body as a machine inside the reproductive machine as a whole. That is, we must understand that the organization of the work does not treat the body as something extraneous, and it steps through the body into the muscles and into the head, reorganizing simultaneously with the productive process, that fundamental part of itself constituted by the labor power of the body. In sum, in this age, the machine constitutes a compound invention in which there resides a dead, inorganic, fixed element and a live, organic, viable one. I take the concept of interlocking systems of domination, central to intersectional theory, from bell hooks. My reference to Donna Haraway's Cyborg Manifesto, which I find theoretically and politically very problematic. Note 5th. On the carceral and the surveillance of the technology, I quoted Benjamin, captivating technologies. The reference to 1944 play by Jean-Paul Sartre, in which hell this is described as the self-imprisonment to which we are condemned when we cannot free ourselves from the constraints placed on our lives by our past actions. 10. By the repressive hypothesis, Foucault refers to the tendency among historians to describe the effects of capitalism on social life and discipline only in terms of repression. He has argued instead that major development in the capitalist treatment of sexuality has been a veritable discursive explosion. About sex, indeed, the transformation of sex into discord by means of which legal sanctions against minor perversions were multiplied. This is from The History of Sexuality, Volume 1. While I consider Foucault's emphasis on the discursive turn by means of which sex was transformed into an immaterial good, brilliant but reproductive, I agree with his instance on the productive character of social discipline and even social repression. Psychic dynamism seems to be governed by a law similar to that of conservation of energy, whereby prohibition of particular forms of behavior does not produce a vacuum, but substitutive compensatory responses, of which the translation repressed desires into the discourse is one.
The spectre is haunting the Western world, the spectre of religion. All over the country, we hear that after an extended absence, it's now returned and is among the people of the modern world. And that one would do well to reckon seriously with its renewed presence. Unlike the spectre of communism, which, when its manifesto appeared in 1848, was not a returnee, but a novelty amongst imminent threats, the present case does full justice to its revenant nature. Whether it comforts or threatens, whether it greets us as a benevolent spirit, or is feared as an irrational shadow of mankind, its appearance, indeed the mere announcement thereof, commands respect as far as the eye could see. If one passes over the summer offensive of the godless in 2007, to which we owe two of the most superficial screeds in recent intellectual history, those of Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins, the forces of old Europe have combined for a pompous welcome celebration with a gathering of unequal guests, the Pope and the Islamic scholars, the American presidents and the new rulers of the Kremlin, all the Metternichs and Guizos of our time, the French curators and the German sociologists. This attempt to restore to religion its attested rights involves the enforcement of a protocol which demands that the newly converted and fascinated that they confess to their previous errors of judgment. As in the days of the first Merovingian who pledged allegiance to the cross because of a victorious battle, today's children of the banalized Enlightenment are likewise meant to burn what they worshipped and worship what they burned. In this change of direction, long dormant liturgical institutions come to the fore. They demand that the novices of post-secular society publicly disassociate themselves from the criticism of religion in the theorems of the Enlightenment centuries. During these centuries, human self-determination seemed attainable only at the price of reclaiming the powers wasted on the world above, using them instead to improve earthly conditions as far as possible. Large quantities of energy had to be deducted from God in order to get in shape at last for the world of humans. In this transference of strength lay the elan of the age that had devoted itself to the great singular progress. The humanist aggression even went so far as to elevate hope to a central principle. The supplies of the desperate were to become the premium mobile of better times. Those who chose to advocate this first cause made the earth an immigration country in order to realize themselves there and nowhere else. From now on, the goal was to burn all bridges to the spheres and high and invest the energy thus released in profane existence. If God existed, he would have to become the loneliest figure in the universe. He would have become the loneliest figure in the universe at that point. The migration from the beyond took on aspects of a mass exodus. By comparison, the current demographically thinned out condition of Eastern Europe seems like overpopulation. That the majority, unimpressed by ideologies of imminence, still indulged in secret excursions across the border in the time of the triumphant Enlightenment is another matter. In the meantime, quite different drives have gained the upper hand. The situation is governed by complicated perceptions of human chances. Once it gained an awareness of itself, the Enlightenment revealed its own paradoxes and progressed to regions where life, to quote a well-known storyteller, becomes complex and sad. Only tired leftovers of the former unconditional forward impetus have remained in use. Things need only advance a little further, and the last of the enlightened hopeful will withdraw to the countryside like the Amish of postmodernism. Other eternal progressives follow the calls of non-governmental organizations that have devoted themselves to saving the world. For the rest, the signs of the times point to revision and regress. More than a few disappointed parties seek to cling to the producers and distributors of their progressive illusions, as if there was some consumer protection for ideas to which they could appeal. The legal archetypes of our age, the compensation lawsuit, extends to broad areas of life. Have its American varieties not taught us that one has to demand exorbitant sums at the outset in order to receive a vaguely satisfactory compensation at the end of the lawyer's war? The descendants of those expelled from heaven openly seek handsome reparations. In fact, they dare to dream of epochal compensations. If they had their way, the entire expropriation of the world above would be reversed. Some newly religious entrepreneurs would like nothing more than to put the disused sites of metaphysical production into operation overnight, as if we'd simply been through a recession. European Enlightenment, a crisis of form, an experiment on a slippery slope at any rate, and from a global perspective, an anomaly. Sociologists of religion put it quite bluntly: people keep believing everywhere else, but in our society, we've glorified disillusionment. Indeed, why should Europeans be the only ones on a metaphysical diet when the rest of the world continues to dine unperturbed at the richly decked tables of illusion? Let us recall, Marx and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto with the intention of replacing the myth of a spectre named communism with their own aggressive statement of true communism. When the mere fear of ghosts had predominated, there would now be a justified fear of a real enemy of existing conditions. The present book, likewise, devotes itself to the critique of a myth, replacing it with a positive thesis. Indeed, the return of religion after the failure of a positive thesis, after a failure of the Enlightenment, must be confronted with a clearer view of the spiritual facts. I will show that a return to religion is as impossible as a return of religion, for the simple reason that no religion or religions exist, only misunderstood spiritual regimes, whether these are practiced in collectives, usually church, or in customized forms through interaction with the personal God with whom citizens of modernity are privately insured. Thus, the tiresome distinction between true religion and superstition loses its meaning. There are only regimens that are more or less capable and worthy of propagation. The false dichotomy of believers and unbelievers becomes obsolete and is replaced by the distinction between the practicing and the untrained, or those who train differently. Something is indeed returning today, but the conventional wisdom that this is religion making its reappearance is insufficient to satisfy critical inquiries. Nor is it the return of a factor that has vanished, but rather a shift of emphasis in the continuum that was never interrupted. The genuinely recurring element that would merit our full intellectual attention is more anthropological than religious in its implications. That is, in a nutshell, the recognition of the immunitary constitution of human beings. After centuries of experiments with new forms of life, the realization has dawned that humans, whatever ethnic, economic, and political situation might govern their lives, exist not only in material conditions, but also in symbolic immune systems and ritual shells. It is their fabric that we shall discuss in the following. why their looms are referred to with the coolly rational term anthropotechnics should become self-evident in the course of their description. I'd like to take the first step in justifying our interest in these matters by recalling Wittgenstein's well-known demand to put an end to the chatter about ethics. It has meanwhile become possible to reformulate that part of the ethical discourse, which is not chatter in anthropotechnics terms. Since the 1840s, the work on this translation has, albeit under different names, formed the confused center of modern cultural studies. The ethical program of the present came into view for a moment when Marx and the young Hegelians articulated the theory that man himself produces man. The true meaning of this statement was immediately obscured, however, by another chatter that presented work as the only essential human act. But if man genuinely produces man, it's precisely not through work and its concrete results, not even the work on oneself, so widely praised in recent times, let alone through the alternatively invoked phenomena of interaction or communication. It is through life in forms of practice. Practice is defined here as any operation that provides or improves the actor's qualification for the next performance of the same operation, whether it's declared as practice or not. Anyone who speaks of human self-production without addressing the formation of human beings in the practicing life has missed the point from the outset. Consequently, we must suspend virtually everything that's been said about humans as working beings in order to translate it into the language of practicing or self-forming and self-enhancing behavior. It's not only the weary Homo faber who objectifies the world in the doing mode, who must vacate his place in the logical stage. The time has also come for the Homo religious, who turn to the world above in surreal rites to bid a deserved farewell. Together, workers and believers come into a new category. It's time to reveal humans as the beings who result from repetition. Just as the 19th century stood cognitively under the sign of production and the 20th under that of reflexivity, the future should present itself under the sign of the exercise. The stakes of in this game are not low. Our enterprise is no less than the introduction of an alternative language, and with the language, an altered perspective, for a group of phenomena that tradition tends to refer to with such words as spirituality, piety, morality, ethics, and asceticism. If the maneuver succeeds, the conventional concept of religion, that ill-fated bugbear from the prop studios of modern Europe, will emerge from these investigations as the great loser. Certainly, intellectual history has always resembled a refuge for malformed concepts. After the following journey through various stations, one will not only see through the concept of religion in its failed design, a concept whose crookedness is second only to the hyper bugbear that's culture. Then one will also understand why, in the light of the altered expositions, it would be equally futile to take the side of the negative bigotry that has presented itself in our climes for almost 2 centuries as a simplistic atheism, a Gessler's hat that elegant intellectuals were happy to salute every time they passed it, and not without taking the opportunity to claim for themselves the distinction intellectually honest or sometimes critical or autonomous. Now it's a matter of turning the whole stage by 90 degrees until the religious, spiritual, and ethical material becomes visible from a revealing new angle. Let me repeat, the stakes are high. We must confront one of the most massive pseudo-evidences in recent intellectual history. The belief, rampant in Europe since only 2 or 3 centuries ago, in the existence of religions, and more than that, against the universified faith in the existence of faith. Faith in the existence of religion is that element that unites believers and non-believers in the present as much as in the past. It displays a single-mindedness that would make any prefect of the congregation of the doctrine of the faith in Rome green with envy. No one who has overcome religion ever doubted its existence, even if they opposed every single one of its dogmas. No denial ever confronted the denier with the question of whether its name was justified and whether it had any lasting value in such a form. It's only because society had grown accustomed to a comparatively recent fiction, it didn't come into use until the 17th century, that one can speak today of a return of religion. It is the unbroken faith in religion as a constant and universal factor, which can vanish and return, that forms the foundation of the current legend. While psychoanalysis relied on the return of repressed feelings as its central theorem, an analysis of ideas and behavior, such as the present one, is based on the return of what is not understood. Rotation phenomena of this kind are inevitable as long as the element that was there disappears and resurfaces without being adequately understood in its particularity. The aim of getting to the heart of the matter oneself can only be made fruitful if one neither affirms nor rejects the object of examination and begins instead with a more fundamental explication. This is a project that was set in motion by a vanguard of researchers in the 19th century and early 20th centuries, albeit using methods whose inadequacy has long been apparent. I'm thinking of such authors as Feuerbach, Comte, Durkheim, and Weber. In their investigations, at least, so-called religions gradually gained clearer profiles as symbolically structured behavioral systems, though none of them sufficiently formulated the practice nature of religious behavior and its foundation in autoplastic procedures. It was only the latter Nietzsche, in his dietological reflections of the 1880s, recall the corresponding pages in his self-crucifixion text Ecce Homo, who offers points of departure for a doctrine of life, practice, or a general ascetology. Though they have been misunderstood by inattentive readers as a withdrawal of philosophy to the apothecary level, whoever studies them sufficiently closely can discover in them the seminal ideas for a comprehensive theory of practicing existence. The translation suggested here of the religious, spiritual, and ethical facts into language and perspective of the general theory of practicing defines itself as an Enlightenment conservative enterprise, a conservatory one, in fact, in the matter itself. It rests on a twofold interest in preservation. First, it declares its allegiance to the continuum of cumulative knowledge that we call enlightenment, and which, despite all rumors of having entered into a new post-secular state, we in the present continue as a context of learning, meanwhile spanning 4 centuries. And secondly, it takes up the threads, some of the millennia old, that tie us to early manifestations of human knowledge about practice and animation, assuming that we are prepared to follow on from them in an explicit fashion. With this, we have introduced the key term for everything that will be read in the following. The word explicit, applied to the objects in question, contains the present book in nuce. The aforementioned rotation of the intellectual historical stage means nothing other than a logical maneuver to render explicit circumstances that in the masses of tradition are present in implicit, that is, inward folded and compressed forms. If enlightenment, in a technical sense, is the programmatic word for progress, in the awareness of explicitness, one can say without fear of grand formulas that rendering the implicit explicit is the cognitive form of fate. Were this not the case, one would never have had cause to believe that later knowledge would necessarily be better knowledge. For as we know, everything that has been termed research in the last centuries has rested on this assumption. Only when the inward folded things or facts are by their nature subject to a tendency to unfold themselves and become more comprehensible for us can one, provided the unfolding succeeds, speak of a true increase in knowledge. Only if the matters are spontaneously prepared or can be forced by imposed examination to come to light in magnified and better illuminated areas, can one seriously, which here means with ontological emphasis, state that there is science in progress, that there are real knowledge gains. There are expeditions in which we, with the epistemically committed collective, advance to hidden continents of knowledge by making thematic what was previously unthematic, bringing to light what is yet unknown, and transforming vague cognizance into definite knowledge. In this manner, we increase the cognitive capital of our society. The latter word without quotation marks in this case. In earlier times, one would probably have said that conceptual work leads into a production. Hegel went so far as to say that the truth is essentially a result, and thus inevitably only appears at the end of its drama. Where it reveals itself in a finished state, the human spirit celebrates the Sunday of life. As I do not wish to examine the concept of the concept here, and have other things in mind with the principle of work, I shall content myself with a somewhat less triumphant, but no less binding thesis. There's nothing cognitively new under the sun. The novelty of the new, as noted earlier, stems from the unfolding of the known into larger, brighter, more richly contoured surfaces. Consequently, it can never be innovative in the absolute sense. In part, it's always the continuation of the cognitively existent by other means. Here, novelty and greater explicitness amount to the same thing. We could therefore say that the higher the degree of explicitness, the deeper the possible, indeed, inevitable disconcertment caused by the newly acquired knowledge. I've previously accepted as a conventional fact that this table is made of cherry wood. I acknowledge with the tolerance of the educated that the cherry wood consists of atoms, even though those off-cited atoms, those epistemological contemporaries of the 20th century, possess no greater reality for me than unicorn powder or Saturnian influences. That these cherry wood atoms dissolve into a mist of subatomic almost nothings upon further explication. This is something that I, as an end consumer of physical enlightenment, must accept, even if it goes decisively against my assumptions about the substantiality of substance. The final explanation illustrates most emphatically how the latter knowledge tends to be the more disconcerting. Among the wealth of cognitive novelties under the modern sun, none are remotely comparable in their far-reaching consequences to the appearance and propagation of immune systems in the biology of the late 19th century. From that point on, none of the scientific integrities, animal organisms, species, societies, or cultures could remain the same. Only hesitantly did people begin to understand that the immune dispositifs are what enables systems to become systems, life forms to become life forms, and cultures to become cultures in the first place. It is only by virtue of their immunitary qualities that they ascend to the levels of self-organizing unitaries, preserving and reproducing themselves with constant reference to a potentially and actually invasive and irritating environment. These functions are performed to an impressive degree in biological immune systems, whose discovery resulted from the investigations of Ilya Mekhanov and Robert Koch's students Paul Ehrlich at the end of the 19th century. There one finds the baffling idea that even relatively simple organisms like insects and mollusks have a native foreknowledge of the hazards that accompany a typical insect or mollusk life. Consequently, immune systems at this level can be defined a priori as an embodied expectation of injury and the corresponding programs of protection and repair. Viewed in this light, life itself appears as a dynamics of integration that is equipped with also autotherapeutic or endoclinical competencies and refers to a species-specific space of surprise. It has an equally innate and in higher organisms adaptively acquired responsibility for the injuries and invasions it regularly encounters in its permanently allocated environment or conquered surroundings. Such immune systems could equally be described as organismic early forms of a feeling for transcendence. Thanks to the efficiency of these devices, which are constantly at the ready, the organism actively confronts the potential bringers of its death, opposing them with its endogenous capacity to overcome the lethal. Such functions have earned immune systems of this type comparisons to a body police or border patrol. But as the concern already at this level is to work out a modus vivendi with foreign and inevitable powers, and insofar as these can bring death, higher and supernatural ones, this is a preliminary stage to the behavior one is accustomed to terming religious or spiritual in human contexts. For every organism, its environment is its transcendence, and the more abstract and unknown the danger from that environment, the more transcendent it appears. Every gesture of suspendedness in the open, to use Heidegger's term, includes the anticipatory preparedness of the living system for an encounter with potentially lethal powers of irritation and invasion. The creature gazes into the open with all its eyes, Rilke states at the beginning of the 8th Duino elegy. Life itself is an exodus that relates inner matters to the environment. The tendency into the open emerges in several evolutionary steps, though virtually all organisms or integrities transcend into first-level spaces of surprise and conflict that are assigned to them as their respective environment. Even plants do this, and animals all the more so. Only very few, only humans, as far as we know, achieve the second level of transcendent movement. Through this, the environment is de-restricted to become the world as an integral whole of manifest and latent elements. The second step is the work of language. This not only builds the house of being, Heidegger took the phrase from Zarathustra's Animals, which inform the convalescent, the house of being rebuilds itself eternally. It's also the vehicle for the tendencies to run away from that house, with which, by means of its inner surpluses, humans move towards the open. It need hardly be explained why the oldest parasite in the world above, only appears with a second transcendence. I refrain from touching on the consequences of these reflections for the human realm. For now, it's sufficient to note that the continuation of biological evolution in social and cultural evolution leads to an upgrading of immune systems. In the case of humans, we have reason to expect not only a single immune system, the biological one, which is the first in evolutionary terms, but the last in terms of its discovery history. The human sphere contains no fewer than 3 immune systems which function layered on top of one another in close collaborative interaction and functional augmentation. In the course of man's mental and socio-cultural evolution, 2 complementary systems have developed for the preemptive processing of injuries. Firstly, the socio-immunological methods, especially legal and solidaristic ones, but also the military ones by which people resolve their confrontations with distant and foreign aggressors and insulting or harmful neighbors. And secondly, the symbolic or psycho-immunological practices on which humans have always relied to cope with varying success, with their vulnerability through fate, including morality in the form of imaginary anticipations and mental armor. It's one of the ironies of these systems that their dark sides are capable of explication, even though their existence depends on consciousness in the start, and they consider themselves self-transparent. They do not function behind the backs of subjects, being entirely embedded in their intentional behavior. Nonetheless, it's possible to understand this behavior better than it's understood by its naive agents. This is what makes cultural science possible, and it's because a non-naive approach to symbolic immune systems has itself become vital to the survival of cultures today that cultural science is necessary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emma Wolf-Haw. I'm an artist. I'm going to read my words to Victor Frankenstein above the village of Chamonix, performing Transgender Rage by Susan Stryker. And it was written in 93, or it was presented in 93 as a performance at an academic conference. And the 90s are having a bit of a a bit of a moment, but like everything with Dyke history, the Dykes get forgotten. So I would like to propose this text also in terms of Dyke histories and Dyke histories of destruction and rage. I made a work with a friend of mine last year who is about 20 years younger than me, and we were tasked with dealing with a chapter of James Joyce's Ulysses, and my first impulse was to destroy it. And she was like, no, let's do a reparative reading. And I really couldn't understand what she meant. So we had to have long conversations. But this is coming very much from Dykes in the 90s. And let's celebrate them. Introductory notes. The following work is a textual adaptation of a performance piece originally presented at Rage Across the Disciplines, an arts, humanities and social sciences conference held 10th to 12th, 1993. 10th of the 12th, at California State University, San Marcos. The interdisciplinary nature of the conference, its theme, and the organizers' calls for both performances and academic papers inspired me to be creative in my mode of presenting a topic, then much on my mind. As a member of Transgender Nation, a militantly queer direct action transsexual advocacy group, I was at the time involved in organizing a disruption and protest at the American Psychiatric Association's 1993 annual meeting in San Francisco. A good deal of the discussion at our planning meetings concerned how to harness the intense emotions emanating from transsexual experience, especially rage, and mobilize them into effective political actions. I was intrigued by the prospect of critically examining this rage in a more academic setting through an idiosyncratic application of the concept of gender performativity. My idea was to perform self-consciously a queer gender rather than simply talk about it, thus embodying and enacting the concept simultaneously under discussion. I wanted the formal structure of the work to express a transgender aesthetic by replicating our abrupt, often jarring transitions between genders, challenging generic classification with the forms of my words, just as my transsexuality challenges the conventions of legitimate gender, and my performance in the conference room challenged the boundaries of acceptable academic discourse. During the performance, I stood at the podium wearing genderfuck drag, combat boots, threadbare Levi 501s over a black laced bodysuit, a shredded transgender nation t-shirt with the neck and sleeves cut out, a pink triangle, quartz crystal pendant, grunge metal jewelry, and a 6-inch long marlin hook dangling around my neck on a length of heavy stainless steel chain. I decorated the set by draping my black leather biker jacket over my chair at the panelist table. The jacket had handcuffs on the left shoulder, rainbow freedom rings on the right side, lacings, and Queer Nation style stickers reading "Sex Change Dyke" and "Fuck your transphobia" plastered on the back. Monologue. The transsexual body is an unnatural body. It is the product of medical science. It is a technological construction. It is flesh torn apart and sewn together again in a shape other than that in which it was born. In these circumstances, I find a deep affinity between myself as a transsexual woman and the monster in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Like the monster, I am too often perceived as less than fully human due to the means of my embodiment. Like the monsters as well, my exclusion from human community fuels a deep and abiding rage in me that I, like the monster, direct against the conditions in which I must struggle to exist. I am not the first to link Frankenstein's monster and the transsexual body. Mary Daly makes the connection explicit by discussing transsexuality in Boundary Violation and the Frankenstein Phenomenon, in which she characterizes transsexuals as the agents of a necrophilic invasion of female space. Janice Raymond, who acknowledges Daly as a formative influence, is less direct when she says that the problem of transsexuality would best be served by morally mandating it out of existence. But in this statement, she nevertheless echoes Victor Frankenstein's feelings towards the monster. "Begone, vile insect, or rather stay, that I may trample you to dust. You reproach me with your creation." It is a commonplace of literary criticism to note that Frankenstein's monster is his own dark, romantic double, the alien other he constructs, and upon which he projects all he cannot accept in himself. Indeed, Frankenstein calls the monster my own vampire, my own spirit set loose from the grave. Might I suggest that Daly, Redmond, and others of their ilk similarly construct the transsexual as their own particular golem? The attribution of monstrosity remains a palpable characteristic of most lesbian and gay representations of transsexuality, displaying in unnerving detail the anxious, fearful underside of the current practice or identity of the current practice, cultural fascination with transgenderism. Because transsexuality, more than any other transgender practice or identity, represents the prospect of destabilizing the foundational presuppositions of fixed genders upon which a politics of personal identity depends. People who have invested their aspirations for social justice in identitarian movements say things about us out of sheer panic that, if said to other minorities, would see print only in the most hate-riddled white supremacist, Christian, fascist rags. To quote extensively from one letter to the editor of a popular San Francisco gay lesbian periodical, "I consider transsexualism to be a fraud and the participants in it perverted. The transsexual claims he, she needs to change his, her body in order to be his, her true self, because this true self requires another physical form in which to manifest itself. It must therefore war with nature. One cannot change one's gender. What occurs is cleverly manipulated exterior. What has been done is mutation. What exists beneath the deformed surface is the same person who was there prior to the deformity. People who break or deform their bodies act out the sick farce of a deluded patriarchal approach to nature, alienated from true being. Referring by name to no one particular person, self-identified as a transsexual lesbian whom she had heard speak in a public forum at the San Francisco Women's Building, the letter writer went on to say, "When an estrogenated man with breasts loves a woman, that is not lesbianism, that is mutilated perversion. This individual is not a threat to the lesbian community, he is an outrage to us. He is not a lesbian, he is a mutant man, a self-made freak, a deformity, an insult. He deserves a slap in the face. After that, he deserves to have his body and mind made, well, again." When such beings as these tell me, I war with nature, I find no more reason to mourn my opposition to them, or to the order they claim to represent, than Frankenstein's monster felt in its enmity to the human race. I do not fall from the grace of their company. I roar gleefully away from it, like a Harley-straddling, dildo-packing leather dyke from hell. The stigmatization fostered by this sort of pejorative labeling is not without consequence. Such words have the power to destroy transsexual lives. On January 5th, 1993, a 22-year-old preoperative transsexual woman from Seattle, Felisa Vistima, wrote in her journal, "I wish I was anatomically normal so I could go swimming. But no, I'm a mutant, Frankenstein's monster." 2 months later, Felisa Vistima committed suicide. What drove her to such despair was the exclusion she experienced in Seattle's queer community, some members of which opposed Felisa's participation because of her transsexuality, even though she identified as and lived as a bisexual woman. The Lesbian Resource Centre, where she served as a volunteer, conducted a survey of its constituency to determine whether it should stop offering service to male to female transsexuals. Felisa did the data entry for tabulating the survey results. She didn't have to imagine how people felt about her kind. The Seattle Bisexual Women's Network announced that if it admitted transsexuals, the SBWN would no longer be a women's organisation. I'm sure, one member said in reference to the inclusion of bisexual, transsexual women, the boys can take care of themselves. Felisa Vistima was not a boy, and she found it impossible to take care of herself. Even in death, she found no support from the community in which she claimed membership. Why didn't Felisa commit herself for psychiatric care? Asked a columnist in the Seattle Gay News. Why didn't Felisa demand her civil rights? In this case, not only did the angry villagers bound their monster to the edge of the town, they reproached her for being vulnerable to the torches. Did Felisa Vistima commit suicide, or did the queer community of Seattle kill her? I want to lay claim to the dark power of my monstrous identity without using it as a weapon against others or being wounded by it myself. I will say this as bluntly as I know how. I am a transsexual and therefore I am a monster. Just as the words dyke, fag, queer, slut, and whore have been reclaimed respectively by lesbians and gay men, by anti-assimilationist sexual minorities, by women who pursue erotic pleasure, and by sex industry workers, words like creature, monster, and unnatural need to be reclaimed by the transgendered. By embracing and accepting them, even piling one on top of the other, we may dispel their ability to harm us. A creature, after all, in the dominant tradition of Western European culture, is nothing other than a created being, a made thing. The affront you humans take at being called a creature results from the threat the term poses to your status as lords of creation. beings elevated above mere material existence. As in the case of being called it, being called a creature suggests the lack or loss of a superior personhood. I find no shame, however, in acknowledging my egalitarian relationship with non-human material being. Everything emerges from the same matrix of possibilities. Monster is derived from the Latin noun monstrum, divine portent, itself formed on the root of the verb monere, to warm. It came to refer to living things of anomalous shape or structure, or to fabulous creatures like the Sphinx, who are composed of strikingly incongruous parts. Because the ancients considered the appearance of such beings to be a sign of some impending supernatural event, monsters like angels functioned as messengers and heralds of the extraordinary. They served to announce impending revelation, saying, in effect, pay attention, something of profound importance is happening. Hearken unto me, fellow creatures, I who have dwelt in a form unmatched with my desire. I whose flesh has become an assemblage of incongruous anatomical parts. I who achieve the similitude of a natural body only through an unnatural process. I offer you this warning. The nature you bedevil me with is a lie. Do not trust it to protect you from what I represent. For it is a fabrication that cloaks the groundlessness of the privilege you seek to maintain for yourself at my expense. You are as constructed as me, the same anarchic womb has birthed us both. I call upon you to investigate your nature as I have been compelled to confront mine. I challenge you to risk abjection and flourish as well as have I. Heed my words, and you may well discover the seams and sutures in yourself. Criticism. In answer to the question he poses in the title of his recent essay, What is a Monster? According to Frankenstein, Peter Brooks suggests that whatever else a monster might be, it may also be that which eludes gender definition. Brooks reads Mary Shelley's story of an overreaching scientist and his troublesome creation as an early descent from the 19th century realist literary tradition, which had not yet attained dominance as a narrative form. He understands Frankenstein to unfold textually through a narrative strategy generated by tension between a visually oriented epistemology on the one hand, and another approach to knowing the truth of bodies that privileges verbal linguisticality on the other. Knowing by seeing and knowing by speaking, hearing, are gendered, respectively as masculine and feminine, in the critical framework within which Brooks operates. Considered in this context, Shelley's text is informed by and critiques from a woman's point of view. The contemporary reordering of knowledge brought about by the increasingly compelling truth claims of Enlightenment science. The monster problematizes gender partly through its failure as a viable subject in the visual field. Though referred to as he, it thus offers a feminine and potentially feminist resistance to definition by a phallicized scopophilia. The monster accomplishes this resistance by mastering language in order to claim a position as a speaking subject and enact verbally the very subjectivity denied it in the specular realm. Transsexual monstrosity, however, along with its affect, transgender rage, can never claim quite so secure a means of resistance because of the inability of language to represent the transgendered subject's movement over time between stably gendered positions in a linguistic structure. Our situation effectively reverses the one encountered by Frankenstein's monster. Unlike the monster, we often successfully cite the culture's visual norms of gendered embodiment. This citation becomes a subversive resistance when, through a provisional use of language, we verbally declare the unnaturalness of our claim to the subject positions we nevertheless occupy. The prospect of a monster with a life and will of its own is a principal source of horror for Frankenstein. The scientist has taken up his project with a specific goal in mind, nothing less than the intent to subject nature completely to his power. He finds a means to accomplish his desires through modern science, whose devotees, it seems to him, have acquired new and almost unlimited powers. They can command the thunders of heaven, mimic the earthquake, and even mock the invisible world with its shadows. More, far more will I achieve, thought Frankenstein. I will pioneer a new way, explore unknown powers, and unfold to the world the deepest mysteries of creation. The fruit of his efforts is not, however, what Frankenstein anticipated. The rapture he expected to experience at the awakening of his creature turned immediately to dread. I saw the dull yellow eyes of the creature open. His jaws opened, and he muttered some inarticulate sounds while a grin wrinkled his cheeks. He might have spoken, but I did not hear. One hand was stretched out, seemingly to detain me, but I escaped. The monster escapes too, and parts company with its maker for a number of years. In the interim, it learns something of its situation in the world, and rather than bless its creator, the monster curses him. The very success of Mary Shelley's scientist in his self-appointed task thus paradoxically proves its futility. Rather than demonstrate Frankenstein's power over materiality, the newly enlivened body of the creature attests to its maker's failure to attain the mastery he sought. Frankenstein cannot control the mind and feelings of the monster he makes. It exceeds and refutes his purposes. My own experience as a transsexual parallels the monster's in this regard. The consciousness shaped by the transsexual body is no more the creation of the science that refigures its flesh than the monster's mind is the creation of Frankenstein. The agenda that produced hormonal and surgical sex reassignment techniques is no less pretentious and no more noble than Frankenstein's. Heroic doctors still endeavor to triumph over nature. The scientific discourse that produced sex reassignment techniques is inseparable from the pursuit of immortality through the perfection of the body. The fantasy of total mastery through the transcendence of an absolute limit and the hubristic desire to create life itself. Its genealogy emerges from a metaphysical queer quest older than the modern science, and its cultural politics are aligned with a deeply conservative attempt to stabilize gendered identity in service of the naturalized heterosexual order. None of this, however, precludes medically constructed transsexual bodies from being viable sites of subjectivity, nor does it guarantee the compliance of subjects thus embodied with the agenda that resulted in a transsexual means of embodiment. As we rise up from the operating tables of our rebirth, we transsexuals are something more and something other than the creatures our makers intended us to be. Though medical techniques for sex reassignment are capable of crafting bodies that satisfy the visual and morphological criteria that generate naturalness as their effect, engaging with those very techniques produces a subjective experience that belies the naturalistic effect biomedical technology can achieve. Transsexual embodiment, like the embodiment of the monster, places its subject in an unassimilable, antagonistic queer relationship to a nature in which it must nevertheless exist. Frankenstein's monster articulates its unnatural situation within the natural world with far more sophistication in Shelley's novel than might be expected by those familiar only with the version played by Boris Karloff in James Whale's classic films from the 1930s. Film critic Vito Russo suggests that Whale's interpretation of the monster was influenced by the fact that the director was a closeted gay man. At the time he made the Frankenstein films. The pathos he imparted to his monster derived from the experience of his own hidden sexual identity. Monstrous and unnatural in the eyes of the world, but seeking only the love of his own kind and the acceptance of human society. Whale's creature externalizes and renders visible the nightmarish loneliness and alienation that the closet can breed. But this is not the monster who speaks to me so potently of my own situation as an openly transsexual being. I emulate instead Mary Shelley's literary monster, who is quick-witted, agile, strong, and eloquent. In the novel, the creature flees Frankenstein's laboratory and hides in the solitude of the Alps, where by stealthy observation of the people it happens to meet, it gradually acquires a knowledge of language, literature, and the conventions of European society. At first, it knows little of its own condition. I had never yet seen a being resemble me, or who claimed any intercourse with me, the monster notes. What did this mean? Who was I? What was I? Whence did I come? What was my destination? These questions continually recurred, but I was unable to solve them. Then, in the pocket of the jacket it took as it fled the laboratory, the monster finds Victor Frankenstein's journal and learns the particulars of its creation. I sickened as I read, the monster says. Increase of knowledge only discovered to me what a wretched outcast I was. Upon learning its history and experiencing the rejection of all to whom it reached out for companionship, the creature's life takes a dark turn. My feelings were those of rage and revenge, the monster declares. I, like the arch-fiend, bore a hell within me. It would have been happy to destroy all of nature, but it settles, finally, on a more expedient plan to murder systematically all those whom Victor Frankenstein loves. Once Frankenstein realizes that his own abandoned creation is responsible for the deaths of those most dear to him, he retreats in remorse to a mountain village above his native Geneva to ponder his complicity in the crimes the monster has committed. While hiking on the glaciers in the shadow of Mont Blanc above the village of Chamonix, Frankenstein spies a familiar figure approaching him across the ice. Of course, it is the monster, who demands an audience with its maker. Frankenstein agrees, and the two retire together to a mountaineer's cabin, there in a monologue that occupies nearly a quarter of the novel. The monster tells Frankenstein the tale of its creation from its own point of view, explaining to him how it became so enraged. I'm going to stop there. You can find the text online, freely available. I'm only about halfway through, and the rest of it is great. Thanks to Sophie for the housework, and thanks to Joanna for the invitation, and to dear friends for turning up. I'm looking forward to the next reading.
Thanks, Emma, for that. That's one of my favorite texts. Hi, everyone. My name is Sophie Lewis, and I'm going to be reading two texts, or rather one full text and some excerpts from another. And The first I'm going to read is the one that I've sort of excerpted from. It's by a very long essay called Gender and Social Reproduction by Amy Diath. And the second is 9 Theses on the Gender Strike by Madeleine Lane McKinley. So my intention with this first sort of series of snippets from a very dense essay is to make you want to go and grapple with the whole thing, because it is an extremely thoughtful, generous and important paper, which engages deeply with theorizing by Diane Elson, Cinzia Arruzza, FTC Manning, Rosemary Hennessy, Kevin Floyd, Maya Gonzalez, and Jean Neaton. So for me, listening to Amy and reading her papers is always an intense challenge and an equally intense pleasure. So I'm hoping that these snippings elicit a similar appetite in you for the complete argument. Okay. Gendered social relations are form determined, that is, constituted as social form by capitalism's imperative to produce surplus value. Any theory of social relations based at the level of exchange or circulation falls short of accounting for the relationship of gender to capital's general laws of motion, and thus for gender's continued existence. Far from theoretical nitpicking, this point has significant consequences for social reproduction feminism, because a focus on the reification of gender at the level of exchange necessarily excludes a consideration of how gender is produced through reproductive activities that are defined by their unpaid and unsubsumed status. In other words, their dissociation from exchange. Let us begin with the potentially counterintuitive premise that many reproductive activities do not produce value. The argument that, to quote Maria Rosa Dalla Costa, quote, housework as work is productive in the Marxian sense, that is producing surplus value, unquote, was at the center of the domestic labor debate in the 1970s and 1980s, and became a key political cornerstone of much Marxist feminist activism. But this thesis has since been convincingly refuted. Indeed, some of the most sophisticated Marxian analyses of gender relations to have emerged in recent years, including The Logic of Gender by Gonzalez and Neaton, are based on the claim that it is precisely because non-value producing activities are necessary to capitalist accumulation that the gender distinction persists. So, are gendered social relations internal to the logic of capital, or are they the result of an unfortunate historical unfolding, with capital latching onto and torquing existing patriarchal structures to its own advantage? We could say either that the logic of gender does not unfold in a vacuum, taking on pure forms, but in dialectical relation with the practical constraints of the concrete history of capitalism, or that the logic of gender does not exist, that gender is not logically internal to capital's movement, but emerges as a necessary consequence of it. Or we could admit that these are two ways of conceiving of the same thing. Gender and social reproduction are best understood from the standpoint of production. in terms of the relation of specific activities to the market, and in terms of the dominance of value and its ability to reproduce, quote unquote, differentials across which values can flow. That's from an essay by Joshua Clover and Juliana Spar, that phrase, differentials across which value can flow. Thinking about gender as a category mediated by value, as opposed to exchange value or the commodity, may also help us explain the non-socialized and unquantifiable sphere of violent coercion in Marxian terms. Gendered social relations are better understood not through the critique of reification that runs from Lukács and through the Frankfurt School, but through an analysis that seeks to understand how value, as conceptually distinct from both use value and exchange value, dominates the process of social reproduction. A theory of gender based on reification does not explain why many reproductive, which is to say, gendering tasks, such as childcare, are most fundamentally defined not by the practice and patterns of consumption, but by their unpaid and unsubsumed status. Citing Marx's famous description of labor in the Grundrisse as the, quote, living form giving fire, the transitoriness of things, their temporality as their formation by living time, unquote. Diane Elson offers the following elaboration. Quote, labor is a fluidity, a potential, which in any society has to be socially fixed or objectified in the production of particular goods by particular people in particular ways. Human beings are not pre-programmed biologically to perform particular tasks. Unlike ants or bees, there is a potentially vast range in the tasks that any human being can undertake, unquote. That's Diane Elson in this essay by Amy Diaz. Elson calls this the indeterminateness of human labor, a fluidity common to all states of society. The question then for Elson and for Elson's Marx is how human labor comes to be determined, how it comes to be fixed as objectified abstract labor in capitalism. In more ambitious language, she explains how this is a matter of, quote, seeking an understanding of why labor takes the forms it does and what the political consequences are, unquote. Rather than emphasizing the ways gender is circumscribed over time through repetition, a theory of gender derived from analysis of the value relation involves shifting our focus from the sphere of circulation to that of production, for the simple reason that this is where value arises as the congealed product of socially necessary labor time before it is realized in exchange. This focus allows us to see that what does the circumscribing, what dominates the immediate process of production itself, and the reproduction of that process, to use Elson's words, is an objectively existing abstraction, value. Investigating gender's relation to value as opposed to the commodity thus allows for a radical analysis of the production of gender at its root, so that we might better understand the forms of appearance that gender could assume in any historical moment. A value theoretical account of gender also points towards a very different way of conceiving of gender as social temporality. Since if the value relation implies the tendency for constant capital to displace variable capital over time, we might want to consider how that very movement is entangled with the reconstituting movement of gendered social relations, especially in an era of economic stagnation and contraction, where labor no longer occupies the structural position it once did. The Logic of Gender by Maya Gonzalez and Jean Neaton provides a compelling alternative to the inadequate binary of productive and reproductive labor for understanding gendered social relations in capitalist societies. In place of these categories, productive and reproductive, Gonzalez and Neaton propose two overlapping spheres, the directly market-mediated, DMM, and the indirectly market-mediated, IMM sphere. And these prove useful categories of analysis for understanding the type of domination required to quantify and enforce different kinds of productive and reproductive activities, while abstract, value productive, including reproductive labor, is socially determined by direct market mediation and hence requires no structural necessity toward direct violence. Activities belonging to the indirectly market-mediated sphere of non-labor, including paid, non-value producing work, are compelled by other mechanisms, quote, from direct domination and violence to hierarchical forms of cooperation or planned allocation at best. Central here is the relation of any activity to the market and to valorization. Gonzalez and Neaton's discussion of the abject in the latter part of their essay resonates in obvious ways with the concept of unmet needs. The abject in this framework describes a particular type of denaturalized, indirectly market-mediated activity, a set of unpaid tasks that must be performed or executed by someone in order for the production of surplus value to continue in the directly market-mediated sphere. The concept of the abject is linked in the logic of gender to the process of previously waged reproductive activities becoming unwaged as a result of neoliberal austerity measures. For example, state-subsidized childcare services being withdrawn means that the previously paid work of daycare workers has been returned to parents and disproportionately feminized parents. Abject forms of reproduction differ from other indirectly market-mediated activities because after becoming waged components of the welfare state, they no longer automatically appear as the natural task of women, though, as Gonzalez and Neaton point out, abject reproduction will in the end mainly be foisted on women. Abject forms of reproduction typify what Rosemary Hennessy calls outlawed need. They very clearly show why it is an account of gendered social relations based on analysis of the value relation rather than the commodity that is adequate to the project of critiquing the production of gender in both its positive and negative instantiations. If the low or non-existent productivity rates of reproductive activities affect how gender is lived temporally, as, quote, both abstract time and historical time are constituted historically as structures of domination, unquote, in Postone's words,
Then this is also one of the primary formal mechanisms through which the category of the object, rather than being a concrete condition meted out to individual subjects, formally mediates a diverse set of relationships to the wage across populations. Thus, while Gonzalez and Neaton note that it is not possible to objectively quantify, enforce, or equalize rationally the time and energy spent in the indirectly market-mediated activities, or to whom they are allocated, it is possible to develop a more substantial account of the causal links, the logical and historical relations between, 1, relations of production and circulation, 2, the periodic developments in capital accumulation, and 3, the production of gender, by attending to the role temporality plays in values form determining operations. We might then conceive of an antagonistic, counter-reproductive underside of value, a counter-reproductive negativity within the value form itself. The negativity Diane Elson almost acknowledges when she notes that abstract labor is the only form of labor reflected in the universal equivalent. The question is not whether gender is internal to the logic of capital or its unfortunate effect, but how we can better address the challenge of comprehending the vagaries and violences of gender dialectically through the opposing and mutually constitutive relations between production and circulation, in order to clutch that inner connection between forms as they present themselves and their real content. Okay, that was Gender and Social Reproduction by Amy Diaz. And now I have time to read 9 notes on gender strike by Madeleine Lane McKinley. Number 1, gender strike describes the impossibility of a general strike only pronounced by conditions of feminization. But let's make this clear. Maria de la Costa writes in 1974, quote, "No strike has ever been a general strike. We've never seen a general strike," unquote. Dalla Costa's intervention remains vital to our understandings of the strike form, yet the historical conditions by which to make use of this intervention have drastically transformed as well. More than ever, this impossibility of the strike's generalization corresponds with the generalization of gendered work, what we might otherwise describe as the feminization of labor. Along the lines of Dalla Costa's argument is precisely the illegibility of certain labors in dominant conceptions of the strike form. Under the guise of a general strike, she contends, quote, "We've only seen men, generally men from the big factories, come out on the streets, while their wives, daughters, sisters, mothers went on cooking in the kitchens," unquote. In such instances, the very concept of the strike merely recapitulates the invisibilization of all aspects of social reproduction, the historically gendered division of labor which privileges waged work, however exploitative, over the naturalized forms of labor traditionally performed in the domestic sphere by women. Yet over the past several decades, in the era of post-Fordism, we have seen a tremendous shift in terms of this gendered division of labor toward a process of generalized feminization. Under such conditions, quote, "Capital seeks not a social contract with labor, but a contingent and provisional contract," unquote, as Lisa Adkins explains. a contract where nothing is guaranteed for the worker or would-be worker other than the hope or possibility of work, but not necessarily a sustaining wage or a life that can be planned into the future. Such conditions, not coterminous with post-Fordism, attach women to precarious, insecure, fatiguing, and impossible forms of working and living, indeed, to the continuous plane on which the terms of the post-Fordist contract are endlessly played out. More and more, the nature of work resembles the 24/7 relentlessness of what was once women's work. That is, the condition of being always on duty, as Dalla Costa writes, quote, "For the machine doesn't exist that makes and minds children," unquote. The outmoding of other forms of work by technology pronounces these conditions of feminization. For many jobs, to be on the clock is merely an archaic gesture. Increasingly, work takes the structure of ceaseless responsibility, while the wage decreasingly corresponds with units of time. It is in this era of feminized labor that all work has become women's work, even that of men. By extension, it is under such conditions that the impossibility of a general strike is ever more contradictory with the proliferation of this concept in the vocabulary of contemporary struggles. How does this generalized feminization bring forth different conditions of possibility for the general strike? Unambiguously, gender remains the key contradiction. Number 2, liberalism is an anti-feminist ideology. Anti-feminism always already reflects the ideological conditions of liberal thought. While we might understand this period in terms of the vast incorporation of women into the workplace, this transition has been celebrated by liberal feminism to the point of further naturalizing the still unwaged facets of social reproduction. The demands for equality in liberal feminist discourses fail to acknowledge the ways in which difference continues to mediate exploitation under capitalism. The biological capacity to be impregnated, for instance, whether by choice or by force, or some combination or coercion, remains a massive liability to individuals in a regime of equality which disacknowledges social conditions of individuated disparity. As marriage rates decline, divorce rates increase, and more women enter the workforce, the liberal fantasy of equitability threatens to depoliticize the social conditions of gender in relation to feminization. The inequitability of housework and care work distills the contradictions of generalized feminization. In 2015, the US Department of Labor Bureau's Bureau of Labor Statistics conducted a survey of employed persons, leaving much labor nevertheless unaccounted. The results reflect the non-generality of certain labors. On an average day, according to the study, 22% of men did housework, such as cleaning or laundry, compared with 50% of women. 43% of men did food preparation or cleanup, compared with 70% of women. And in households with at least one child under the age of 6, women provided 4 times as much physical care than men in the same households. Absent in the survey, however, is any indication of how much class operates as a distinguishing factor in more gender equitable households, in which the majority of labor is outsourced to precarious and low-waged domestic workers, often immigrant women. At a global scale, this manifests as transnational, regional, and local inequalities in the commodification and racialization of the household division of labor, as Racel Pareñas suggests. On the one hand, The generalization at stake in the process of feminization enables a more expansive, non-binary conception of gender, contingent on racialization, among other factors of class exploitation. On the other hand, this generalization plays into certain liberal fantasies which pervade contemporary struggles. A gender strike articulates both the impossibility and the prefigurative gesture of the general strike, if the latter concept is to be at all useful in the present context. Yet current discourses of the general strike require the interrogation, critique, and reinvention at stake in this gesture of a gender strike. The problem with articulating a general strike as always already a gender strike is the opportunistic quality of contemporary discourses of solidarity and unity, which functionally insist on a liberal individualist conception of equality, however critical these discourses might be of liberalism. In effect, such discourses serve to diminish problems of racialization and gender divisions of labor, while upheld as the opposition to the paradigm of lean-in liberal feminism. These discourses of unification play into a liberal fantasy structure of eradicating difference from the scope of contemporary resistance. As a result, this fantasy of unity merely reproduces the very conditions of the lean-in paradigm. Number 3, there is no solidarity without the abolition of gender. The abolition of gender is not a doing away with the question of gender, but much the opposite. If we are to demand the impossibility of a general strike, then the problem of difference cannot be undone by a regime of mandatory solidarity, but a practice of continual critique across struggles. A unity that invisibilizes the social conditions of difference is utterly in keeping with neoliberal capitalism. More specifically, in the interest of unity, as part of the pushback against what will strategically be reduced to identity politics, forms of normalized misogyny and racism, for instance, will remain intact and deprioritized in the larger scheme of political struggles. Number 4, false utopianism is a regime of anti-utopianism. What the concepts of gender strike and general strike hold in common is a disavowal of liberal false utopianism. The false utopia of liberalism can be understood as the promise that individual equality may be achieved under capitalism. The human strike reformulates the conditions of a general strike from the gendering of productive and reproductive labors into a social hierarchy of visibility and invisibilization. Claire Fontaine describes the grève humaine as more radical and less specific than a general strike or a wildcat strike, as a form that, quote, attacks the economic, affective, sexual, and emotional positions within which subjects are imprisoned, unquote. In this sense, the human strike can take numerous forms as a revolt within a revolt, an unarticulated refusal, an excess of work, or the total refusal of any labor, depending on the situation. There is no orthodoxy for it. If strikes are made in order to improve specific aspects of the workers' conditions, they are always a means to an end. But human strike is pure means, a way to create an immediate present here, where there is nothing but waiting, projecting, expecting, hoping. I feel regretful to Madeline that I won't be able to read the rest of the theses on the gender strike. I'm just going to read the top line of each one. And hopefully you have the link to go and read the whole thing. Number 6, under the dystopian conditions of the present, suicide takes the appearance of a human strike. Number 7, the gender paradox of suicide is not a paradox, but an articulation of social reproduction as a gendered struggle. Number 8, the gender strike is a practical question. And number 9, love, quote unquote, is its opposite until it is also known as work. Thank you.
All right, so everybody's reading critical theory, but unfortunately I'm not as educated as everybody else in this gathering. And I don't know if I've even read critical theory. I'm sure I have. But I have got a copy of the Nun of Kenmare, and I like the Nun of Kenmare. So I'll read a little bit of the Nun of Kenmare. And I thought maybe we could make it a little less isolating, and you could vote for the part that you want me to read, because there's some pretty funny chapters in this one. Now, the thing to know about the Nun of Kenmare is she's very pissed off with His Holiness Pope Leo VIII. So every single, so she wrote this incredible, fantastic, well, it's called an autobiography, but really she just spends the entire time, you know, giving out. And I bought this book for an extraordinary amount of money, like the most money almost I've ever spent on a book. It was like $75. Anyway, this was the Nun of Kenmare. And so there are all these chapters. So I thought I'd just read out the chapter titles. And then I have obviously spent a lot of time reading this book. Oh, I suppose I should unblur the background. My domestic bliss here needs blurring. Oh, there we are. This is the book. I just love this book. I mean, physically, it's a beautiful book. Okay, I have to decide which part to read. I was going to read something about Bologna's mother, but now I've listened to all that serious stuff. I don't think it would quite match. My excitement about Bologna's mother might not match some of the oh, here we go. Here's a chapter called A Female Enemy, just picked at random. Oh, hang on, there's a letter from Bishop McCormack. Okay, well, I saw this part called A Nasty Sister. I was kind of tempted by that part. Let me see if I can find it again. I'm so exhausted from doing the dishes. I can hardly participate in this bit. Can't believe everybody else is exhausted. You must be. You're just holding up better. Okay, I can't find the nasty sister part. Oh, here we go. This was where she was described as a nasty, unfit sister. All right, I better read the entire chapter. Oh, this part's actually, look at that. This part's called The Intriguing Sisters. Oh, hang on. All right, I better read the entire chapter. Hang on. A remarkable letter. No. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is about the Bishop Higgins' treatment of sisters and priests. Not that fussed about the priests, but, you know, can't curate the Nun of Kenmare. I must now return to my own history, from which I have digressed, in order to give the account of my work in the famine year consecutively. It will be seen that I had exceptional sources of information as to the condition of Ireland and as to the cause of the chronic discontent of the Irish people. We might assume some of that discontent related to housework and a number of other factors like hunger. Okay, that's not the Nun of Kenmare, that's me. I knew well that there were thousands of honourable and honest Englishmen who would gladly do justice to the Irish people if they only knew what could be done. But everyone suggested a different remedy until the case seemed hopeless. And yet to me, it seemed so simple. The landlords wanted their rents and the people could not pay them, while they had not even money to purchase food. In many cases, the landlords were harsh and exacting, and in some cases, the people took advantage of the disorganized state of affairs to refuse rents which they could have paid. But whoever was to blame, it certainly was a miserable state of affairs. And it has often surprised me that the English people have borne it so long. The state of Ireland is not credible to the 19th century civilization. Okay, sorry, this is not really about the nuns, but I'll just have to plow through it now. It is a kind of critical theory. The obvious cause of this inability to pay rent was the failure of the potato crop. It seemed to me that one of two courses should have been adopted. either to find another crop on which the people could subsist, or to find some source of remunerative employment for the people. The climatic conditions of the country are such that it would be very difficult to find a substitute for the potato. But at least the potato crop should not have been allowed to degenerate. I've already quoted from a letter on this subject written to me by the Protestant rector of one of the largest parishes in the county Cork. I have to say, I love the way she uses the on that part, not County Cork, but the County Cork. I think we should return to calling it the County Cork. And I received many other communications to the same effect. I therefore made it a special point to protect the people against future famine by getting a supply of good seed potatoes from Scotland. But the little I could do was but a drop in the ocean. When the people were crying out for food to save them from starvation, there could not be a question of providing for the future. Still, where I was able to give seed and to secure that it should be planted and not eaten, I have found the good results were lasting, even to the present day. The other plan of providing some employment for the people did not seem to me altogether impractical. I began to do this in a modest way at Knock, and I think the history of my failure is as instructive as it is sad. The Irish are themselves one of the great obstacles to their own prosperity. I just like to know that that is the nun of Kenmare speaking. That's not me speaking. But in judging them, we must always consider their peculiar circumstances. For centuries, they have been deliberately forbidden all commercial industries by the English people. And when an attempt like that, which I began so successfully at Knock, is put down by the priest, what can the people do? But I must return to my life at Kenmare. The sisters having a lace industry there, I knew it would be useless for me to suggest anything else. It was a good show for visitors, and as a great deal of the lace, which was being sold to tourists, was made by the sisters, it really was of very little practical use to those who were supposed to get the benefit of it. Of course, it was an indirect benefit to them, but I am considering now the very important question of a work which should be a future benefit to the people. Hold on a minute, I just realized the door's open and all you can hear is the traffic because I live on a main road. Sorry about that. We're having a heat wave. Horrendous heat wave. All right, Jesus, here, hang on now. Where did I get to? The lace, the tourists. Okay. I think few who have not lived in Ireland can realise all the difficulties which come and are put in the way of any effort to do common sense practical work for the Irish people. Gee, she's harsh, huh? I often saw this lace sold to tourists by the sisters as the work of the girls. They had no idea of being deceitful and no doubt thought the benefit to the institution justified them. But as already explained, the work was a very useless one for poor girls. In the first place, it entirely unfitted them for any other kind of work. The sisters and the girls who did this exquisite lace could not touch any other kinds of work. Their hands had to be kept as soft and smooth as the hands of a lady of fashion. If a regular set of girls could have been employed in this work and in no other way, it might have been a benefit to them, but this was impossible. Only a very few girls could have made a living by it, even under the most favourable circumstances. What, then, was to become of the rest? It was certain that 95% of these girls would have to make their living by very hard work, and for this they were entirely unprepared. I saw the evil, I saw the remedy, but I was powerless to apply it. Irish sisters are somewhat easygoing, like the rest of their country people, and are inclined to let well enough alone. And their idea of what is well enough is apt to be what has been. It was good enough for those who went before them. It was a sort of religious treason to suggest change, and woe to the hapless being who ventured to do so. I was simply a unit. What could I do? Shortly before the famine, Father John's health quite broke down. It was very sad, for we all loved him dearly. If he had been in his full health and vigour at this time and seen how easily a great work could have been done for his people, I am sure he would have helped me in every way to carry it out. But his life work was done, and for some time before his death, his mind quite gave way and the noble tree withered from the top. Father John's death was a great shock to Miss O'Hagan. She never was quite the same afterwards. All the circumstances of his death were made more painful by the restrictions of our rule of enclosure, which were such that we could not attend him on his deathbed. This troubled Miss O'Hagan very much for many reasons, but I have often thought it was a blessing both for him and her, for she was what I can only describe as fussy and excitable in a sick room. She would have done herself harm and have been no real comfort to him. Our vow of enclosure was certainly anomalous. When Father John was dying, we could not go to him. When he was living, he could go into any part of the convent and bring strangers of either sex with him. We were shut in to a certain extent, but strangers were not shut out. Visitors were naturally curious to see the rooms occupied by the sisters, and above all to see the more private apartments of the sisters, such as the cells, as the rooms were called, where the sisters sleep. These were always shown to visitors at Kenmare, and no doubt it removed some prejudice in regard to the sisters when it was seen that cells were not such dreadful places. Though it seemed to me that to bring strangers through them was contrary to the spirit of our rule. Father John went to his eternal reward in November 1874. His end was peace. I believe he was quite unconscious for some days previous. I was told that he asked especially for me, and that at one time, not seeing the sisters around him and not being able to realize the unavoidable cause of their absence, he felt much depressed. Whether it was a fancy of sickness or that a good providence allowed it for his consolation, I know not. But I was told that he said to those who were watching near him in a moment after, quite joyfully, "There is Frances Clare," as he always called me. I knew she would not leave me. As I have said, Miss O'Hagan's health was always very delicate, and she was almost reckless with regard to it. I was the only one who had any influence with her or could dissuade her from doing the most imprudent things. The position of a superior in a religious house is something very different from what those outside imagine it to be. Even amongst Roman Catholics, she has not an easy task. She has to keep peace with the sisters and amongst the sisters. She has to be responsible to the ecclesiastical superior, not only for what she does herself, but for what others do. She must set the first example in everything. Whether she is able or not, she's expected to attend every duty and every call. No wonder that so many superiors of religious houses break down completely in health after a few years. A superior who is sensitive to public opinion is sure to do so. Her absence from any duty is remarked upon and criticized, when the absence of others is passed by unnoticed. If any care is taken of her health, no matter how necessary it may be, it becomes a subject of remark, and it is attributed to anything but the right cause. I do not say that this is always so, but I know that it is often so. Not long before I took the step which has necessitated the publication of this book, I received a letter which is an evidence of this. A sister wrote to me from one of our convents in England. I find that Father Blank is talking just the same way about dear Sister M, blank as Father John did about you at Knock. Maybe I'll say redacted for the blanks, because the Nun of Kenmare has not actually told us who's gossiping about who, or who's saying, what priest is saying mean things. Okay, so you know how delicate she is and how sensitive she is. I do believe it will kill her. He says she could get up to Mass every day if she liked, but you know she cannot, and how valuable her life is to us all. He says the sisters will be disedified if she does not. I replied very decidedly that I did not care whether the sisters were disedified or not, or priests either, even if her life was not so valuable to us all. I should insist upon any sister under my charge doing everything that was necessary for her health and ordinary comfort. But I knew all the same how hard it is for a sister in charge of others, as she was, to do anything different from others. Miss O'Hagan certainly had no cause to fear any remarks that might be made on her by either priest or sisters. Her brother's position was a sufficient protection for her, but from some sensitiveness or pride or peculiarity of disposition, she felt very keenly any remark that might be made about her. I've often seen her going about the convent almost in a state of collapse when she ought to have been resting. And she often distressed others by this so much as to do away with much good she might otherwise have done. All right, so that's The Nun of Kenmare. This is a fantastic book, if you can find a copy of it. It's basically this fantastic diatribe written by this nun in the 1870s. All right, so I think I'm going to really go out on a limb. I'm going to try to read a little bit of this about Bolaño's mother. I'm interested in this because his mother and his father enjoyed very different lives. Now, in order to read about Bolaño's mother, I have to actually read about Bolaño's father, because it's all about the breakdown in the marriage. Oh yeah, hang on now. All right. Leon Bolaño was, and apologies for my terrible Spanish. Leon Bolaño was born in Bio, Los Angeles, Chile in 1927. So just to say that Leon Bolaño is the father of Roberto Bolaño, the writer. His parents were Spanish, Catalan to be precise, and came over on a ship that docked at the Chilean port of Talcahuano. He became a truck driver and a boxer, and his physique won him many a strongman competition, which were often held on the beaches of Chile. So Leon Bolaño is Mr. Beach. At 83 years old, when he agreed to speak for this profile, he still preserved a certain presence and strapping upright body, virtues that his son didn't much care for. Leon Bolaño died in December 2010 at the age of 84. His parents had 9 children, but only 2 were alive when we spoke. All of the others died of massive heart attacks, he says. The writer, Juan Villoro, says that the day after Leon and Roberto met in Barcelona, after more than 2 decades without seeing each other, Roberto said to his son, "I give you my full permission to shoot me if I'm anything like my father when I'm old." Roberto was annoyed by the fact that Leon was a man who didn't read books, that he perhaps didn't have the sensitivity that was so prevalent in his mother, the teacher Victoria Avalos, who, according to Bolaño's editor Jorge Heralde, was the great mentor to Roberto's literary career. Bolaño's assessment was, "No, you might say that I'm not particularly elegant. I'm the grandson of illiterate Spanish immigrants, so there's not much that's elegant about me. I don't have it in my genes, at least not from my father's side." Yet, to judge by his mannerisms, speech, and a face that preserves many of the features that his son had in his youth, there's a lot of Roberto in Leon and vice versa. For example, Roberto's adventurous soul is inherited from his father, who left home when he was 19 to live in Valparaiso, Roberto's grandfather had died when Leon was 16 from a massive heart attack, of course. Leon spent 2 years in the Chilean Navy until, sick of following orders, he sent them, he says, all to hell. After that, he went to Santiago, where he met the primary school teacher, Victoria Avalos. He married her and they had Roberto in 1953, followed by a daughter, Maria Salome, in 1954. He was my favorite, more than the daughter I had with the same mother, the father admits. Many years later, after Roberto and Leon had both died, Maria Salome, in an interview, would twist her face in an expression of bitterness and frank hostility when the conversation turned to her father. It was a complicated family. When the family lived in Valparaiso, a city of hills, Leon worked as a truck driver for the INSA tire factory. Their home was in Los Placeres at Calle Mercedes 24. Roberto used to say, I'm from number 24 Metal Street, when he was little, Leon remembers. The old man grows emotional and his eyes well up when he remembers what he felt when he read the story Last Evenings on Earth for the first time. The story is about a trip he took with his son to Acapulco in the 1980s. That's how it was, exactly how he tells it in the book, Leon says. Much has been said about the estrangement between father and son that led to a silence between them lasting almost 2 decades. However, there is evidence to show that the bond between Roberto and Leon was much closer than the hasty obituaries written in the heat or cold of the death of the writer tended to allow. Leon Bolaño was, after all, a standoffish but good man. This is affirmed by Jamie Quesada, the Chilean poet who spent a year with the family in Mexico City. It's not easy to tell from his facial expression or smile whether he's in a good mood or a bad mood. In any case, a very intimate goodness or tenderness seems to make him recoil from the world, giving outsiders the impression of distance or aloofness. We had a very good relationship. He loved me a lot, and I loved him, Leon says, referring to his son. It was his mother, Victoria, who left Roberto in Mexico when she decided to separate from her husband and leave for Spain, taking Maria Salome with her. The dysfunctional relationship in the Bolaño-Avalos marriage between 2 contrasting spirits and strong independent characters came to an end thanks to what Leon Bolaño describes as a misunderstanding. This is Leon Bolaño's being interviewed. This is a quote from him. It was dinner time, and there was a Colombian girl, a friend of my wife's there. When I called them to come to the table, the girl, who was quite angry, said that she wasn't going to eat and was leaving. Then she asked Roberto for a book she had given him when she arrived. I had seen her give it to him. You want me to give you back the book you gave me? Roberto asked. Annoyed, I got involved and told him to give it back, saying that I get him another. The problem was that we kept on arguing and I ended up throwing the young woman out. My wife came and said, if she leaves, I'm going too. And that was why we separated, because I was defending Roberto. The union seems only to have left deep bitterness, at least on Leon's side. He refers to Victoria Avalos often as simply that woman, criticizing her for spending a lot and ruining me, amongst other complaints. When Roberto's mother and sister left for Spain, father and son stayed in the house in Guadalupe, Tepeyac, living there alone. By the time Leon was working at the Pascual Food Company, which in the 1980s became a cooperative after a long labor conflict that Roberto's father didn't want any part of, this was where he started out on the path to becoming an independent salesman, first selling cigarettes to stores he knew and then opening his own shop. When I met him, the old man spoke from a sofa in his living room. His house was in Catarata de Montes, a Mexican town in Querétaro, with its share of wood and marble workers, where most of the population works in trade or agriculture. On one of the streets, a sign hangs over the modest corner store, El Chileno. the Chilean. The fruit of the labors of Leon Bolaño and his second wife, Irene, the parents of 3 siblings, Roberto never met in person, although in his final years, he spoke to them over the telephone quite regularly. They started out selling sub, salami, eggs and cold cuts until they forced their way to North Africa and found work in Spain as a dishwasher, doing maintenance work at a campground and garbage collector before settling in the coastal city of Blanes in 1981. After he left, father and son were in and out of touch, but Leon recalls, we spoke about all kinds of things. He often remembered his horse in Chile. He remembered how he and Maria Salome once fell off a horse, and she screamed much louder than he did. He doesn't much like to remember his professional boxing career. His nickname was Golden Fist. I retired because I said to myself, I have to educate my children or I'll go crazy. At the end of a boxing career, you end up stupid and start to talk nonsense, he says. He learned the secrets of pugilism in the Navy and fought a few professional fights in Los Angeles, all of which he won by a knockout in the first round. Leon Bolaño was a well-built middleweight, ate like an athlete, and was sometimes covered in the local sports press. He says Roberto inherited his confrontational attitude and bravery from him. To prove it, he has in his possession a logbook from his time in the Navy in Chile. It is full of censures, he says, for showing a lack of respect to an officer, for hitting an officer, and for things like that. Roberto had a lot of balls. He never gave up. He was incredible, Leon says. Have you read his interviews on the internet? He gave the journalists a kick up the arse. He gave the journalists a kick up the ass. He practically called them, I think it's huevones or buevones, as they say in Chile. He had a strong character and he saw things very clearly. Leon Bolaño's portrayal of a brave, irrepressible man is unwittingly backed up by his ex-wife, Victoria Avalos. In 2006, she told the Chilean journalist Patricio Yara, Roberto was very brave and didn't bow down to anyone. When in his last interview, Bolaño was asked to describe what Latin American scenes came to mind, one of his answers was, my father's truck broken down on a desert road. Okay, I think that's it, right? I think that's it. I've got to stop now. Do I have to stop now or do I have to keep going? I can keep going. Oh, got pain in my ear.
Yeah, I think we have a new reader in a minute. It is.
Okay,
yes.
I just want to say that this book was actually, I just want to say to the people listening and cleaning and being critical theorists and thinking critically, this book was written by this fantastic journalist and translator, Monica Maristain. And I just want to shout out to Monica. I'm really, really loving this book. And I really love the fact that it was his mother who really was a literary influence on him. Oh, Victoria. Okay. I guess that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, everybody, for the readings. I really loved them, even though I was very angry doing the dishes. I've got rage. I've actually experienced colossal rage doing those dishes. I don't know how I'm going to calm down.
Can you hear me? No, maybe not, eh?
Yes,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So I'm reading from Powers of Horror, an essay on abjection. And thank you, Annika. That was lovely. It was nice to listen to you. In the beginning and without end. You know, in the scriptures, it says, in the beginning was the word. No, in the beginning was emotion. The word came later, replacing emotion like trot replaced gallop. While the natural law of the horse is gallop, it is forced to break into a trot. Man was removed from emotional poetry and pushed into dialectics. In other words, splattering, Isn't that so? Louis Ferdinand Céline vous parle. From content to sound. If we let Céline's text ring, if we read his professions of faith as a writer, we discover toward the end of that night of narratives and historical contentions, Céline the stylist. I am not a man of ideas. I am a man of style. Style. Well, everyone stops before that. No one really reaches the thing because it's very hard work. It involves taking sentences, as I was saying, and having them fly off their handle. Toward the end or in the beginning, undoubtedly a metaphysical question. It is one that worries Céline, and precisely in relation to his confrontation with language. For his work is a struggle, if not full of hatred, at least fascinated and loving with the mother tongue. With and against, further, through, beneath, or beyond. Céline seeks to loosen the language from itself, to divide it and shift it from itself, but ever so slightly, ever so slightly. Because in all that, if you are heavy-handed, you know, it's putting your foot in it. It's a howler. Such loving osculation is imagined essentially as probing a hidden inside, a buried authenticity. For Céline, that is where the unnameable truth of emotion lies. There, too, is the void that he sometimes points to in a less natural or substantial fashion, and where the rhythm of a music or the gesture of a dance are being woven. Let us first listen to him worshiping the French language at the very moment when he tries to have it fly off its handle. Oh, how happy we shall be there together, thousands and thousands of us over there, together and speaking French. Joy, 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 how we shall embrace my own depravity. I confess my only one, I confess my only one, the French way of speaking. If my executioner were to speak French to me, I should forgive him almost everything. How I hate foreign languages. Hard to believe that such gobbledygook exists. What humbug. The French language is regal. What crappy gobbledygook surrounds it. I loathe English. In spite of everything France is doing to me, I cannot break away from the French language. It's got me. I can't free myself of it. Such loving dedication leads the one who writes to an incursion, the outcome of which he does not visualize as addition or creation, but quite simply as revelation. The point is to bring the depths to the surface, carry emotional identity as far as signifying appearances, raise neural and biological experience up to social contract and communication. To tell the truth, I do not create anything. I clean up a sort of hidden metal, a statue buried in loam. Everything is already written outside of man in the sky. The following definition of style should also be read as worship of the depths, as resurrection of the emotional maternal Addis, brought up flush with language. In my emotional subway, I don't leave anything on the surface or in more naturalistic fashion, not simply to his ear, no, in the intimacy of his fibers, right in his nervous system, in his own mind. Carried to the extreme, this takes on aspects of reverse racism. Politics, speeches, bullshit. Only one truth, biology. In half a century, maybe sooner, France will be yellow, black around the edges. The dizziness Céline gives way to and binds himself to in order to tap emotion from the inside is, as he sees it, the fundamental truth of scription. Such dizziness leads him to the fulfillment of a kind of challenge to abjection. It is only thus that he can, by naming it, both have it exist and go beyond it. Vulgarity and sexuality are merely stepping stones on the way to the ultimate unveiling of the signifier at the limit. Such themes scarcely matter. Neither vulgarity nor sexuality have anything to do in this business. There are nothing but stage properties. His project is to resensitize language and to have it throb more than reason. Such was my aim. Even though that search for the emotional depths is described in terms of a substantial plunge into the very intimacy of things, Celine is the first to realize that melody alone reveals and even holds such buried intimacy. The worship of emotion thus slips into glorification of sound. That doesn't happen without imparting to thought a certain melodic twist, a subway track, a minor harmonic feat. I know the music from deep inside of things. I could, if need be, have alligators dance to the tune of Pan's pipe. So that once written, it seems to the reader that someone is speaking in his ear. At the very precise point where emotion turns into sound, on that articulation between body and language, on the catastrophe, the fold between the two, there looms up my great rival, music. I am the organs of the universe. I'm working up the opera of the deluge. The gate of hell in your ear is a little atom of nothing. In the final analysis, however, the slippage of emotion toward music and dance actually opens out on the void. Ultimately, at the end of the journey, there stands revealed the complete trajectory of the mutation of language into style under the impulse of an unnameable otherness, which passional to begin with, then acquires rhythm before becoming empty. I am comfortable only in the presence of the nothing at all, the void. Before reaching such a hollowing out, and perhaps precisely on purpose of getting there, emotion, in order to make itself heard, adopts colloquial speech. And when it acknowledges its hatred straightforward, slang. Slang is a language of hatred that knocks the reader out very nicely, annihilates him completely in your power. He just lies there like an 8-ball. The vocabulary of slang, because of its strangeness, its very violence, and especially because the reader does not always understand it, is of course a radical instrument of separation, of rejection, and at the limit of hatred. Slang produces a semiotic fuzziness, if not interruption, without the utterances that it punctuates and rhythmicizes. But above all, it draws near to that emptiness of meaning at which Celine seems to aim. The spoken outcome of emotion is more diversified. It is both semiotically and melodically more musical. I must emphasize that the colloquialism of Celine's prose does not only express an ideological position, it is also a stylistic strategy. It allows the signifier itself to hold the overflow of emotion that Celine wishes to exhibit on the plane of language. Thus, when he rebels against ideas, it is in order to allow the appearance of spoken language's emotion through writing. Emotion can be tapped and described only through spoken language. Emotion is encountered in spoken language alone, even if in fact there are few flashes in spoken language. I attempt to tap them. I am cornering the market of the living diamonds of spoken language. Celine's plan to smuggle spoken language into writing thus becomes the meeting place of a thematic, ideological commitment with an enunciation that attempts to downgrade the logical or grammatical dominant of written language. The strong counterattack, producing what some in auditions, and I can't say that word, would call a secondary modeling system of what is for him an emotion and is marked in language by the abundance of prosodic and rhetorical operations, accomplishes the downgrading, that reversal. Such an enunciation strategy obviously entails deep transformation in syntax. In Selenian language, they are characterized by two basic devices: sentence segmentation with preposing or postponing, which is typical of the early novels, and syntactic ellipses, more or less recoverable, which appears in the later novels. Thus, Celine's music is composed through the work of a syntactician. Celine, the musician, turns out to be a specialist in spoken language, a grammarian who reconciles melody and logic admirably well. The particular colloquial segmentation of Selenian sentence has been noticed and commented upon by Leo Spitzer. What is involved is cutting up the syntactic unit and displacing one of its constituents, postponing and preposing it. As a consequence, the normally descending modulation of the sentence melody is transformed into an intonation having two centers. There are countless examples of this in the early novels of Celine, particularly in The Journey. I had suddenly discovered all at once what the war was, the whole war. I'd lost my innocence. You need to be pretty well alone with it, face to face, as I was then, to see it properly in the round, the filthy thing. Grief had come to her, in fact, when her words came to an end. She did not seem to know what to do with it, with that grief of hers. She tried to wipe it away with her handkerchief, but it came back into her throat. Her grief did. And tears came too, and she began all over again. The item displaced from the statement is, in the first instance, postposed, the filthy thing, while in the second quotation, it is first preposed, grief. The displaced element is represented in the statement by an anaphoric one, to see it properly, what to do with it, that grief, it came back, her grief. In such cases of re-entries, the displaced item does not have a precise syntactic function in the statement. If one analyzed those same statements within another framework, not as syntactical structure, but as messages in the enunciation process between a speaking subject and an addressee, one would note that the purpose of the displacement is to thematicize the displaced item. The latter then gains the status not of a theme, in other words, that about which the speaker is talking, but of an emphasized rem, that is, information pertaining to the theme. In such a contrast, the filthy thing and grief convey the main information, the essential message the speaker stresses. From this point of view, also, the displaced element has been desyntacticized. And here she pauses. In short, excuse me. In short, the informative nucleus is by means of various displacement devices emphasized to the prejudice of the normative syntactic structure. It is as if the logic of the message, theme, rem, support, addition, topic, comment, implied, stated, etc., modeled in the last analysis that of the syntax, subject, verb, predicate. Indeed, the end figuration of the rem, according to the two possible modalities, assertive or interrogative, indicates that the modality of an enunciation is in the most fundamental manner based on it. The preponderance of this figuration, coupled with the theme rem bipartition, especially during syntax learning by children, or in the emotional, relaxed speech of everyday or colloquially discourse, is additional evidence of being an organizer of enunciation far more deep-seated than syntactic structurizations. Another Selenian phrase betrays similar processes. I refer to the sentence auxiliary c'est, followed by or not by qui or que in French. This provides a possibility of syntactizing. By means of an identifying predicate, a particular value of the message that selects one of its constituents in an emphatic manner. Thus, with Céline, c'est bien mieux payé et plus artiste les chœurs que les figurations simples. They're better paid and more artistic in the chorus line than those who are just extras. C'est identifies and emphasizes the entire predicate. Bien mieux payé et plus artiste. At the same time, the subject, constituent, les chœurs, is owing to the emphasis on the predicate, displaced but chosen in relation to subject's emotive and logical intent, which imbues the usual syntactic structure, subject, predicate with a deeper logic. In a similar fashion, c'est très compréhensible les gens qui cherchent de boulot. It's very understandable that people be looking for a job. The sentence auxiliary, c'est, here introduces an inclusive predicate, très compréhensible, which refers to les gens qui cherchent du boulot. In this case, the determinative item precedes the determined one. The information, or rem, precedes the object, or theme. Such a remodeling of normative syntax brings the spoken sentence and the Selenian sentence closer to those languages whose normal syntactic order is modifier modified. Hungarian and classic Chinese, for instance. There is a tendency in them to give the main information first, rather than start with the less informative element. In other words, they prefer the rem recall scheme over the theme rem scheme. This turn, which Spitzer calls a binary turn, is accounted for by the predominance of a logic of the message or of the enunciation, with a taking into account of the intention or desire of the speaking subject within the communication act, over the logic of the statement with, in French, the so-called normative syntax, subject, verb, object. It is distinguished, in addition to its segmentations, preposings, displacements, or repetitions for emphasis, by successive surges of the intonational curve. The latter, instead of being smoothed out in classic descending fashion, is slightly delayed, either raised or remaining at mid intensity at every boundary between theme and rem, support and addition. The resulting rhythm in Céline's enunciation is generally a binary one, and in the longer sentences is often staccato. These starts are, it should be noted, in addition to those marked by commas, as if with colloquial segmentation. Céline procured, in addition to punctuation, new means of shaping his sentences and imparting rhythm and music to them. À côté d'Alcide, rien qu'un mufle impuissant, moi, épais et vain, j'ai été. Compared with Alcide, I was just a helpless cad. That's what I was, dense and conceited. That's me. Le printemps les oiseaux ne reverront jamais dans leur cage, auprès des cabinets qui sont tout groupés, les cabinets là, dans le fond de l'ombre. Spring, which they, the birds I mean, will never see again in their cages, near the toilets, which are all close together, the toilets I mean, there, way back in the shadows. At every virgule, there is a slight tremolo, less than a punctuation, more than a simple linking, and it gives Céline's writings that very particular thrill that connotes what is musical or intimate, in short, what is desirable, sexual. Finally, what could be the psychological value of such a technique? Spitzer notes that preposing information testifies to too much self-confidence or overestimating the addressee, while repeating the displaced continent indicates adjustment, a supplement of information that was needed because what was said was not self-evident. From this, he concludes, the two contrary forces that are competing in this writer's segmented sentences are self-assurance and nihilistic self-observation. There would be uneasiness with Céline over narrating what he is, blunt, quick, and impulsive, in the face of the other. Conscious of the other's existence would demand repetition for the purpose of additional clarity and thus lead to segmentation. In that type of sentence, the speaking subject would, in short, be in two places, that of his own identity, there he goes straight to the information, the rem, that of objective expression for the other. When he goes back, repeats, clarifies. Such a psychological interpretation has the advantage of clarifying certain of Bakhtin's positions with reference to dialogism in a number of novelistic writings. I shall, on the other hand, take into consideration the prevalence of that type of construction, theme, rem, in children's first sentences during syntax learning. For this binomial, which is both intonational and logical, coincides with a familiar stage in the elaboration of the subject. Autonomization with respect to the other, establishment of his own identity. If saying no, according to studies by Freud and by René A. Spritz, marks man's entry into the symbolic and his distinguishing between pleasure principle and reality principle, one might also posit that the binarity of the message, rem, theme, and conversely, represents one step further, a fundamental step in the symbolic integration of negativism, rejection, and death drive. One might even call it a decisive step for which message binarity and before the establishment of syntactic structure, the subject not only differentiates between pleasure and reality, but quite close to that painful and upon the whole impossible distinction, he asserts, I state while presupposing, and I state while making clear. That is to say, I state what matters to me, and I state in order to be clear. Or again, I state what pleases me, and I state for you, for us, so that one might understand one other. The binary message thus affects a shift from the I of pleasure to the you of the addressee, and to the impersonal one that is necessary for the establishment of a truly universal syntax. It is thus the subject of enunciation is born. By calling this trajectory back to mind, he may rediscover, if not his origin, at least his originality. Céline's spoken writing accomplishes such a remembrance. The important integrating and logico-syntactic role that intonation plays here confirms the hypotheses according to which an archaic structure would be involved. Indeed, recent investigations have demonstrated that intonation, at the same time as being a token of emotivity close to drives, is a syntactic organizer, both very precocious and very profound. It allows one, before solid syntactical categories have been established, and wherever there is ambiguity, to identify the true semantico-logical value of the constituents. Straddling two categories, in a way, the emotive and the syntactical intonation produces the language system before the latter can be made explicit as such. Before being in his statement, the subject is manifested in the intonational figuration of his enunciation, and such an anti-authority. It is as logical as it is chronological. One should not conclude, however, that a style where intonation prevails is a factor of logical and syntactic organization, and where the structure of the message, theme, rem, or conversely, overshadows that of the sentence, subject, verb, object, corresponds to a simple regression of the speaker to childish stages or the domain of the id. When such strategies turn up in adult usage, in colloquial speech, for instance, and above all intentionally in Célinian style, they operate not on the near side, but on the far side of syntactic processes. We are dealing not with a less, but with a more of syntax.
This is going to be the testimony of Simone de Beauvoir at the infamous Bobigny abortion trial of 1972. This is the one of Marie-Claire Chevalier's mother, her two friends who helped put her in touch with the abortionist, and the abortionist herself. So Simone de Beauvoir was one of a number of luminaries giving testimony that day, November 8th, 1972. I'll do it first in French and then in English. The trial was the defendants were famously defended by Gisèle Halimi. So in the beginning, Maître Halimi asks Simone de Beauvoir a couple of questions, and then Beauvoir takes over. So, Maître Halimi. Madame de Beauvoir est un témoin de moralité. Elle connaît Madame Chevalier. Madame de Beauvoir. Madame Chevalier est membre de l'association Choisir dont je suis présidente. Maître Halimi. Je voudrais demander à Madame de Beauvoir pourquoi cette loi est avant tout une loi qui opprime la femme. Madame de Beauvoir. C'est une loi qui est mise en place pour opprimer la femme. L'oppression de la femme est, en effet, un des atouts dont dispose la société. Cette situation est extrêmement avantageuse pour les hommes à plus d'un titre. À titre psychologique, Il est toujours agréable d'avoir des inférieurs et de se sentir supérieur à quelqu'un, à titre économique également. Il y a un point qu'on ne souligne pas assez et que je trouve très important, c'est que la femme fournit en France chaque année une quantité énorme de travail que l'on peut appeler invisible, clandestin, gratuit. C'est le travail ménager. Une statistique récente disait qu'il y a 45 milliards d'heures de travail ménager fournies par des femmes contre 43 milliards d'heures de travail salarié. Le volume de travail ménager dépasse donc de loin le travail salarié. Si la société avait à payer ce travail, il est bien évident que cela multiplierait énormément toutes ses dépenses. Il est tout à fait avantageux pour elle d'avoir des femmes qui font cet énorme travail pour rien. Comment obtenir que la femme fasse ce travail? Il faut la conditionner. Comme il est difficile de la persuader qu'elle a la vocation de laver la vaisselle, on a trouvé quelque chose de beaucoup mieux. On exalte la maternité parce que la maternité, c'est la façon de garder la femme au foyer et de lui faire le ménage. Au lieu de dire à la petite fille, quand elle a 2, 3 ans ou 4 ans, « tu seras vouée à laver la vaisselle », on lui dit « tu seras vouée à être maman ». On lui donne des poupées, on exalte la maternité de façon que quand elle devient une jeune fille, elle ne pense qu'à une chose, c'est à se marier et avoir des enfants. On l'a convaincue qu'elle ne sera pas une femme complète si elle n'a pas d'enfants. Quand une femme n'a pas d'enfants, on dit « c'est pas une vraie femme ». Mais quand un homme n'a pas d'enfant, on ne dit pas « c'est pas un vrai homme ». Il faut donc que la femme soit asservie à la maternité. Si elle avait au moins la liberté d'être mère quand elle le veut, dans la mesure où elle le veut, en planifiant les naissances des enfants, cela lui laisserait beaucoup de liberté sur tous les plans. Elle pourrait se poser en rivale de l'homme sur le plan professionnel. Elle ne serait pas du tout le temps arrivé à la maison et cela poserait la question de savoir pourquoi ce n'est pas l'homme qui fait la vaisselle. Pour éviter que cela se produise, il s'agit donc d'imposer la maternité à la femme et de la lui imposer contre son gré. C'est pour cette raison-là que depuis que la contraception existe, on n'a jamais essayé d'en faciliter la pratique. Au point qu'en France, actuellement, il y a 7% des Françaises qui se servent de méthodes contraceptives, c'est tout. C'est également pour cela que le gouvernement, en ce moment, est en train de retirer toute subvention au planning familial, le seul mouvement qui s'est occupé d'informer les femmes. Le gouvernement reconnaît cependant qu'il n'a aucune solution de rechange, et c'est une chose très grave. Non seulement on supprime le planning, on lui enlève les possibilités d'action, mais on ne prévoit rien à la place. On empêche donc les femmes de se défendre contre la conception quand elles ne la souhaitent pas. Elles deviennent donc enceintes malgré elles. Il leur reste alors à se faire avorter. Et c'est ce que font 1 million de Françaises chaque année malgré la loi qui n'empêche rien du tout, qui n'a donc aucune espèce de sens. De temps en temps, on lui donne une apparence d'existence en inculpant quelques femmes toujours choisies parmi les plus déshéritées parce qu'on n'a jamais vu une femme de magistrat, de ministre ou de grande industrielle assise à la place où sont assises les accusés aujourd'hui. Pourtant, on peut être sûr qu'il y a autant d'avortements dans ces milieux-là que dans d'autres. La loi opprime toutes les femmes, non seulement les ouvrières ou des employés, mais des bourgeoises qui avaient de l'argent. J'ai même une fois aidé la femme d'un très grand directeur de banque. Malgré tout, les femmes sont isolées. Même avec de l'argent, on n'a pas toujours les adresses qu'il faut. On ne sait pas où s'adresser. Comme je le disais au commencement, on a mis dans le cœur des femmes un tel sentiment de culpabilité que l'avortement devient pour elles quelque chose de traumatisant, qui ne le serait pas du tout s'il avait lieu dans des conditions légales. Il y a eu un article dans le New York Times et dans le Herald Tribune qui reproduisait la déclaration du directeur du service de la santé de l'État de New York. Depuis que l'avortement est libre, le directeur du service de la santé constate que les femmes peuvent être avortées sans en ressentir aucune espèce de trouble. Nous espérons, disait-il, que l'exemple va être suivi par tous les autres États d'Amérique. Il ne s'agit pas du tout d'une intervention qui automatiquement doit traumatiser les femmes. C'est une intervention qui est traumatisante seulement dans la mesure où elles ont été conditionnées à faire de la maternité un véritable sacerdoce. Je n'entre pas dans les détails, mais le fait est que la loi actuelle est injuste parce que, en particulier, elle retombe toujours sur les femmes qui appartiennent aux couches les moins favorisées de la société et jamais sur les autres. Maître Halimi, est-ce que, à votre avis, la société a le droit d'intervenir dans la liberté de la femme de donner la vie ou d'avorter? Madame de Beauvoir, à mon avis, la femme est libre de son corps. Elle peut choisir ou d'avoir ou de ne pas avoir d'enfant, et personne ne peut intervenir. Pour moi, il n'y a aucun doute là-dessus. Maître Halimi, vous avez vous-même avorté? Madame de Beauvoir, oui, il y a longtemps, mais ce que je fais depuis longtemps aussi et fréquemment, j'aide les femmes qui viennent me demander de les aider à avorter. Je leur donne de l'argent ou je leur en prête. Et je leur donne des adresses et même, quelquefois, je leur prête mon domicile pour que l'intervention ait lieu dans de bonnes conditions. Le président de la jury, le magistrat, quoi. Puisque vous partez du principe de la liberté de chacun sur son corps, est-ce que, en appliquant le même principe, vous estimez que les pouvoirs publics doivent laisser entière liberté aux gens de se droguer? Madame de Beauvoir, cela n'a pas de rapport avec la question. Le président, vous admettez quand même certaines réserves là-dessus. Madame de Beauvoir, je serais d'avis de laisser les gens libres de se droguer s'ils le veulent, mais en leur donnant une information suffisante sur la drogue. Il faudrait que les gens soient informés, qu'ils soient également conseillés et que dans ces conditions, alors, eh bien, oui, on leur laisse la liberté. Le président, le tribunal vous remercie. And now we will do it in English. That went pretty quick. So if this ends before my half hour is up, I will read Gisèle Halimi's opening arguments in French, but I don't have the translation in English. So this is the English translation of Simone de Beauvoir's testimony at the Bobigny trial. This was translated by Mary Beth Zimmerman, and you can find it in Simone de Beauvoir Feminist Writings. Maître Halimi. Madame de Beauvoir is a character witness. She knows Madame Chevalier. Simone de Beauvoir. Madame Chevalier is a member of the Choisir Association, of which I am president. Maître Halimi. I would like to ask Madame de Beauvoir why this law is above all a law that oppresses women. Simone de Beauvoir. The law is set up to oppress women. Women's oppression is indeed one of the trump cards available to society. This situation is extremely advantageous for men for more than one reason. Psychologically, it is always nice to have inferiors and to feel superior to someone, economically as well. One point that is not emphasized enough and that I find very important is that each year, women in France provide an enormous quantity of work that can be called invisible, clandestine, unpaid. It is household work. A recent statistic said that there are 45 billion hours of household work provided by women compared to 43 billion hours of paid work. So the volume of household work far surpasses paid work. If society had to pay for this work, its expenses would obviously be enormously multiplied. It is quite advantageous for society to have women who do this enormous work for nothing. How to get women to do this work? They must be conditioned. As it is difficult to persuade women that they have a vocation for washing dishes, something much better has been found. Maternity is exalted because maternity is the way to keep women at home and to make them do housework. Instead of telling a little 2, 3, or 4-year-old girl, you will be destined to wash dishes, She is told, you will be destined to be a mommy. She is given dolls, and maternity is exalted so that when she becomes a young woman, she thinks only of one thing, to get married and have children. She has been convinced that she will not be a complete woman if she does not have children. When a woman does not have children, people say she is not a true woman. But when a man does not have children, people do not say he is not a true man. Therefore, women must be enslaved to maternity. If they at least had the freedom to be mothers when they wanted to, how they wanted to, planning the births of children, it would leave them a lot of freedom on all levels. Women could present themselves as professional rivals to men. They would not be constantly chained to the house. And that would bring up the question of why it is not the men who do the dishes. In order to prevent this from happening, maternity must be imposed upon women and imposed against their will. This is the reason that for as long as contraception has existed, its use has never been facilitated, to the point that currently in France, there are 7% of French women using contraceptive methods, that's all. It is also for this reason that the government at this time is in the process of removing all subsidies from family planning, the only movement concerned with informing women. However, the government recognizes that it has no alternative solution, and this is a very grave matter. Not only is family planning being done away with and its possibilities of action being removed, but nothing is planned to replace it. Women are thus prevented from protecting themselves against unwanted pregnancies and therefore becoming pregnant against their wishes. So they end up having an abortion. And this is what 1 million French women do each year, in spite of the law that prevents nothing at all and therefore makes no sense. From time to time, to give the law a semblance of existence, charges are brought against a few women, always chosen from among the most underprivileged, because you would never see the wife of a judge, a government official, or a great industrialist sitting in the place where the accused are sitting today. Yet one can be sure that there are as many abortions in those milieux as in the others. The law oppresses all women, even those who are privileged. In my life, I have seen not only blue-collar women and office workers, but also middle-class women with money arriving at my house in tears. Once I even helped the wife of a very important bank director. In spite of everything, women are isolated. Even with money, they do not always have the necessary addresses. They do not know whom to contact. As I was saying at the beginning, such a feeling of guilt has been put into the hearts of women that abortion becomes something traumatizing for them, as would not be the case at all if it took place under legal conditions. There's an article in the New York Times and in the Herald Tribune that quoted the director of health services of the state of New York, who observed that ever since the legalization of abortion, women can have abortions without feeling any sort of distress about it. We hope, he said, that the example will be followed by all the other states in America. It is not at all a question of a procedure that automatically traumatizes women. It is a procedure that is traumatizing only insofar as they have been conditioned to make maternity into a veritable calling. I will not go into details, but the fact is that the current law is unfair because, in particular, it always falls upon women who belong to the least favored strata of society and never upon the others. Maître Alimi, in your opinion, does society have the right to intervene in women's freedom to give life or to abort? Simone de Beauvoir, in my opinion, women have bodily freedom. They can choose to have or to not have a child, and no one can intervene. For me, there is no doubt about it. Maître Alimi, have you had an abortion? Simone de Beauvoir, yes, a long time ago. But what I have also been doing frequently and for a long time is helping women who come and ask me how to get an abortion. I give them money or I lend it to them and I give them addresses. And sometimes I even lend them my residence so that the procedure takes place in good conditions. The president of the tribunal. Since you begin with the principle of everyone's bodily freedom, do you think, by applying the same principle, that the public powers should give complete freedom to people who take drugs? Simone de Beauvoir, that is not related to the question. The president, so you admit to having certain reservations about it. Simone de Beauvoir, I would be of the opinion that people should be free to take drugs if they wanted to, while giving them sufficient information about the drugs. People must be informed and must be equally advised, and in those conditions, then, well, yes, they should be allowed that freedom. President, the court thanks you. So since there's a little bit more time left, I will read as much as I can of Gisèle Halimi's opening arguments. Monsieur le Président, Messieurs du tribunal, je ressens avec une plénitude jamais connue à ce jour un parfait accord entre mon métier qui est de plaider, qui est de défendre, et ma condition de femme. Je ressens donc au premier plan, au plan physique, il faut le dire, une solidarité fondamentale avec ces 4 femmes et avec les autres. Ce que j'essaie d'exprimer ici, c'est que je m'identifie précisément et totalement avec Madame Chevalier, avec ces 3 autres femmes présentes à l'audience, avec ces femmes qui manifestent dans la rue, avec ces millions de femmes françaises et autres. Elles sont ma famille, elles sont mon combat, elles sont ma pratique quotidienne. Et si je ne parle aujourd'hui, monsieur, que de l'avortement et de la condition faite à la femme par une loi répressive, une loi d'un autre âge, c'est moins parce que le dossier nous y contraint que parce que cette loi est la pierre de touche de l'oppression qui frappe les femmes. C'est toujours la même classe, celle des femmes pauvres, vulnérables économiquement et socialement, cette classe des sans-argent et des sans-relations qui est frappée. Voilà 20 ans que je plaide, monsieur, messieurs, et je pose chaque fois la question et j'autorise le tribunal à m'interrompre s'il peut me contredire. Je n'ai encore jamais plaidé pour la femme d'un haut commis de l'État ou pour la femme d'un médecin célèbre ou d'un grand avocat ou d'un PDG de société ou pour la maîtresse de ces mêmes messieurs. Je pose la question. Cela s'est-il trouvé dans cette enceinte de justice ou ailleurs? Vous condamnez toujours les mêmes, les Madame Chevalier. Ce que nous avons fait, nous, la défense, et ce que le tribunal peut faire, ce que chaque homme conscient de la discrimination qui frappe les mêmes femmes peut faire, c'est se livrer à un sondage très simple. Prenez des jugements de condamnation pour avortement. Prenez les tribunaux de France que vous voudrez, les années que vous voudrez, prenez 100 femmes condamnées et faites une coupe socio-économique. Vous retrouverez toujours les mêmes résultats. 26 femmes sont sans profession, mais de milieux modestes, des ménagères. 35 sont employées de bureau, secrétaires, dactylos. Au niveau du secrétariat de direction, déjà, on a plus d'argent, on a des relations, on a celle du patron, un téléphone. 15 employés de commerce et de l'artisanat, des vendeuses, des coiffeuses, 16 de l'enseignement primaire, agents techniques, institutrices, laborantines, 5 ouvrières, 3 étudiantes. Autre exemple de cette justice de classe qui joue, sans la moindre exception concernant les femmes, le manifeste des 343. Vous avez entendu à cette barre 3 de ses signataires. J'en suis une moi-même. 343 femmes, aujourd'hui 3000, ont dénoncé le scandale de l'avortement clandestin, le scandale de la répression et le scandale de ce silence que l'on faisait sur cet avortement. Les a-t-on seulement inculpés? Nous a-t-on seulement interrogés? Je pense à Simone de Beauvoir, à Françoise Sagan, à Delphine Seyrig, que vous avez entendu, Jean de Moreau, Catherine Deneuve. Dans un hebdomadaire, un grand tirage, je crois, Catherine Deneuve est représentée avec la légende « la plus jolie maman du cinéma français ». Oui, certes, mais c'est aussi la plus jolie avortée du cinéma français. Retournons aux sources pour que Marie-Claire, qui s'est retrouvée enceinte à 16 ans, puisse être poursuivie pour délit d'avortement. Il eût fallu prouver qu'elle avait tous les moyens de savoir comment ne pas être enceinte et tous les moyens de prévoir. Ici, messieurs, j'aborde le problème de l'éducation sexuelle. Vous avez entendu les réponses des témoins. Je ne crois pas que sur ce point, nous avons appris quelque chose au tribunal. Ce que je voudrais savoir, c'est combien de Marie-Claire en France ont appris qu'elles avaient un corps, comment il était fait, ses limites, ses possibilités, ses pièges, le plaisir qu'elles pouvaient en prendre et donner. Combien? Très peu, j'en ai peur. Il y a dans mon dossier une attestation de Madame Anne Perriot, professeure dans un lycée technique, qui indique que durant l'année scolaire 1971-1972, il y a eu 13 jeunes filles entre 17 ans et 20 ans en état de grossesse dans ce lycée. Vous avez entendu à l'audience Simone If, vice-présidente du planning familial. Elle est venue vous dire quel sabotage délibéré les pouvoirs publics faisaient précisément de cet organisme qui était là pour informer, pour prévenir, puisque c'est de cela qu'il s'agit. Vous avez, messieurs, heureusement pour vous, car je vous ai senti accablés sur le poids de mes témoins et de leurs témoignages, échappé de justesse à 2 témoignages de jeunes gens de 20 ans et de 17 ans, mes 2 fils aînés, qui voulaient venir à cette barre. Ils voulaient vous dire d'abord à quel point l'éducation sexuelle avait été inexistante pendant leurs études. L'un est dans un lycée et l'autre est étudiant. Ils voulaient faire, il faut le dire, mon procès. Mon procès, c'est-à-dire le procès de tous les parents. Car l'alibi de l'éducation sexuelle à la maison, il nous faut le rejeter comme quelque chose de malhonnête. Je voudrais savoir combien de parents, et je parle de parents qui ont les moyens matériels et intellectuels de le faire, abordent tous les soirs autour de la soupe familiale l'éducation sexuelle de leurs enfants. Madame Chevalier, on vous l'a dit, n'avait pas de moyens matériels. Elle n'avait pas reçu elle-même d'éducation sexuelle. Je parle de moi-même et de mes rapports avec mes enfants. Moi, je n'ai pas pu le faire. Pourquoi? Je n'en sais rien, mais je peux peut-être essayer de l'expliquer. Peut-être parce que, entre les parents et les enfants, il y a un rapport passionnel, vivant, vivace, et c'est bon qu'il en soit ainsi. Peut-être aussi parce que, pour les enfants, il y a cette image des rapports amoureux des parents et que cela peut culpabiliser les enfants et la mère. Toujours est-il que l'on ne peut décider que les parents auront l'entière responsabilité de l'éducation sexuelle. Il faut des éducateurs spécialisés, quitte pour les parents à apporter en quelque sorte une aide complémentaire. Pourquoi ne pratique-t-on pas l'éducation sexuelle dans les écoles, puisqu'on ne veut pas d'avortement? Pourquoi ne commence-t-on pas par le commencement? Pourquoi? Parce que nous restons fidèles à un tabou hérité de nos civilisations judéo-chrétiennes qui s'oppose à la dissociation de l'acte sexuel et de l'acte de procréation. Ils sont pourtant 2 choses différentes. Ils peuvent être tous les 2 actes d'amour, mais le crime des pouvoirs publics et des adultes est d'empêcher les enfants de savoir qu'ils peuvent être dissociés. Deuxième responsabilité, l'accusation, je le lui demande, peut-elle établir qu'il existe en France une contraception clandestine qui est la nôtre aujourd'hui? Je parle d'une véritable contraception. Je dois dire que j'ai cru comprendre que même la contraception était prise à partie dans ce débat. Je dois dire qu'il m'est arrivé de parler à plusieurs reprises de ce problème publiquement. J'ai eu face de moi des hommes d'église. Même eux n'avaient pas pris cette position. La contraception à l'heure actuelle, c'est peut-être 6% ou 8% des femmes qui l'utilisent. Dans quelle couche de la population? Dans les milieux populaires, 1%. Dans la logique de la contraception, je dis qu'il est inscrit la loi à l'avortement. Supposons que nous ayons une parfaite éducation sexuelle. Supposons que cela soit enseigné dans toutes les écoles. Supposons qu'il y ait une contraception véritable, populaire, totale, gratuite. On peut rêver. Prenons une femme libre et responsable, parce que les femmes sont libres et responsables. Prenons une de ces femmes qui aura fait précisément ce que l'on reproche aux autres de ne pas faire, qui aura manifesté constamment, régulièrement, en rendant visite à son médecin, sa volonté de ne pas avoir d'enfant et qui se trouverait, malgré tout cela, enceinte. Je pose alors la question, Que faut-il faire? J'ai posé la question à tous les médecins. Ils m'ont tous répondu, à l'exception d'un seul, il faut qu'elle avorte. Il y a donc inscrit dans la logique de la contraception le droit à l'avortement. Car personne ne peut soutenir, du moins je l'espère, que l'on peut donner la vie par échec. Il n'y a pas que l'échec, il y a l'oubli. Supposez que l'on oublie sa pilule. Oui, on oublie sa pilule. Je ne sais plus qui trouverait cela absolument criminel. On peut oublier sa pilule. Supposez l'erreur. L'erreur dans le choix du contraceptif, dans la pose du diaphragme. L'échec, l'erreur, l'oubli. Voulez-vous contraindre les femmes à donner la vie par échec, par erreur, par oubli? Est-ce que le progrès de la science n'est pas précisément de barrer la route à l'échec, de faire échec à l'échec, de réparer l'oubli, de réparer l'erreur? C'est cela, me semble-t-il, le progrès. C'est barrer la route à la fatalité et, par conséquence, à la fatalité physiologique. J'ai tenu à ce que vous entendiez ici une mère célibataire. Le tribunal, je l'espère, aurait été ému par ces témoignages. Il y a ici des filles, des jeunes filles qui, elles, vont jusqu'au bout de leur grossesse pour des raisons complexes. Mais disons, parce qu'elles respectent la loi, ce fameux article 317, elles vont jusqu'au bout. Que fait-on? On les oblige, la plupart du temps, à les abandonner. On leur prend 80% de leur salaire, on ne se préoccupe pas du fait qu'elles sont dans l'obligation d'abandonner leurs études. C'est une véritable répression qui s'abat sur les mères célibataires. Il y a là une incohérence au plan de la loi elle-même. J'en arrive à ce qui me paraît le plus important dans la condamnation de cette loi. Cette loi, messieurs, elle ne peut pas survivre. Et si l'on m'écoutait, elle ne pourrait pas survivre une seconde de plus. Et ça continue. It goes on, a little bit longer, but I will stop there because we are just about at 10 o'clock. I'm sure it's translated somewhere. I just couldn't find it in time. But yeah, powerful stuff.
Thanks, Lauren. That was beautiful in English and French. So I have just finished cleaning my kitchen. That might be too dark. There we go, I think that's better. So I'm going to read from Alenka Zupancic's book, The Odd One In on Comedy, which is translated by, oh no, I don't think it is a translation actually. I think it might just have been published originally in English. So here goes, just from the start. It may come as little surprise to say that comedy is an extremely difficult subject of investigation, not only because of the multiplicity of various techniques and procedures involved in its process, but also because this process is in constant motion. Indeed, this irresistible motion is one of the key features of comedy, which is why it seems so difficult to pin it down with concepts and definitions. Moreover, comedy lives in the same world as its definitions, in a much more emphatic sense than this could be said for other genres, and is quite capable of its own definitions as material to be submitted to further comic treatment, turned upside down or inside out. In this respect, and following Hegel on this point, the argument of this book is that comic subjectivity proper does not reside in the subject making the comedy, nor in the subjects or egos that appear in it, but in this very incessant and irresistible all-consuming movement. Comic subjectivity is the very movement of comedy. However, movement is not the whole story of comedy. Stumbling, interruptions, punctuations, discontinuities, all kinds of fixations and passionate attachments are the other side of this same movement and constitute a not exactly objective, but rather object-related facet of comedy. It is with the scissors of this double perspective that this essay ventures to conceptualize the phenomenon of comedy and of the comical. Philosophy's relationship to comedy is not exactly a simple story, although it contains itself some elements of comedy, starting with the disappearance of the book that might have inaugurated philosophy's more canonical interest in comedy. Thanks to Umberto Eco's best-selling novel The Name of the Rose and the movie based on it, everybody knows about the second book of Aristotle's Poetics, in which the philosopher discussed comedy and laughter, and which is unfortunately lost. Would philosophy's often contemptuous attitude towards comedy be any different if it were not lost? Be this as it may, the plot of Eco's story revolves around the fact that one copy of the book did survive in a medieval monastic library, where a fanatical monk, Jorge, has made it his mission to prevent the rest of the world from learning about it and reading it. When he can no longer endure this, he burns down the library and the book with it. Jorge is convinced that laughter is Satan's invention, undermining all firm religious beliefs. If the contents of Aristotle's book on comedy were to become generally known, this would destroy the very foundations of the Christian order. Jorge's adversary and the hero of the story, the enlightened monk William of Baskerville, defends laughter as an essential feature of humankind, seeing Christianity as a cultural intellectual enterprise threatened precisely by fanaticism such as Jorge's. Let me say immediately that this book does not share the ideological coordinates of this division, which is much too simplistic in its opposition between the rigid fanaticism of ideology and a playfully ironic ease as its worst enemy. Indeed, one can easily show that ironic distance and laughter often function as an internal condition of all true ideology, which is characterized by the fact that it tends to avoid direct, dogmatic repression and has a firm hold on us precisely where we feel most free and autonomous in our actions. This point has already been made apropos of Eco's novel. Quote from Dallar, 1986. Laughter is a condition of ideology. It provides us with the distance, the very space in which ideology can take its full swing. It is only with laughter that we become ideological subjects, withdrawn from the immediate pressure of ideological claims to a free enclave. It is only when we laugh and breathe freely that ideology truly has a hold on us. It is only here that it starts functioning fully as ideology, with the specifically ideological means, which are supposed to assure our free consent and the appearance of spontaneity, eliminating the need for the non-ideological means of outside constraint. End quote. It is very important to keep this point in mind, especially in times when freedom and free will, humour, a, quote, positive attitude, and a distance towards all ideologies have become the principal mode of the dominant ideology. The humanist romantic presentation of comedy as intellectual resistance in the form of keeping a distance to all that's going on around us is not at all what will interest us in comedy. If a truly subversive edge of comedy exists, as I believe it does, it is to be sought elsewhere. In the contemporary ideological climate, it has become imperative that we perceive all the terrible things that happen to us as ultimately something positive, say as a precious experience that will bear fruit in our future life. Negativity, lack, dissatisfaction, unhappiness are perceived more and more as moral faults. Worse, as a corruption at the level of our very being or bare life. There is a spectacular rise of what we might call a biomorality, as well as a morality of feelings and emotions, which promotes the following fundamental axiom. A person who feels good and is happy is a good person. A person who feels bad is a bad person. It is this short circuit between the immediate feelings, sensations, and the moral value that gives it specific colour to the contemporary ideological rhetoric of happiness. This is very efficient, for who dares to raise her voice and say that as a matter of fact, she is not happy and that she can't manage to, or even worse, doesn't even care to, transform all of the disappointments of her life into a positive experience to be invested in the future. There is an important difference between this and the classical entrepreneur formula, according to which we are always broadly responsible for our failures and misfortunes. This classical formula still implies a certain interval between what we are and the symbolic value of our success. It implies that, at least in principle, we could have acted otherwise, but didn't, and are hence responsible for our failures or lack of happiness. The biomorality mentioned above is replacing the classical notion of responsibility with the notion of a damaged, corrupt being. The unhappy and the unsuccessful are somehow corrupt already on the level of their bare life, and all their erroneous actions or non-actions follow from there with an inexorable necessity. In other words, the problem is not simply that success and efficiency have become the supreme values of our late capitalist society, as we often hear from critics of this society. There is nothing particularly new in this. Social promotion of success, defined in different ways, has existed since time immemorial. The problem is, rather, that success is becoming almost a biological notion, and thus the foundation of a genuine racism of successfulness. The poorest and the most miserable are no longer perceived as a socioeconomic class, but almost as a race of their own, or a special form of life. We are indeed witnessing a spectacular rise of racism, or more precisely, of racisation. This is to say that we are no longer simply dealing with racism in its traditional sense of hatred towards other races, but also and above all with a production of new races based on economic, political, and class differences and factors, as well as the segregation based on those differences. If traditional racism tended to socialize biological features, that is, directly translate them into cultural and symbolic points of a given social order, contemporary racism works in the opposite direction. It tends to naturalize the differences and features produced by the socio-symbolic order. This is also what can help us to understand the ideological rise of the theme of private life, as well as of lifestyles and habits. To take a simple example, if a successful artist is invited as a guest on a TV show, the focus is practically never on her work, but instead on the way she lives, on her everyday habits, on what she enjoys, and so on. This is not simply a voyeuristic curiosity. It is a procedure that systematically presents us with two elements: success on one side, and the life that corresponds to this success on the other, implying, of course, a strong and immediate equivalence between the two. The objective surplus, the materialized work itself, is eliminated at the very outset. In other words, our ways of life, our habits, our feelings, our more or less idiosyncratic enjoyments, all these are no longer simply private matters exposed to scrutiny to satisfy our curiosity. They are one of the crucial cultural catalysts through which all kinds of socio-economic and ideological differences are gradually being transformed into human differences, differences at the very core of our being, which makes it possible for them to become the ground of a new racism. This is the process that aims at establishing an immediate connection between being, their life, and a socioeconomic value. We are thus witnessing a massive and forceful naturalization of economic, political, and other social differences. And this naturalization is itself a politico-ideological process par excellence. As I said above, naturalization involves, above all, the promotion of a belief in an immediate character of these differences, that is to say, in their being organically related to life as such, or to existing reality in general. I could also put this in the following way. The contemporary discourse, which likes to promote and glorify the gesture of distancing oneself from all ideologies and projects as the ideologies of others, and because they are necessarily totalitarian or utopian, strives to promote its own reality as completely non-ideological. Our present socioeconomic reality is increasingly being presented as an immediate natural fact or fact of nature, and thus a fact to which we can only try to adapt as successfully as possible. If the imperative of happiness, positive thinking, and cheerfulness is one of the key means of expanding and solidifying this ideological hegemony, one cannot avoid the question of whether promoting comedy is not part of the same process. Is comedy not all about cheerfulness, satisfaction, and positive feelings? And is this not why Hollywood is producing huge amounts of comedy, neatly packaged to suit different audiences? Romantic comedies, black comedies, teen comedies, family comedies, blue-collar comedies, white-collar comedies. Well, this compulsive entertainment has in fact very little to do with comedy, just as comedy has very little to do with nature or naturalization, immediacy, and feelings. True, comedy does not view men as an exception to nature, as the point that breaks the very laws of nature. This is more the perspective of tragedy. Yet comedy's frequent reduction of man to his nature makes a further comic point about nature itself. Nature is far from being as natural as we might think, but is itself driven by countless contradictions and discrepancies. As for the question of immediacy, comedy thrives on all sorts of short circuits that establish an immediate connection between heterogeneous orders. Yet again, the immediacy that comedy puts forward is not that of a smooth, imperceptible passing of one into another, but that of a material cut between them. If we think of the simplest examples of this procedure, like the one frequent in the Marx Brothers comedy when, say, A says, "Give me a break," and B pulls a break out of his pocket. It is not that its fundamental lesson is always this. Is it not that its fundamental lesson is always this? The only genuine immediate link between those two things is the very cut between them. And as for the question of comedy's non-affinity with our subjective feelings and emotions, this point has been systematically made in literature and comedy, and is splendidly epitomized by Horace Walpole's remark, "This world is a comedy to those that think, a tragedy to those that feel." Yet this divorce of comedy and feelings is not simply comedy's way of keeping a distance from feelings, but above all, its way of introducing a distance, or non-immediacy, into the feelings themselves. This is especially interesting in the case of happiness. Comedies have very ingenious ways of showing us that happiness can indeed be largely independent of how we feel. In other words, there has been some philosophical discussion lately about the difference between what people think they feel and what they really feel. One of the fundamental axioms of what is now officially called happiness studies is that there is no difference between the two. In this respect, comedy definitely aligns itself with the opposite camp, which insists that it often happens that we don't know how we really feel, and that emotions, far from constituting a direct insight into the real of the subject, can lie and be as deceptive as anything else. A good comedy is, and always has been, a fairly rare thing. And perhaps there is nothing more foreign and hostile to the comic spirit than precisely a climate that praises so highly all sorts of entertainment, promotes happiness as its master signifier, and relies on the immediacy of our feelings as the ground for an ideological immediacy stroke naturalization of different socio-symbolic relationships. It is as if the imperative of entertainment, positive thinking, and immediacy were blocking the very heart of comedy, its sparkle, and has blunted the edge on which both comedy and our sensibility to it live and thrive. It is the immodest ambition of this book to conceptually revive this edge. Thus, the reader should not expect a study of comedy along the lines of a history and theory of literature, or even an attempt at a systematic representation of its different modes and authors. Instead, this work is an attempt to bring forward some strong conceptual points made by the practice of comedy, which I believe to be of crucial importance not only for our understanding of comedy, but for our philosophy and critical thinking in general. Okay, so I'm going to jump to another part of the book. Actually, let's just go straight into the first chapter, The Absolute on the Couch. Okay. There was little doubt among classical philosophers. Hegel was the one who valued comedy and the comic spirit most highly. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, he considers comedy to be the most accomplished spiritual work of art, elaborating on it briefly but concisely within the triad epos, comedy, tragedy that concludes the section on religion in the form of art. The fact that Hegel discusses art within the section on religion demands some preliminary works concerning the structure of the phenomenology and the status of the discussion of art in it. Without entering into a detailed account of the construction of this unique philosophical work, which is still subject to considerable debate, partly because Hegel changed his original plans as he went along, let me just point out some general outlines. The phenomenology falls into two big triads. The first is formed by sections on consciousness, self-consciousness, and reason. The second by sections on spirit, religion, and absolute knowledge. I will leave the first triad aside. We thus have spirit, religion, and absolute knowledge in a triad that seems to represent an almost caricature peak of idealism, and to embody everything that a major part of contemporary philosophy has been, and still is, fighting against. Yet in this theatre of the spirit, Hegel gives us more than one comic surprise, bearing witness to the fact that, all in all, spirit is very much a matter of comedy. For Hegel, spirit is nothing other than the world. As such, it is most material. It is, so to speak, a materialist reversal of the movement, consciousness, self-consciousness, reason, where all shapes of consciousness are still only abstract forms of it. Reason becomes spirit when it is conscious of itself as its own world, and of the world as itself. The shapes or figures, gestalten, of the spirit are now real spirits, actualities in the strict meaning of the word, and instead of being shapes merely of consciousness, the shapes of the world. In a word, spirit is reason as materially existing, above all in the ethical life and practices of a community. The section on spirit thus covers, from this new standpoint, which is the standpoint of community, history, starting from Greek antiquity, the immediacy of spirit, the ethical order. It continues with the process of Bildung, culture, where the world of the spirit breaks in two and is alienated from itself. This is where the history of Christianity comes in, up to the point where, after the Enlightenment and the French Revolution, spirit appears in the shape of morality as spirit that is certain of itself, spirit that has done away with the other world. This concludes the section on spirit. Here, on the threshold of the section on religion, there is a very significant shift of perspective. If, in the section on spirit, the emphasis is on how spirit as world appears to consciousness and how the latter conceives it, in the section on religion, the emphasis is on the question of how spirit, or the absolute, conceives itself. We are dealing with two different emphases. The duality or tension between in itself and for consciousness, of course, remains. And the way consciousness perceives or grasps the absolute remains, also in the section of on religion, an important driving force of the dialectical movement. For the sake of better conceptual clarity, however, we can sharpen things a little and say consciousness and the absolute, which are indispensable agents in both sections, exchange roles. If, prior to this section, the principal role belonged to consciousness, which, in the spirit of the world, had to come to its own absolute, the main role now goes to the absolute, which has to achieve its self-consciousness. The section on religion is thus a peculiar divine comedy in which what is at stake is, so to speak, a consciousness raising of the absolute itself. That is to say, of the absolute as materially existing in different forms of religion and art. The question is no longer simply that of how consciousness conceives of or sees the absolute, but also of how the absolute sees itself. It is in this second, rather unique perspective that prompted one of the great interpreters of Hegel, Jean Hippolyte, to suggest that in the section on religion, we are no longer dealing just with phenomenology of spirit, but also and above all with its noumenology. As for the status of the section on religion, in which the discussion of comedy also appears, we could say that Hegel's paradoxical and ultimately atheist wager lies in the following. It is not enough that consciousness comes to know that it is itself the source and the drive of that absolute spirit which, from a certain point on, appears to it as its unattainable beyond its other, and that it reappropriates it or declares its illusory character. The fact that it is but a product of consciousness itself. Hegel's point is that absolute spirit as the product of consciousness is, precisely as this product, something real, something that has material and historical existence. One could say, in this respect, Hegel anticipates the Althusserrian thesis about the materiality of ideology, and not what Althusser calls ideological state apparatuses, precisely one of the forms in which the spirit exists in the world. And this is the cause of the ultimate impotence of the reason of enlightenment, the reason which knows that the other, brackets world, does not exist, yet remains powerless in the face of all the practices, including its own, which, in spite of that knowledge, still keep manifesting some form of religious belief. Je sais bien, mais quand même, I know very well, but nonetheless, is a quasi-universal paradigm of the post-Enlightenment belief, which, to a large extent, we still share today. At stake here is precisely the paradigm of the following most insightful joke. A man believes that he is a grain of seed. He is taken to a mental institution, where the doctors do their best finally to convince him that he is not a grain, but a man. No sooner has he left the hospital than he comes back, very scared, claiming that there is a chicken outside the door and that he is afraid it will eat him. Dear fellow, says his doctor, you know very well that you are not a grain of seed, but a man. Of course I know that, replies the patient, but does the chicken? In a word, it is not enough that we know how things really stand. In a sense, things themselves have to realize how they stand. In the context of the confrontation between enlightenment and religion, this joke could perhaps be reformed as followed. In the enlightened society of, say, revolutionary terror, a man is put in prison because he believes in God. By various means, but above all by means of an enlightened explanation, he is brought to the knowledge that God does not exist. When he is freed, the man comes running back and explains how scared he is of being punished by God. Of course he knows God does not exist, but does God know it too? In a certain sense, the whole section on religion in the Phenomenology of Spirit represents Hegel's most extraordinary attempt at staging this other movement in which absolute spirit itself has to reach the conclusion that it does not exist outside the concrete consciousness of people and of the world. This section is thus the other, or the obverse side of the Phenomenology of Spirit. It is a paradoxical, almost postmodern story about how the narrative of the experience of consciousness is seen and read by what the same experience of consciousness produces in its historic movement. And, if we refer again to the joke above, in this perspective, the absolute knowledge that follows the chapter on religion and concludes the phenomenology is nothing but a paradoxical coincidence of the knowledge of the patient with the knowledge of the chicken. Here we can, of course, note a crucial affinity between this double movement and what is at stake in psychoanalysis. In psychoanalysis, if it is worthy of its name, this is insufficient. The main problem is precisely how to shift and change the very symbolic and imaginary structures in which this unconscious is embodied outside herself, in the manner and rituals of her conduct, speech, relations to others, in certain situations that keep happening to her. In short, it is not simply that in analysis the subject has to shift her position or even adapt herself. The major part of the analytic work consists precisely in shifting the external practices, in moving all of those chickens in which the subject's unconscious and her relation to herself are externalized. And one of the major obstacles that can occur in analysis is precisely that the subject can become all too eager to change herself and her perception of the world, convinced that in analysis she will experience a kind of intimate revelation, as a result of which everything will be different and easier when she re-enters the world. In other words, the subject is ready to do quite a lot, change radically, if only she can remain unchanged in the other, in the symbolic as the external world in which, to put it in Hegel's terms, the subject's consciousness of herself is embodied, materialized as something that still does not know itself as consciousness. In this case, belief in the other, in the modern form of believing that the other does not know, is precisely what helps to maintain the same state of things, regardless of all subjective mutations and permutations. The subjective universe will only really change at the moment when she attains the knowledge that the other knows that it does not exist. What Lacan and Hegel share in this respect is that they both take this dimension of the other extremely seriously. Not as a subjective illusion or spell that could be broken simply by saying out loud that the other doesn't exist. Just consider how this common theoretical mantra coexists perfectly well with all sorts of secret or not so secret beliefs. but as something which, despite its non-existence, has considerable material effects in which it does exist. This is why, for both Hegel and Lacan, the real point at which something in this relationship can be effectively shifted is not the abolition of otherness or its absorption into the subject, but the coincidence of the lack in the subject with the lack in the other. In other words, what is needed is the encounter of the two entities at a very precise or precisely right point of their topology. This is a short circuit of internal and external, not an elimination of the one or the other. For this short circuit or local overlapping of the two to occur, work on the subject as an internal work on consciousness is not enough. Work on the other is also needed. In psychoanalysis, the condition of this work on the other is transference. And transference is ultimately nothing but the subject's trust in her own sameness or identity functioning outside her in the other. This trust or credit is needed because the subject has no immediate control over what her sameness does and how it speaks in this exteriority. In this feature, we could recognize a properly comic dimension of analytic experience. I'm referring to the autonomy of the subject's sameness as operating out there, doing all kinds of things, involving the subject in various possible and impossible situations, sometimes very awkward ones. At the moment of entry into analysis, the subject is usually experiencing this as a tragic, painful split between the way she perceives herself, her desires, and so on, and the unpleasant things that keep happening to her and constitute the way things are in reality. And the analyst is not, as is sometimes thought, the authority that simply refers the subject back to herself, pointing out how she is in fact responsible for what is so systematically happening to her. The analyst is, rather and above all, the authority that has to give all this happening the time and the space to come to the subject. This could be one of the main reasons for the long duration of analysis, for the precipitation of knowledge does not really solve anything. We can come to know what there is to know quite soon in this process, yet this insight of knowledge is not enough. The work of analysis is also needed, the work that is not simply the work of analysing things, but much more the work of repetition, work as entropy. In analysis, the subject very often rushes in different directions, each time expecting to find some salutary knowledge, some secret formula that will deliver her from her pain. And as a rule, she comes again and again through all these different paths to the same things and knowledge that keeps repeating itself. The subject thus often goes along the same paths again and again. Yet this work, in all its entropy, is precisely not empty. It is not wasted time. It is what is needed for knowledge that can be present from a very early stage to come to the place of truth.
I'm going to read from Roland Barthes' The Pleasure of the Text, translated by Richard Miller, and we'll just see how far we get. The pleasure of the text. Like Bacon's simulator, it can say, never apologize, never explain. It never denies anything. I shall look away. That will henceforth be my sole negation. Imagine someone, a kind of Monsieur Test in reverse, who abolishes within himself all barriers, all classes, all exclusions, not by syncretism, but by simple discard of that old spectre, logical contradiction, who mixes every language, even those said to be incompatible, who silently accepts every charge of illogicality, of incongruity, who remains passive in the face of Socratic irony, leading the interlocutor to the supreme disgrace, self-contradiction, and legal terrorism. How much penal evidence is based on a psychology of consistency? Such a man would be the mockery of our society. Court, school, asylum, polite conversation would cast him out. Who endures contradiction without shame? Now this anti-hero exists. He is the reader of the text at the moment he takes his pleasure. Thus the biblical myth is reversed. The confusion of tongues is no longer a punishment. The subject gains access to bliss by the cohabitation of languages working side by side. The text of pleasure is a sanctioned Babel. Pleasure, bliss. Terminologically, there is always a vacillation. I stumble, I err. In any case, there will always be a margin of indecision. The distinction will not be the source of absolute classifications. The paradigm will falter. The meaning will be precarious. revocable, reversible, the discourse incomplete. If I read this sentence, this story, or this word with pleasure, it is because they were written in pleasure. Such pleasure does not contradict the writer's complaints, but the opposite. Does writing in pleasure guarantee me, the writer, my reader's pleasure? Not at all. I must seek out this reader, must cruise him without knowing where he is. A sight of bliss is then created. It's not the reader's person that is necessary to me. It is this sight, the possibility of a dialectics of desire, of an unpredictability of bliss. The bets are not placed. There can still be a game. I am offered a text. This text bores me. It might be said to prattle. The prattle of the text is merely that foam of language which forms by the effect of a simple need of writing. Here we are not dealing with perversion, but with demand. The writer of this text employs an unweaned language, imperative, automatic, unaffectionate, a minor disaster of static, those milky phonemes which the remarkable Jesuit von Ginekin posited between writing and language. These are the motions of ungratified sucking, of an undifferentiated orality, intersecting the orality which produces the pleasures of gastrophy and of language. You address yourself to me so that I may read you, but I am nothing to you except this address. In your eyes I am the substitute for nothing, for no figure, hardly that of the mother. For you I am neither a body nor even an object, and I couldn't care less. I am not the one whose soul demands recognition, but merely a field, a vessel for expansion. It can be said that after all you have written, this text quite apart from bliss, and this prattling text is then a frigid text, as any demand is frigid until desire, until neurosis forms in it. Neurosis is a makeshift, not with regard to health, but with regard to the impossible Bataille speaks of. Neurosis is the fearful apprehension of an ultimate impossible, etc. But this makeshift is the only one that allows for writing and reading. So we arrive at this paradox. The texts, like those of Bataille or by others, which are written against neuroses from the centre of madness, contain within themselves, if they want to be read, that bit of neurosis necessary to the seduction of their readers. These terrible texts are all the same flirtatious texts. Thus every writer's motto reads, mad I cannot be, sane I do not deign to be, neurotic I am. The text you write must prove to me that it desires me. This proof exists, it is writing. Writing is the science of the various blisses of language. It's Kama Sutra, this science has but one treatise, writing itself. Sard. The pleasure of reading him clearly proceeds from certain breaks or certain collisions. Antipathetic codes, the noble and the trivial, for example, come into contact. Pompous and ridiculous neologisms are created. Pornographic messages are embodied in sentences so pure they might be used as grammatical models. As textual theory has it, the language is redistributed. Now, such redistribution is always achieved by cutting. Two edges are created, an obedient, conformist, plagiarizing edge. The language is to be copied in its canonical state, as it has been established by schooling, good usage, literature, culture, and another edge, mobile, blank, ready to assume any contours, which is never anything but the site of its effect, the place where the death of language is glimpsed. These two edges, the compromise they bring about, are necessary. Neither culture nor its destruction is erotic. It is the seam between them, the fault, the flaw which becomes so. The pleasure of the text is like that untenable, impossible, purely novelistic instant so relished by Sard's libertine, when he manages to be hanged and then to cut the rope at the very moment of his orgasm, his bliss. Whence, perhaps, a means of evaluating the works of our modernity. Their value would proceed from their duplicity, by which it must be understood that they always have two edges. The subversive edge may seem privileged because it is the edge of violence, but it is not violence which affects pleasure, nor is it destruction which interests it. What pleasure wants is the sight of a loss, the seam, the cut, the deflation, the dissolve, which seizes the subject in the midst of bliss. Culture thus recurs as an edge. in no matter what form. Especially, of course, and here is where the edge will be clearest, in the form of a pure materiality, the language, its lexicon, its metrics, its prosody. In Philippe Sollers-Lewis, everything is attacked, dismantled, ideological structures, intellectual solidarities, the propriety of idioms, and even the sacred armature of syntax, subject-predicate. The text no longer has the sentence for its model. Often it is a powerful gush of words, a ribbon of infralanguage. Yet it all collides with another edge, that of decasyllabic meter, of assonance, of plausible neologisms, of prosodic rhythms, of quoted truisms. The dismantling of language is intersected by political assertion, is edged by the age-old culture of the signifier. In Savara Sodo's Cobra, the alternation is that of two pleasures in a state of competition. The other edge is the other delight, more, still, more, one more word, one more celebration. Language reconstructs itself elsewhere under the teeming flux of every kind of linguistic pleasure. Where is this elsewhere? In the paradise of words. Cobra is in fact a paradisiac text, utopian without sight, a heterology by plenitude. All the signifiers are here and each scores a bullseye. The author, the reader, seems to say to them, I love you all. Words, phrases, sentences, adjectives, discontinuities, pell-mell, signs and mirages of objects which they represent. A kind of Franciscanism invites all words to perch, to flock, to fly off again, a marbled, iridescent text. We are gorged with language like children who are never refused anything or scolded for anything, or even worse, permitted anything. Cobra is the pledge of continuous jubilation, the moment when, by its very excess, verbal pleasure chokes and reels into bliss. Flaubert, a way of cutting, of perforating discourse without rendering it meaningless. Of course, rhetoric recognises discontinuities in construction and acoluthons, and in subordination, syndictons. But with Flaubert, for the first time, discontinuity is no longer exceptional. Sporadic, brilliant, set in the base matter of common utterance. There is no longer a language on the other side of these figures, which means, in another sense, there is no longer anything but language. A generalized asciditon seizes the entire utterance so that this very readable discourse is underhandedly one of the craziest imaginable. All the logical small change is in the interstices. This is a very subtle and nearly untenable status for discourse. Narrativity is dismantled, yet the story is still readable. Never have the two edges of the seam been clearer and more tenuous. Never has pleasure been better offered to the reader, if at least he appreciates controlled discontinuities, fate conformities, and indirect destructions. In addition to the success which can here be attributed to an author, there is also here a pleasure of performance. The feat itself is to sustain the mimesis of language, language imitating itself, the source of immense pleasures in a fashion so radically ambiguous to the root, that the text never succumbs to the good conscience and bad faith of parody, of castrating laughter, of the comical that makes us laugh. Is it not the most erotic portion of a body where the garment gapes? In perversion, which is the realm of textual pleasure, there are no erogenous zones. A foolish expression besides. It is intermittence, as psychoanalysis has so rightly stated, which is erotic. The intermittence of skin flashing between two articles of clothing, trousers and sweater, between two edges, the open-necked shirt, the glove and the sleeve. It is this flesh itself which seduces, or rather the staging of an appearance as disappearance. The pleasure of the text is not the pleasure of the corporeal striptease or of narrative suspense. In these cases, there is no tear, no edges, a gradual unveiling. The entire excitation takes refuge in the hope of seeing the sexual organ, schoolboy's dream, or in knowing the end of the story, novelistic satisfaction. Paradoxically, since it is mass consumed, this is a far more intellectual pleasure than the other. An Oedipal pleasure to denude, to know, to learn the origin and the end, if it is true that every narrative and every unveiling of the truth is a staging of the absent, hidden, or hypostasized father, which would explain the solidarity of narrative forms, of family structures, and of prohibitions of nudity, all collected in our culture in the myth of Noah's sons covering his nakedness. Yet the most classical narrative, a novel by Zola or Balzac or Dickens or Tolstoy, bears within it a sort of diluted tmesis. We do not read everything with the same intensity of reading. A rhythm is established, casual, unconcerned with the integrity of the text. Our very avidity for knowledge impels us to skim, or to skim certain passages anticipated as boring, in order to get more quickly to the warmer parts of the anecdote, which are always its articulations, whatever furthers the solution of the riddle, the revelation of fate. We boldly skip. No one is watching. Descriptions, explanations, analyses, conversations. Doing so, we resemble a spectator in a nightclub who climbs onto the stage and speeds up the dancer's striptease, tearing off her clothing, but in the same order, that is, on the one hand respecting and on the other hand hastening the episodes of the ritual, like a priest gulping down his mass. Tmesis, source or figure of pleasure, here confronts two prosaic edges with one another. It sets what is useful to a knowledge of the secret against what is useless to such knowledge. Tmesis is a seam or flaw resulting from a simple principle of functionality. It does not occur at the level of the structure of languages, but only at the moment of their consumption. The author cannot predict tmesis, he cannot choose to write what will not be read. And yet, it is the very rhythm of what is read and what is not read that creates the pleasure of the great narratives. Has anyone read Proust, Balzac, War and Peace, word for word? Proust's good fortune, from one reading to the next, we never skip the same passages. Thus, what I enjoy in a narrative is not directly its content or even its structure, but rather the abrasions that I impose upon the fine surface. I read on, I skip, I look up, I dip in again, which has nothing to do with the deep laceration the text of bliss inflicts upon language itself, and not upon the simple temporality of its reading. Whence two systems of reading. One goes straight to the articulations of the anecdote. It considers the extent of the text, ignores the play of language. If I read Jules Verne, I go fast, I lose discourse, and yet my reading is not so hampered by any verbal loss, in the speleological sense of that word. The other reading skips nothing. It weighs, it sticks to the text. It reads, so to speak, with application and transport, grasps at every point in the text, the syndeton, which cuts the various languages, and not the anecdote. It is not logical extension that captivates it, the winnowing out of truths, but the layering of significance. As in the children's game of topping hands, the excitement comes not from a processive haste, but from a kind of verbal din, the verticality of language and of its destruction. It is at the moment when each different hand skips over the next, and not one after the other, that the whole, the gap, is created and carries off the subject of the game, the subject of the text. Now, paradoxically, so strong is the belief that one need merely go fast in order not to be bored. This second applied reading, in the real sense of the word application, is the one suited to the modern text, the limit text. Read slowly, read all of a novel by Zola, and the book will drop from your hands. Read it fast in snatches, some modern text, and it becomes opaque, inaccessible to your pleasure. You want something to happen and nothing does. For what happens to the language does not happen to the discourse. What happens, what goes away, the seam of the two edges, the interstice of bliss, occurs in the volume of languages, in the uttering, not in the sequence of utterances, not to devour, to gobble, but to graze, to browse scrupulously, to rediscover, in order to read today's writers, the leisure of bygone readings, to be aristocratic readers. If I agree to judge a text according to pleasure, I cannot go on to say this one is good, that bad. No awards, no critique, for this always implies a tactical aim, a social usage, and frequently an extenuating image reservoir. I cannot apportion, imagine that the text is perfectible, ready to enter into a play of normative predicates. It is too much this, not enough that. The text, the same is true of the singing voice, can wring from me only this judgment, in no way adjectival. That's it. And further still, That's it for me. This for me is neither subjective nor existential, but Nietzschean. Basically, it is always the same question. What is it for me? The brio of the text, without which, after all, there is no text, is its will to bliss, just where it exceeds demand, transcends prattle, and whereby it attempts to overflow to break through the constraint of adjectives, which are those doors of language through which the ideological and the imaginary come flowing in. Text of pleasure, the text that contents, fills, grants euphoria, the text that comes from culture and does not break with it, is linked to a comfortable practice of reading. Text of bliss, the text that imposes a state of loss, the text that discomforts, perhaps to the point of a certain boredom, unsettles the reader's historical, cultural, psychological assumptions, the consistency of his tastes, values, memories, brings to a crisis his relation with language. Now, the subject who keeps the two texts in his field and in his hands the reins of pleasure and bliss is an anachronic subject, for he simultaneously and contradictorily participates in the profound hedonism of all culture, which permeates him quietly under cover of an art de vivre shared by the old books. And in the destruction of that culture, he enjoys the consistency of his selfhood, that is his pleasure, and seeks its loss, that is his bliss. He is a subject split twice over, doubly perverse. Society of the Friends of the Text. Its members would have nothing in common, for there is no necessary agreement on the text of pleasure, but their enemies, fools of all kinds, who decree foreclosure of the text and of its pleasure, either by cultural conformism or by intransigent rationalism, suspecting a mystique of literature, or by political moralism, or by criticism of the signifier, or by stupid pragmatism, or by snide vacuity, or by destruction of the discourse, loss of verbal desire. Such a society would have no sight, could function only in total utopia, yet it would be a kind of philanthropy, for in it contradictions would be acknowledged and the risks of ideological imposture thereby restricted. Difference would be observed and conflict rendered insignificant, being unproductive of pleasure. Let difference surreptitiously replace conflict. Difference is not what makes or sweetens conflict. It is achieved over and above conflict. It is beyond and alongside conflict. Conflict is nothing but the moral state of difference. Wherever, and this is becoming frequent, conflict is not tactical, aimed at transforming a real situation. One can distinguish in it the failure to attain bliss, the debacle of perversion, crushed by its own code and no longer able to invent itself. Conflict is always coded. Aggression is merely the most worn out of languages. Foregoing violence, I forego the code itself. In Sard's texts, outside all codes, because they continually invent their own appropriate only to themselves. There are no conflicts, only triumphs. I love the text because for me, it is that rare locus of language from which any scene, in the household conjugal sense of the term, any logomachy is absence. The text is never a dialogue, no risk of feint, of aggression, of blackmail, no rivalry of idiolects. The text establishes a sort of islet within the human, the common relation, manifests the social nature of pleasure, only leisure is social, grants a glimpse of the scandalous truth about bliss, that it may well be, once the image reservoir of speech is abolished, neuter. On the stage of the text, no footlights, there is not. Behind the text, someone active, the writer, and out front, someone passive, the reader. There is not a subject and an object. The text supersedes grammatical attitudes. It is the undifferentiated I which an excessive author, Angelus Silesius, describes. The eye by which I see God is the same eye by which he sees me. Apparently, Arab scholars, when speaking of the text, use this admirable expression, the certain body. What body? We have several of them. The body of anatomists and physiologists, the one science sees or discusses. This is the text of grammarians, critics, commentators, philologists, the phenotext. But we also have a body of bliss consisting solely of erotic relations, utterly distinct from the first body. It is another contour, another nomination. Thus with the text, it is no more than the open list of the fires of language, those living fires, intermittent lights, wandering features strewn in the text like seeds, and which for us advantageously replace the semina eternitatis, the zopyra, the common notions, the fundamental assumptions of ancient philosophy. Does the text have human form? Is it a figure, an anagram of the body? Yes, but of our erotic body. The pleasure of the text is irreducible to physiological need. The pleasure of the text is that moment when my body perceives its own ideas, but my body does not have the same ideas as I do. How can we take pleasure in a reported pleasure? Boredom of all narratives of dreams, of parties. How can we read criticism? Only one way. Since I am here a second-degree reader, I must shift my position. Instead of agreeing to be the confidant of this critical pleasure, a sure way to miss it, I can make myself its voyeur. I observe clandestinely the pleasure of others. I enter perversion. The commentary then becomes, in my eyes, a text, a fiction, a fissured envelope. The writer's perversity, his pleasure in writing is without function. The doubled, the trebled, the infinite perversity of the critic and of his reader. A text on pleasure cannot be anything but short, as we say, is that all it's a bit short, since pleasure can only be spoken through the indirection of a demand. I have a right to pleasure. We cannot get beyond an abridged two-tense dialectics, the tense of doxa, opinion, and the tense of paradoxa, dispute. A third term is missing besides pleasure and its censure. This term is postponed to later, and so long as we cling to the very name of pleasure, every text on pleasure will be nothing but dilatory. It will be an introduction to what will never be written. Like those productions of contemporary art which exhaust their necessity as soon as they have been seen, since to see them is immediately to understand to what destructive purpose they are exhibited, they no longer contain any contemplative or delectative duration. Such an introduction can only repeat itself without ever introducing anything. The pleasure of the text is not necessarily of a triumphant, heroic, muscular type. No need to throw out one's chest. My pleasure can very well take the form of a drift. Drifting occurs when I do not respect the whole, and whenever, by dint of seeming, driven about by language's illusions, seductions, and intimidations, like a cork on the waves, I remain motionless, pivoting on the intractable bliss that binds me to the text and to the world. Drifting occurs whenever social language, the sociolect, fails me. As we say, my courage fails me. Thus another name for drifting would be the intractable, or perhaps even stupidity. However, if one were to manage it, the very utterance of drifting today would be a suicidal discourse. Pleasure of the text, text of pleasure. These expressions are ambiguous because French has no word that simultaneously covers pleasure, contentment, and bliss, rapture. Therefore, pleasure here, and without our being able to anticipate, sometimes extends to bliss, sometimes is opposed to it. But I must accommodate myself to this ambiguity, for on the one hand, I need a general pleasure whenever I must refer to an excess of the text, to what in it exceeds any social function and any structural functioning. And on the other hand, I need a particular pleasure, a simple part of pleasure as a whole, whenever I need to distinguish euphoria, fulfillment, comfort, the feeling of repletion where culture penetrates freely, from shock, disturbance, even loss, which are proper to ecstasy, to bliss. I cannot avoid this ambiguity because I cannot cleanse the word pleasure of meanings I occasionally do not want. I cannot avoid the fact that in French, pleasure refers to both a generality, pleasure principle, and to a miniaturization. Fools are put on earth for our minor pleasures. Thus I must allow the utterance of my text to proceed in contradiction. Is pleasure only a minor bliss? Is bliss nothing but extreme pleasure? Is pleasure only a weakened conformist bliss, a bliss deflected through a pattern of conciliations? Is bliss merely a brutal, immediate, without mediation pleasure? On the answer, yes or no, depends the way in which we shall write the history of our modernity. For if I say that between pleasure and bliss there is only a difference of degree, I am also saying that history is a pacified one. The text of bliss is merely the logical, organic, historical development of the text of pleasure. The avant-garde is never anything but the progressive, emancipated form of past culture. Today emerges from yesterday. Robbe-Grillet is already in Flaubert, Solel in Rabelais, all of Nicolas de Stael in 2 square centimeters of Cézanne. But if I believe on the contrary, that pleasure and bliss are parallel forces, then they cannot meet, and between them there is more than struggle and incommunication. Then I must certainly believe that history, our history, is not peaceable and perhaps not even intelligent, that the text of bliss always rises out of it like a scandal, an irregularity, that is always the trace of a cut, of an assertion and not of a flowering, that the subject of this history, this historical subject that I am among others, far from being possibly pacified by combining my taste for works of the past with my advocacy of modern works in a fine dialectical movement of synthesis, this subject is never anything but a living contradiction, a split subject, who simultaneously enjoys through the text its form. Here, moreover, drawn from psychoanalysis, is an indirect way of establishing the opposite between the text of pleasure and the text of bliss. Pleasure can be expressed in words, bliss cannot. Bliss is unspeakable, interdicted. I refer to Lacan. What one must bear in mind is that bliss is forbidden to the speaker as such, or else that it cannot be spoken except between the lines. And to Leclerc, whoever speaks by speaking denies bliss, or correlatively, whoever experiences bliss causes the letter and all possible speech to collapse in the absolute degree of the annihilation he is celebrating. The writer of pleasure and his reader accepts the letter, renouncing bliss. He has the right and the power to express it. The letter is his pleasure. He is obsessed by it, as are those who love language and not speech. Logophiles, authors, letter writers, linguists about texts of pleasure. Therefore, it is possible to speak. No argument with the annihilation of bliss. Criticism always deals with the text of pleasure, never the text of bliss. Flaubert, Proust, Stendhal are discussed inexhaustibly. Thus, criticism speaks of the futile bliss of the tutor text, its past or future bliss. You are about to read. I have read. Criticism is always historical or prospective. The constatatory present, the presentation of bliss, is forbidden it. Its preferred material is thus culture, which is everything in us except our present. With the writer of bliss and his reader begins the untenable text, the impossible text. This text is outside pleasure, outside criticism, unless it is reached through another text of bliss. You cannot speak on such a text. You can only speak in it, in its fashion, enter into a desperate plagiarism, hysterically affirm the void of bliss, and no longer obsessively repeat the letter of pleasure. Thank you.
That was so perfectly timed. Sadly, my next reader has had to withdraw due to a medical emergency, so I'm going to read a couple of pieces. The first one is from Alfredi Jelinek's Women as Lovers. Forward. Do you know this beautiful land with its valleys and hills? In the distance, it is bounded by beautiful mountains. It has a horizon, which is something many lands do not have. Do you know the meadows and fields of this land? Do you know its peaceful houses and their peaceful inhabitants? Right in the middle of this beautiful land, good people have built a factory. Its low corrugated aluminium roof makes a beautiful contrast to the deciduous and coniferous forests all around. The factory is tucked into a landscape. Although there is no reason for it to be tucked away, it could display itself. How fortunate that it stands here, in beautiful surroundings and not somewhere else, where the surroundings are not beautiful. The factory looks as if it were part of this beautiful landscape. It looks as if it had grown here. But no, if one looks at it more closely, one sees good people built it. Nothing comes of nothing after all. And good people go in and out of it. Afterwards, they pour into a landscape as if it belonged to them. The factory and the plot of land beneath it belong to the owner, that is, a company. The factory is nevertheless happy, where happy people pour into it because they do more work than unhappy ones. The women who work here do not belong to the factory owner. The women who work here belong entirely to their family. Only the buildings belong to the company, so everyone is satisfied. The many windows sparkle and flash like the many bicycles and small cars outside. The windows have been cleaned by women, the cars usually by men. All the people who have come to this place are women. They sew foundations, brassieres, sometimes corsets and panties too. Often these women marry, or they are ruined in some other way. But as long as they sew, they sew. Often their gaze wanders outside to a bird, a bee, a blade of grass. They can sometimes enjoy and understand the nature outside better than a man. A machine always makes a scene. It doesn't get bored. It performs its duty wherever it is put. Each machine is operated by a semi-skilled seamstress. The seamstress does not get bored. He too performs a duty. He is allowed to sit. He has a lot of responsibility, but no overview, no long view, but usually a household. Sometimes in the evening, the cycle their owners home. The homes stand in that same beautiful landscape. Contentment flourishes here, one can see that. Whoever is not made content by the landscape is made completely content by children and husband. Whoever is not made content by landscape, children, and husband is made completely content. But our story begins somewhere else entirely in the city. A branch of the factory stands there, or rather, the headquarters of the factory stands there, and the place in the footholds of the Alps is a branch factory. Here two women sew, which they like. And they don't sew what they use, but sewing is itself already in the woman's blood. They need only to let this blood out. This is peaceful women's work. Many women sew half-heartedly. The other half of their heart is occupied by their family. Some women sew with all their heart. It is not the very best who do that. Our story, which will soon be over, begins in this urban island of peace. If someone experiences fate, it is not here. If someone has a fate, then it's a man. If someone gets a fate, then it's a woman. Sadly, life passes one by here. Only work remains. Sometimes one of the women tries to join the life that's passing by and to chat a little. Sadly, life then often drives off by car, too fast for the bicycle. Goodbye. I'm now going to read from Marguerite Duver's Practicalities. I often think of the houses my mother had. The ones that went with their various posts, 7 hours trek along unpaved roads from the nearest white settlement to the nearest doctor. The cupboards are always full of food and medicine, gruel, soft soap, alum, acids, vinegars, quinine, disinfectants, emetine, peptopher, pulsum, pulmoserum, peptoral, charcoal. I mean, she wasn't just my mother, she was a kind of institution. Inhabitants used to come to her too for treatment. A house is that too, it overflows, that's how it was with us. We were conscious of it very early on, and we were grateful to our mother for it. Home was simultaneously her and the house around her and her inside the house. And she extended beyond herself with predictions of bad weather and years of disaster. She lived through 2 wars, 9 years of it altogether, and she expected there to be a third. I think she expected it right up to her death, just as everyone else expects the next season. I think she only read the paper for once. She tried to read between the lines where the wall was getting closer. I don't remember her ever saying it was getting further away. Sometimes, when we were children, we played at war to show us what it was like. She'd get hold of a stick, about the same length as a gun, put it over her shoulder and march up and down singing présenté. Then she'd burst into tears, and we'd try to console her. Yes, my mother liked the wars of men. believed that always, or almost always, in all childhoods and all the lives that follow them, the mother represents madness. Our mothers always remain strangest, craziest people we've ever met. Lots of people say, my mother was insane. I say it and I mean it, insane. People laugh a lot when I know their mother. I suppose it was funny. In the house and country, no full le chateau, I made a list of things that ought to be always in the house. There were a few dozen of them. We kept the list. It includes them because it was I who had written it down. It still includes everything. Here at Trouville, it's different. It's only an apartment. I wouldn't think of doing such a thing for here. But at Neufel, there has always been stocks of things. Here is the list. Table salt, butter, lavatory paper, pepper, tea, light bulbs, sugar, flour, kitchen soap, coffee, eggs, Scotch-Brite, wine, tin tomatoes, eau de Javel, potatoes, kitchen salt, washing powder, pasta, Nescafe, canned, rice, nook mam, spontex, oil, onions, yogurt, coffee filters, garlic, window cleaner, fuses, milk, insulating tape. The list is still there on the wall. We haven't added anything. We haven't taken to using any of the hundreds of new articles that have been invented in the 20 years since it was written. Outer and inner order in the house. The outer order is the visible running of the house, and the inner order is that of the ideas, emotional phases, and endless feelings connected with the children. The house, as my mother conceived it, was in fact for us. I don't think she'd have done it for a man or a lover. It's an activity that has nothing to do with men. They can build houses, but they can't make homes. As a general rule, men don't do anything for children, nothing practical. They might take them to the cinema or out for a walk, but I think that's about all. The child is put into their arms. When they get home from work, clean, changed, ready to go to bed, happy. That makes a mountain of difference between men and women. I seriously believe that to all intents and purposes, the position of women hasn't changed. The woman is still responsible for everything in the house, even if she has help, even if she's much more aware, more intelligent, much bolder than before, even if she has more self-confidence, even if she writes much more. A woman is just the same as she was before in relation to men. Her main ambition is still to watch over and look after the family. And even if she has changed socially, even if she does it on top of that change, have men changed? Almost not at all. Perhaps they don't shout so much and they talk less. Yes, I can't see anything else. Yes, they can sometimes keep quiet to reduce the silence naturally as a rest from the sound of her own voice. The woman is the home. That's where she used to be, and that's where she still is. You might ask me, what if a man tries to be part of that home? Will the woman let him? I say yes, because he becomes one of the children. Men's needs have to be met, just the same as children's, and women take the same pleasure in routine. Men think they're heroes, again, just like the children. Men love war, hunting, fishing, motorbikes, cars, just like children. When they're sleepy, you can see it. And women like men to be like that. We mustn't fool ourselves. We like men to be innocent and cruel. We like hunters and warriors. We like children. It's been going on for a long time. Ever since my son was a little boy, I brought him food from the kitchen. I put it on the table. And when one course was finished and the next one was clean, I'd go and fetch it without thinking, quite happily. Lots of women do it, just like that, like me. They do it when the children are less than 12 years old, and they go on doing it afterwards. But the Italians, for example, see women of 80 living children of 60. I've seen it myself in Sicily. With a house we might as well admit it. It's rather as if you've been given a boat or a yacht. It's a very demanding job running a house, the building itself and its human and other contents. It's only women who are not really quite women at all. Frivolous women who have no idea, who neglect repairs. Now, I've got where I wanted to get to, the repairs. I'd love to go into all the details, but perhaps I really don't understand why. Anyway, here's what I have to say. Women who wait until there are 3 electric plugs that don't work and the vacuum cleaner is unusable. And the tap trips, or they phone the plumber, or buy some new plugs. These women have got it all wrong. As a rule, it's women who neglected themselves, who let things go like that. Women who hope their husbands will notice and deduce that they're making their wives unhappy. Such women don't realise men never notice anything in a house run by their womenfolk. It's something they take for granted. It's something they get used to in childhood with a woman who's happy to be their mother. They can see very well that their plugs don't work, but what do they say? They say, good heavens, the plugs don't work, and go on with what they were doing. If the vacuum cleaner is broken, they won't even notice. They simply don't notice that sort of thing. It's like children, they don't notice anything. The women's behaviour is incomprehensible to men. If a woman admits to do something, forgets or gets her own back by not buying new plugs, the men just won't touch them. Although I think she has reasons of her own for not buying new plugs or not getting the vacuum cleaner mended. And it would be tactless to ask what those reasons are. They're probably afraid it might suddenly be confronted by the woman's despair, afraid they might suddenly be overwhelmed by despair themselves. People say men are adapting now. It's hard to know what's really going on. Men try to adapt themselves. As regards practical things, one can accept that. But I don't really know what to think. I have a man friend who does the cooking and the housework. His wife doesn't do anything. She loves housework and doesn't know the first thing about cooking. And so my friend brings up the children, does the cooking, he washes the floors, does the shopping, makes the beds, sees to all the chores. And on top of that, he works to provide for them all. His wife wanted to be out of the turmoil and have lovers whenever she felt like it. So she's taken a little house next door to the one her husband lives in, with 2 children, and he accepts it in order to keep her. Because she's the mother of his children, he accepts everything. He doesn't even suffer anymore. What can you say to that? I personally feel slightly repelled by a man with such a strong sense of duty. I'm told men often do rough work and that you often see them in the household section of department stores. I don't even answer that sort of thing. Rough work is fun for men. Cut down trees after a day at the office isn't work, it's a kind of game. Of course, if you tell a man of ordinary build and average strength what needs doing, he does it. Wash up a couple of plates, he does it. Do the shopping, he does it. He has a terrible tendency to think he's a hero if he goes out and buys some potatoes. Don't mind. People tell me I exaggerate. They say it all the time. Do you think exaggeration is the word? You talk of idealization. Say I idealize women. Perhaps to say women could do with being idealized a bit. You can think whatever you like about what I've just said. I might sound incomprehensible to you talking about women's work. The main thing is to talk about them and their houses and their surroundings, and the way they manage other people's good. Men and women are different after all. Being a mother isn't the same as being a father. Motherhood means that a woman gives her body, everything to her child, her children. They're on her as they might be on a hill, a garden. They devour her, sleep on her, and she lets herself be devoured. And sometimes she sleeps because they are on her body. Nothing like that happens with fathers. But perhaps women secrete their own despair in the process of being mothers and wives. Perhaps their whole lives long they lose their rightful kingdom in the despair of every day. Perhaps their youthful aspirations, their strength, their love all leak away through wounds given and received completely legally. Perhaps that's what it is, that women and martyrdom go together, and that women who are completely fulfilled by showing off their competence, their skill at games, their cooking, and their virtue are too common. Some women throw things away. I do a lot. For 15 years, I threw my manuscript away as soon as the books came out. If I ask myself why, I think it was to wipe out the crime, to make it seem less important in my own eyes. It was so that I could pass better in my own circle, to tone down the indecency of writing. If you were a woman about 40 years ago, I used to keep bits of sewing material and leftovers from the kitchen, but not manuscripts. So for all those years, I burnt them. And then one day someone said, keep them for your son later on. You never know. The deed used to be done in the fireplace in the living room at no fault. It was total destruction. So did I know so early in my life that I was a writer? Probably. I can remember the days that followed the burning. Everything became neat and virginal again. The house seemed lighter. The tables were free again, smooth and empty, without a trace. In the past, women used to keep a lot of things. They kept children's toys, their homework, their first essays. They kept photographs from their own youth, dark blurred photographs that filled them with wonder. They kept the frocks they wore when they were girls, their wedding dresses, their orange blossom bouquets, above all the photographs. Photographs of a world children had never seen. Photographs of meaning only for themselves. One reason, perhaps the chief reason why houses are flooded with material possessions, is the long-standing ritual by which Paris is regularly submerged by sales, super sales, and final reductions. White sales, sales of leftovers from summer in the autumn and from autumn in the winter. Women buy, as some people take drugs, not because they need the things, but because they're cheap. And when they get them home, as often as not, they just throw them away. I don't know what came over me, they said, as they might say, if they spent 2 nights in a hotel with strangers. In previous centuries, most women would own 2 or 3 paressos or underblouses, a camisole, and a couple of petticoats. In the winter, they used to wear them all, and in the summer, they kept them tied up in a square of cotton. They took them along when they went away to work or to get married. Now, women must own 250 times as many clothes as they have a couple of centuries ago. But women's existence in the house has remained the same. A life that seems, even to the woman herself, to have been written down and described already. It's a sort of role in the usual sense of the word, but a part she seems to play to herself, inevitably, almost unconsciously. And so women journey on to the theatre of profound loneliness that has constituted their lives for centuries. Their voyage hasn't been to the wars or the crusades. It's taken place in the house, and in the forest, and in their heads, riddled with beliefs, often crippled or ill. It was then that she was promoted to the rank of witch, like you and me, and burn. But some summers, some winters, at certain times in certain centuries, what with the passage of time, the light, the noise, the wild animals ferreting about in the bushes and the cries of the birds, women just took themselves off. Men haven't known about these departures. They can't know about that kind of thing. They're busy in one of the services or professions. They haven't a responsibility that preoccupies them all the time and prevents them from knowing anything about women or women's freedom. Very early on in history, men lost their freedom. For a very long time, the only men really close to women were the farm labourers, ill-used, helpless, simple-minded but cheerful. They stayed at home among the women and made them laugh. The women hid them and saved them from death. At certain hours of the day in those times, a solitary bird would cry out in the luminous dark before the night fell. Even then, night fell fast or slowly, according to the day and the season and state of the sky, or when the pain in someone's heart was terrible or in its light. The cottages in the forest had to be strong to keep out both wolves and men. Let's suppose, for example, it's 1350, he's 20, or 30, or 40, not more. Too seldom it's longer than that. Yet, in the town's plague is rampant. She's always hungry, always afraid. But it's the loneliness around the scrawny figure, not the hunger and fear that supports things as they are. Michelet can't bear to think about her. We're so thin and rickety. We produce 10 children in order to keep one. Our husbands are far away. When shall we tire of it? That forest of our despair, that saying, and of men who first that light higher. Forgive us for talking about it so often. We're here where the story of our lives takes place. Nowhere else. We have no lovers but those in our sleep. We have no human desires All we know is the faces of animals, the form and beauty of the forests. We're afraid of ourselves. Our bodies are cold. We are made up of cold and fear and desire. Please to burn us. There are houses that are too well known, too well thought out, complete without surprises, devised in advance by experts. By surprise, I mean the unpredictable element produced by the way a house is used. Dining rooms are large because that's where guests are entertained, but kitchens are small, getting smaller and smaller, yet everyone squeezes in there to eat. When one person leaves the kitchen and others have to stand up to make way, but habit persists. Efforts are made to break it. But it's in the kitchen that everyone congregates at the end of the day. It's warm there. You can be with mother and hear the talk while she gets on with the cooking. Pantries and living rooms don't exist anymore. Yet they're really irreplaceable with big kitchens and yards. Nowadays you can't design your own house anymore. It's frowned on. That was all very well in the past, I'll tell you, but now there are experts. They can do much better than you. This kind of attitude is increasingly common, and I dislike it intensely. In most modern houses, there are none of the rooms you need to supplement the basics of kitchen and bedrooms. I mean, rooms to keep things in. How can you do without them? And where are you supposed to do the ironing, the sewing, things like store nuts and apples and cheese and machines and tools and toys and so on? And modern houses don't have passages either for children to play in their bathroom. Dogs, umbrellas, coats and satchels. And don't forget the passages and corridors are where the young ones curl up and go to sleep when they're tired. And when you go and collect them and put them to bed. That's where they go when they're 4 years old and have had enough of grown-ups and their philosophy. That's where they're unsure of themselves, they go into the polite cry. Houses never have enough rooms for children, not even their castles. Children don't actually look at houses, but they know them and all their nooks and crannies better than their mothers do. They rummage about, they snoop around. They don't consciously look at houses any more than they do at the walls of flesh that enclose them, before they can see anything at all. They know them. When they leave the house, they look at it. I'd like to talk about water and cleanliness in houses. Dirty houses are a terrible thing. The only people who can live in it are dirty women with dirty husbands and children. You can't live in it if you're not one of the dirty family. But a dirty house signifies something else to me. That the woman is in a dangerous state, a state of blindness. She's forgotten other people and see what she's done or left undone without realizing it. Bars of washing, grease everywhere, all saucepans dirty. I've known people who've waited until the dishes are crawling with maggots before they're washed up. Some kitchens are frightening and fill them with despair. I hesitated about keeping this passage on cleanliness in the lover. I don't know why. As children, we were always in water. We bathed in the rivers. We took showers in the morning and every evening used water stored in the jars. We went barefoot except in the street. But it was when the house was sluiced through with great buckets of water, with a close fraternity between the children of the houseboys and the children of the neighbours were celebrated. One of those days my mother used to laugh with delight. I can't think of my children without thinking of water. The country where I was born was a land of water, the water of lakes, the mountain torrents and rice fields, the muddy water of the rivers and the plain, in which children took shelter during the storms. The rain came down heavily, it hurt. In 10 minutes the garden was submerged. You can never describe the smell of the warm earth after the storm, or the certain flowers of jasmine in the garden. I'll never have been back to the country I was born, probably because the climate there seems made for children. Once you're grown up, it becomes external to you. You can't take such memories with you. You have to leave them where you came into being. I wasn't born in a way. Recently, we had to break up the kitchen floor here in Curbs, and therefore put in an extra stair. The house is sinking. It's a very old place close to a pond. The soil's soft and very damp, and the house is gradually sinking. So the first tread on the stairs had become too high, too much effort. The mason had to dig a hole to get to the ballasting, and he found he couldn't get to the bottom of it. He dug deeper, and it still went down further and further, but to what? What had the house been built in? He gave up digging and tried to find out. He filled the hole, cemented it over, and put in a new step. That was a piece from Margaret Durrell's Practicalities. I don't by any means agree with everything that she said there, but I think it's a very valuable testimony to her life and work.
I definitely wasn't going to pick a piece of critical theory because it's not my field, even though I am learning every day about it through my work. I'm a writer, if people don't know, and a rare book dealer of feminist work and work by women and non-binary writers. And I gave a lot of thought over the last few days of what I would share, and what I've come up with is a piece from that I acquired for my business, The Second Shelf, by Lucy Lippard. Lippard. I'm actually not even sure where the emphasis is on her name, but this is what it is. It's a bit provocative for me to read it from it because it explicitly states on the cover not to be read out loud. But in 2000, so it was not published. It was unpublished until 2022. And I just found out record of a small chapbook being published. There are 2 copies in holdings in libraries in the world that I could trace of the chapbook published in 2022. There are no copies in institutions or libraries or archives of the original. This is a mimeograph copy with hand corrections by Lucy. Some of the markings on it are overcorrected, meaning like there's fresh page numbering. So it was being worked on. And it was published as the stapled bound softcover in 1976. And it was published in this form to distribute at AIR. And I'm sure many of you who are listening and who will listen know about AIR, but I thought I would introduce it because it reminded me, the reason I settled on reading from this is it reminded me of this project. So AIR, AIR Gallery, which is a women artist run and maintained gallery that was founded in 1972 as the first nonprofit artist directed and maintained gallery for women in the United States. And Lucy was incredibly instrumental in a lot of the early days of the gallery. The gallery is still running. There's an archive that is also searchable online. And the interesting thing about the name is that they originally were working with Eyre, as in Jane Eyre, E-Y-R-E Gallery from Charlotte Bronte, and then they took the sound and turned it into Eyre Gallery, or Artists in Residence Gallery. And it started in Soho, and it opened in 1972. This work was published specifically for Eyre in 1976, and it's called 5 Prose Fictions. I'm not going to read all 5 in the time allotted, but I thought I would start with number 3, which is called Headwaters, and then lead into number 4, which is called Into Among, which has some themes related to housework. And then if I still have time, I will start and hopefully maybe finish the first Fables of Hysteria. Her work, her early work, fictional work, is largely underexamined. And I think, just in talking about this, saying that the fact that it was republished in 2022 in a small limited edition paperback stitch booklet that is now only has 2 copies in museums speaks to that as well. So my job will be to find the place that wants this after I catalog it fully and get to share it here, which is a great pleasure. I've really enjoyed, I've been watching all day and I really enjoyed this. So let me start with Headwaters by Lucy Lippard. It starts with a quotation from Jacques Cousteau. For reasons on their own, women are suspicious of diving and frown on their menfolk going down. Dee, who had starred in several underwater films, has never received a fan letter from a woman. That's Jacques Cousteau. We are already down there. We have already gone down, our breasts bumping the boulders, struggling to rise. Our men folks don't know where to send the fan letters. Can dive, but not delve. Perhaps far down are boundaries between layers of water, not obvious at the surface of the sea and quite independent of surface phenomena. Not just still waters, rapture of the depths. At a town called Head Tide, there is an old white church unconsciously marking with its spire the spot where the Sheepscot River, short and wide, a tidal estuary, comes to the end of a stony brook and then goes underground. The term tidal wave is loosely applied. Some rivers braid long plats of sand with thinning streams, and others, always full, muddy, and sated, lag in fat banks. Tides are the most marked when the sun is nearest the earth. Tides thigh tickling, oozing over the edges and hummocks, a band of foam, making liquid land, creeps up me toward immersion. Hold your waters, making waves, seeing red. I flow, she flows, we flow. Lunar and solar tides coincide, are fully cumulative, only twice each lunar month. When fans unfold, snap shut, and leave the flowers no escape. Underwater irregularities rise and cursing fall. 2 or more wave patterns at the same time, same place and time. There can, however, be independent waves, and long rivers pass through different landforms like changing lovers. Impatiently cut these gorges will waterfalls and rapid to flatness. Unfamiliar, there's edits on this handwritten that I can't necessarily discern. Unfamiliar bodies hurled at each other. Beneath the rumbling boulders lurk and lurch, needing a pool. My traveling dreams are washed in foreign waters. In one, I swim along a beach. The water is warm and the same place, blue as the sky, bleached but not burning. Behind me swims a large black dog, and before me floats a group of exotic birds, brilliant pink feathers, wet but still light, raised above the water in a tangle of wings. The end of the beach is distant, all sand, no rocks or trees in sight. My swimming is leisurely but purposeful. In another dream, I wake alone and rush to find my lover. He is in the bathtub and I yell desperately at him. Did I sleep alone last night? Did I sleep alone last night? Another night, my child, my lover, and I are going to see a lighthouse through a swamp. The waterway is not very wide. Trees hang dense over the edges, but in the center where we swim, it's blue and unshaded. A long trip to make boatless, but we are swimming, accompanied at times by a fat friend. I'm not struck by the fact that we are swimming so much as the length of the trip, not tired so much as a little bored. Once again, the water is tepid, body temperature lulling. The lighthouse when we get there is a broader bay, still inland, mountains in the distance. There is some talk of leaving and returning in the afternoon, but there isn't time. The waters broke with no warning. Lie still, pretend while it crests. Above our caves, the divers form pass dimly unaware. Destructive advances of the sea upon the coast have 2 distinct origins. Dream-like sun-warmed flats, when the tide comes in very slowly, visibly, earthquakes and storms, neither related to the tide and often not actually waves. Floating, I am fleshly layer between sea and sky. Why go down? Letters melt and corals build. Why go down and not feel the moon in the pit of your stomach, or hear ripples whisper on the floor? The ocean's bedrock blurred. Unexpected, the cold and purifying northern channels. With no warning, water on the brain and belly, breast, and buttock. Internal waves stained pink, affecting everything below and above. It doesn't hold water, that's all. Divers make holes in the bubbles, and we are already down there, waiting till they stop pouring oil on the waters, stop throwing rocks, sinking ships, and turning tides. And this is part 4, called Into Among. Stepping down and out. Someone else can move into this house. It looks okay. It looks okay from the outside, but the inside needs some work. I only regret how long it took to get down those stairs to the basement. Overhead, the pretty flowered curtains make wavered patterns on the sunny floor. A tomato is rotting fuzzily in the icebox drawer, and the other closets capture other odors, other faults. Under the bed, dust gathers, road smells acrid. The sheets at the hamper's bottom were stained last winter, not since. I've opened the windows, but not the doors. It's all yours if you want it. Nesting fantasies. I am high in the tallest tree in the world and it sways in the wind, exhilarating and precarious. I cling to my egg, which is disguised as the sea. When the fish hatches, I swim through the air until I find a cave, brown, humid, and grainy, where after a night with the boulder, another egg is laid, this one transparent. I'm happy watching the beginnings of a new dream. It sometimes has petals and sometimes blades. One morning the walls are opaque and that's that. Dead leaves turn to stone and I would leave, but for the field of snakes that writhe beyond the entrance. Shuttered, unhinged, falling off the roof. A nice white clapboard house with a soft green lawn, lace curtains at the windows, rose on a trellis over the door, the old fan light sparkling when the light hits it. We need a very long time to move up the flagstone walk. In the process, a war takes place. Peace reigns. Men land on the moon and women defend it. Black blankets of oil are thrown across birds' coffins and the sea stinks. Still, the little house remains. The sun always dappling its freshly painted walls. The sound of piano scales twinkling delicately behind the curtain of warmth. When we reach the door, we are exhausted, gray, crippled, and in pain. The doorknob, though brilliantly brass, is cold to our touch and the door sticks. It takes our last strength to open it and throw ourselves across the threshold onto what should be a rosy hearth, but is instead a deep, dark well, the bottom of which, at this telling, we have not reached. And for the last 20 minutes, I'll read the first fables of hysteria, which is very much a fable, a feminist fable. Once upon a time, there was a little girl, though she was not in fact such a little girl because she was the child of giants, the ones who inhabited this world in the beginning. They had been exiled from the larger land by the little people who could move and think so much faster. This girl stood most of the time with one foot on the rock in the sea and one foot on a hill of clay, trying to make up her mind which way to turn. The other children had made up their minds a long time ago, or had had their minds made up for them. The ones playing in the hills had red skin, and the ones playing in the sea were bluish white. As time passed, they were slowly sinking to the scale of the place they had chosen. The undecided girl was in danger of becoming both or neither and never shrinking. While she waited, a violent storm came up and lashed at the rock on which she stood with such force that she fell forward into the sea. But the foot on the land had by now taken root in the clay and could not be moved, so the little girl lay down in the sea and her body became a new continent, attached to the old red-earthed one by a natural bridge which led to the bottom of the sea before it climbed to the land. The other giant children were so terrified by her fate that they all shrank at once to the size of humans as we now know them. For eras into the future, no one would inhabit the new continent. Finally, it became a refuge for those who did not fit in the other world, a refuge for dreamers, the failures, the geniuses, and the distraught. Many of these were women, and they named their fertile land in honor of the little girl who wanted both worlds, Hysteria. From the other continent, this place became known as the land of either or, for like its child mother, the inhabitants refused to be confined to a single choice. This was especially important to the women who tended to the strongest members of society because of their great determination never to be trapped again in their single role. Because of their reluctance to reject, to confine, their laws were the laws of acceptance and contradiction. Logic was anathema, and when a recent immigrant would venture to use it, she or he was led gently into the gigantic thicket, a maze, and told that it had a logical exit and an illogical exit. No one ever left through the logical exit because its narrowness frightened the seekers. The illogical exit, once found, was broad and welcoming. The history of this land was, therefore, also a mystery. It flowed and changed according to the teller's lives, according to the teller's moods and values, which shifted in turns as society grew and changed. Thus fact was fiction, and there was no separation between them. History did not have to be wrenched out of the place to be rewritten. There was no need for religion because myth was reality, and the yearly rites, based on the cyclical changes of nature, reflected the changes that took place in the womb, the histor, as well as the imagination. The latter was celebrated each year with the changing of the mind, when everyone turned themselves inside out, trying to become what they were not, and opening themselves up to all possibilities. Greed and ambition rarely had time to take root. The process of yearly rebirth took great courage, and those who became too attached to the status quo were requested to return to the other continent, which was known in hysteria as the land of the busy dying. And I actually misjudged the length of that last one, so I'm going to go start at the beginning. So we'll do a little cycle. This is number 1, called The Cries You Hear. The rocks trembled every day for over 2 months, and in parts of Tibet, a sick person or a woman who had given birth to a child was carefully prevented from sleeping. Sometimes the flower is so constructed that the insect cannot get at the nectar without brushing against a stigma, which perhaps, because males tend to fall asleep more rapidly than females after intercourse, returns to stone needles. In the process of collapse, the star's outer layers compress. Lying naked in the pouring rain, our wetness, the world's wetness, our hard bodies, the making of rock. We took no photographs. The vacant plains were a featureless screen on which we projected our memories of rivers, forests, oceans, and mountains of elsewhere. Quick, before it. Meanwhile, the females of the indispensable earthquake rest quietly in the half-closed bosoms, sharing the power of sleep, oblivious to our pain. I was long in doubt concerning the origins of these conditions of stress, horror, and exhaustion, that 2 different organisms should have simultaneously adapted themselves to each other. During the 3rd severe shock, the trees were so violently shaken that the birds flew out with frightened cries. Bubble-like cavities formed by expanding gas. Solid pieces blown violently out of the womb. Glass surfaces, brittle and gleaming, formed by rapid solidification. Touch me here. Wrinkles, pores in the earth's skin, basalt lava swelling from beneath, channeled in fissures, dust and ash, the cries that you only hear are only the continuing shock of life. It is a fatal delusion which presents the earth as the lower half of the universe and the heavens as the upper half. The heavens and earth are not 2 separate creations. As we have heard repeated thousands and thousands of times, they are only one. The earth is in the heavens. The heavens are infinite space, indefinite expanse, a void without limits. No frontier circumscribes them. They have neither beginning nor end, neither top nor bottom, right nor left. There is an infinity of spaces which succeed without each other in every direction. A mountain chain is an effective barrier. The slow movement of the underground waters carrying silica into sandstone, the limestone metamorphosed is marble, bedding plains obscured, and mineral impurities drawn out into swirling streaks and bands, swirling streaks and the bedding plains obscured. He is tall and arrogant, questioning and vulnerable. Cold tar will shatter if struck, but will flow downhill if left undisturbed for a long time. Shattered and flowing, flowing and shattered if struck. Hard things that were soft, soft things that were hard, hot things that were cold, cold things that were hot, wet things that were dry, dry things that were wet, old things that were young, young things that won't be old. It stops somewhere, prove it. Under the mist, a solid prose of rocks, rocks and water, hard rocks and flowing water, safe rocks and treacherous water, rough rocks, motion frozen to the touch, thorny black volcanic piles, a vein, an aggregate, a channel worn away, a pit blown or swirled out grains, knife edges vertical, and smooth rocks covered with pale and slippery algae, soothed to a fine old gentleness, patterns of water, ancient muds, slow curves. In some alpine mountains high above the timberline, sheets of frost shattered, rock fragments creep slowly down the valley, making curious tongue-like forms. My tongue makes love to my mouth, searching its cavities for the softest, wettest places to fondle, sliding past and over the sharp teeth so that it hurts a little, overlapping, lapping in its own roughness, slipping across the tooth mounds under the gums and falling into the dark throat, craving in, prose not poetry. Its tentacles reach in more directions at once from a soldier base at a natural place. It circles and radiates, has a core and a skin and a network of capillaries instead of only arteries. Memories wear away the present to an older landscape. My leg, thicker at the top than at the bottom, stronger at the bottom than at the top, stranger at the top than at the bottom, more useful at the bottom than at the top. At the top, plump flesh held firmly between thumb and forefinger, a few long fine hairs on the broadest white part, smooth and soft and secret lining where other hairs intrude from other sources, darker and coarser. A crease separating the leg from the rest of the body, a crease that changes character as the leg is used for different things, a soft crease when I am sitting, a mysterious crease when I am lying with one leg curled to my stomach, no crease at all when I am walking, but creased again when running sometimes, a taut surface when held back, a valley between bulges when not, a leg slimming gradually to a knotted center, where the bones assert themselves, a hard, hairy hilltop, then a wrinkled old typography flattened into valleys, a leg that swells again, harder this time, smooth again, with a neatly turning strength of its own, a leg that is straight in front and soft, hard in back, flattened and rounded, a leg that finally gives away to an ankle and foot, the working parts detached from pleasure places above, the bony knot, so pretty skeletons of motion, fleshed only around the ankle bones, arched over the instep, and finally twice in touch with the earth. Each major time unit is brought to a close by orogeny, also called revolution. Disturbance, disruption, disintegration under pressure. Even the strongest rocks may develop fractures. Deep decay and rotting of igneous and metamorphic rocks from block to egg and sphere shapes. Water entering into union with materials. Metamorphic rocks have undergone kneading and shaping, baking and shaking. Shale turning to slate when split by cleavage, by slippage during the process. Slate when struck sharply, rings metallically. Clay comes in all colors, playing the geomorphic role of a weak rock, staring at each other, but not speaking until finally, a poetic geology to take back to the red hills, white clay to merge as pink, isolated submarine mountains, the ocean floor pulled apart here, causing a rift, a certain cruelty. Alone is better, I say, than stop the invasion. If you see two scorpions together, they are either making love or one of them is being eaten. Aries energy, step back into the earth. My rock, your mesas. Ice needles pry apart joint blocks, tremendous pressures, and bare high cliffs fall off into canonical forms, especially in dry climates. Niches, shallow caves, rock arches, pits, cliff dwellings. Come now, yes, no. In deserts, flash floods and earth overflows. Mud flows result from the inability of dry land to permeate the permafrost, shrinking and swelling. Given sufficient time, barriers can be broken down and new topographies arise. An unbridgeable gulf does not exist between organic and inorganic matter. 7 minutes left, and in that time, I think we might be able to read part 2. which means we will have read all 5 prose fictions for air to be read, but not out loud. This is called New York Times 4. Even after years of residence in the big town, the airy subject will feel the call of the wild, will feel an innate longing for fresh air, the wide open spaces, the feel of nature, ardent, passionate, quick-tempered, given to volcanic love affairs of short duration. Can't stand the meek, secretive, and servile. When life becomes dull and placid, you'll be inclined to stir up mischief, quarrel just for the hell of it. Looking down into a long oval bathtub at the naked body of a woman, stretched full length under green water, feast braced at the far end, under old-fashioned ornamental faucets in the shape of spitting heads. Her arms float loosely at her sides, her breasts, nipples erect, lifting buoyantly to the surface, are a different colored pink above and below the water. A rectangular piece of amber soap floats to the right by her knee. Below it, a dark patch of pubic hair grows up toward the surface like a sea plant. Her stomach is distorted by the moving water into a freely contoured oval. Fucking somebody else hasn't changed my feelings about him, but intensifies them. At the same time, it was a discrete and indistinctive reaction against him, his possessiveness. Even now, he isn't so much hurt as in a primitive rage as his own vulnerability, as being lied to. No attempt to understand the love involved in the lie or the restrictions on me that led to it. I know he's been unfaithful. I don't want to know how or with whom. I don't want to dwell on it because it would give him too much power over me. His lies haven't been told and mine have. So much easier to not lie, to simply omit betrayals. Why can't I explain these things to him? I'm a writer. I'm supposed to be able to express myself. But I say things I don't mean in the process of trying to say what I do mean well enough. If words weren't easy for me, I would say less things wrong. He freezes everything I say and won't let me try to say it better. I'm always held to the half-formed and inaccurate. You said, he always is yelling at me. Yes, I said, but I didn't say it right, and so I'm trying again. I'm so bleeding hard to say anything right, so anyone can understand. Putting myself on paper, putting myself down on paper, putting myself down. Keep writing and maybe I won't have to talk. I can feel him lurking back there. Everything physical between us is humiliating. I cry, the moves toward each other and then the rejections, the faces he makes when he doesn't cry. I wish I knew how to stop it. I wish I knew if I were afraid of our coming apart or of our defeat. The Waverly Place apartment, 5th floor, small and prim with a kitchenette hiding behind louvered doors, always left open, a pink tub and green tiles, a large window in the bedroom. I slept on the couch in the other room because once when I was sleepwalking, I almost climbed out the bedroom window, shared with 2 other women. They didn't like my friends, who were bums, but literate. I was as clean as they were, and I left soon. If I love D as much as I think I do, why am I risking so much by sleeping with O? Sexually, there was no need for it. The 7th Street place, $18 a month, an outside bathroom shared with a drunken in the apartment during the day. He read the newspaper and drank beer and smoked in the toilet. I have chronic diarrhea and had to bang on the door and plead. I shared my phone with the guy upstairs who had a stove, which I didn't have, the woman who got the Siemens apartment after they left, sharing my phone too, but she didn't have anything I needed. She had an ironing board, but I'd given up ironing, except she read out loud from Joyce better than anyone I've ever heard. My parents didn't like to visit. The need more likely was to assert myself, to convince myself I was independent, relatively free to choose for myself. The first time I saw him needing me more than I needed him, I felt trapped. 4 tiny rooms on 14th Street, a little better. We sat in the sink and showered with a rubber hose. When I moved in with him, the cabinet under the sink was overflowing with hundreds of filthy socks. Once, someone broke in and took only a radio, a can of beer, and a pair of sunglasses. I liked and admired O for a long time, but wasn't particularly attracted to him physically. When I realized we were going to have an affair, though, I had waves of overwhelming desire at odds, like sitting next to him in a taxi after a good lunch or running into him on the street. These were stronger than anything I've ever felt in bed with him. Avenue C. I always enjoyed showing off how I could fix up those holes in the wall with no money and a coat of paint, furniture from the street. Junkies broke in at least once a week, but we had nothing worth taking. I hid the typewriter in the kitchen bathtub under a counter of dirty dishes. They threw my poppet pearls all over the house in a rage. A poet friend jumped out the window of the top floor apartment that we'd found for him. I saw him go by. Let's see, I think I can finish the last. I'm going to skip a few paragraphs and just read the last bit. These over-emotional scenes prove he still wants me. Sometimes I feel him ebbing away from me, and I force the tension simply to make him acknowledge that I exist. I wish there was a pleasanter way of doing it. Few women have naughty fingers, for few women are gifted with the talent of combination, more tact than science, more quickness of conception and strength, more intuition than reasoning. It would be otherwise if they were strongly knotted fingers. Then they would yield less easily to the inspirations of fantasy. That was in quotations. Map of places I've been and haven't seen yet. Projections are best and all too close to home.
Hi all. I'm Tamsin Challenger. This is Living Like Weasels by Annie Dillard. A weasel is wild. Who knows what he thinks? He sleeps in his underground den, his tail draped over his nose. Sometimes he lives in his den for 2 days without leaving. Outside, he stalks rabbits, mice, muskrats and birds, killing more bodies than he can eat warm, and often dragging the carcasses home. Obedient to instinct, he bites his prey at the neck, either splitting the jugular vein at the throat or crunching the brain at the base of the skull, and he does not let go. One naturalist refused to kill a weasel who was socketed into his hand deeply as a rattlesnake. The man could in no way pry the tiny weasel off, and he had to walk half a mile to water, the weasel dangling from his palm, and soak him off like a stubborn label. And once, says Ernest Thompson Seton, once a man shot an eagle out of the sky. He examined the eagle and found the dry skull of a weasel fixed by the jaws to his throat. The supposition is that the eagle had pounced on the weasel, and the weasel swiveled and bit as instinct taught him, tooth to neck, and nearly won. I would like to have seen that eagle from the air a few weeks or months before he was shot. Was the whole weasel still attached to his feathered throat, a fur pendant? Or did the eagle eat what he could reach, gutting the living weasel with his talons before his breast, bending his beak, cleaning the beautiful airborne bones? I've been reading about weasels because I saw one last week. I startled a weasel who startled me, and we exchanged a long glance. 20 minutes from my house, through the woods by the quarry and across the highway, is Holland's Pond, a remarkable piece of shallowness where I like to go at sunset and sit on a tree trunk. Holland's Pond is also called Murray's Pond. It covers 2 acres of bottomland near Tinker Creek with 6 inches of water and 6,000 lily pads. In winter, brown and white steers stand in the middle of it, merely dampening their hooves. From the distant shore, they look like miracle itself, complete with miracle's nonchalance. Now, in summer, the steers are gone. The water lilies have blossomed and spread to a green horizontal plain that is terra firma to plodding blackbirds and tremulous ceiling to black leeches, crayfish and carp. This is, mind you, suburbia. It is a 5-minute walk in 3 directions to rows of houses, though none is visible here. There's a 55-mile-per-hour highway at one end of the pond and a nesting pair of wood ducks at the other. Under every bush is a muskrat hole or a beer can. The far end is an alternating series of fields and woods, threaded everywhere with motorcycle tracks, in whose bare clay wild turtles lay eggs. So, I had crossed the highway, stepped over 2 low barbed wire fences, and traced the motorcycle path in all gratitude through the wild rose and poison ivy of the pond's shoreline, up into high grassy fields. Then I cut down through the woods to the mossy fallen tree where I sit. This tree is excellent. It makes a dry, upholstered bench at the upper marshy end of the pond, a plush jetty raised from the thorny shore between a shallow blue body of water and a deep blue body of sky. The sun had just set. I was relaxed on the tree trunk, ensconced in the lap of lichen, watching the lily pads at my feet tremble and part dreamily over the thrusting path of a carp. A yellow bird appeared to my right and flew behind me. It caught my eye. I swiveled around, and the next instant, inexplicably, I was looking down at a weasel who was looking up at me. Weasel. I'd never seen one wild before. He was 10 inches long, thin as a curve, a muscled ribbon, brown as fruitwood, soft-furred, alert. His face was fierce, small and pointed as a lizard's. He would have made a good arrowhead. There was just a dot of chin, maybe 2 brown hairs worth, and then the pure white fur began that spread down his underside. He had 2 black eyes I didn't see, any more than you see a window. The weasel was stunned into stillness as he was emerging from beneath an enormous shaggy wild rose bush 4 feet away. I was stunned into stillness, twisted backward on the tree trunk. Our eyes locked, and someone threw away the key. Our look was as if 2 lovers or deadly enemies met unexpectedly on an overgrown path when each had been thinking of something else. A clearing blow to the gut. It was also a bright blow to the brain, or a sudden beating of brains with all the charge and intimate grate of rubbed balloons. It emptied our lungs. It felled the forest, moved the fields, and drained the pond. The world dismantled and tumbled into that black hole of eyes. If you and I looked at each other that way, our skulls would split and drop to our shoulders, but we don't. We keep our skulls. So. He disappeared. This was only last week, and already I don't remember what shattered the enchantment. I think I blinked. I think I retrieved my brain from the weasels and tried to memorize what I was seeing. And the weasel felt the yank of separation, the careening splashdown into real life and the urgent current of instinct. He vanished under the wild rose. I waited motionless, my mind suddenly full of data and my spirit with pleadings, but he didn't return. Please do not tell me about approach avoidance conflicts. I tell you, I've been in that weasel's brain for 60 seconds and he was in mine. Brains are private places, muttering through unique and secret tapes. But the weasel and I both plugged into another tape simultaneously for a sweet and shocking time. Can I help it if it was a blank? What goes on in his brain the rest of the time? What does a weasel think about? He won't say. His journal is tracks in clay, a spray of feathers, mouse, blood and bone, uncollected, unconnected, loose leaf and blown. I would like to learn or remember how to live. I come to Hollins Pond not so much to learn how to live as, frankly, to forget about it. That is, I don't think I can learn from a wild animal how to live in particular. Shall I suck warm blood, hold my tail high, walk with my footprints precisely over the print of my hands? But I might learn something of mindlessness, something of the purity of living in the physical sense and the dignity of living without bias or motive. The weasel lives in necessity and we live in choice, hating necessity and dying at the last ignobly in its talons. I would like to live as I should, as the weasel lives as he should, And I suspect that for me, the way is like the weasels, open to time and death painlessly, noticing everything, remembering nothing, choosing the given with a fierce and pointed will. I missed my chance. I should have gone for the throat. I should have lunged for that streak of white under the weasel's chin and held on through mud and into the wild rose, held on for a dearer life. We could live under the wild rose as weasels, mute and uncomprehending. I could very calmly go wild. I could live 2 days in the den, curled, leaning on mouse fur, sniffing bird bones, blinking, licking, breathing musk, my hair tangled in the roots of grasses. Down is a good place to go where the mind is single. Down is out of your ever-loving mind and back to your careless senses. I remember muteness as a prolonged and giddy fast, where every moment is a feast of utterance received. Time and events are merely poured, unremarked and ingested directly, like blood pulsed into my gut through a jugular vein. Could two live that way? Could two live under the wild rose and explore by the pond, so that the smooth mind of each is as everywhere present to the other, and as received and as unchallenged as falling snow? We could, you know. We can live any way we want. People take vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, even of silence by choice. The thing is to stalk your calling in a certain skilled and supple way, to locate the most tender and live spot and plug into that pulse. This is yielding, not fighting. A weasel doesn't attack anything. A weasel lives as he's meant to, yielding at every moment to the perfect freedom of single necessity. I think it would be well and proper and obedient and pure to grasp your own necessity and not let it go, to dangle from it limp wherever it takes you. Then even death, where you're going no matter how you live, cannot you part. Seize it and let it seize you up aloft even. Till your eyes burn out and drop. Let your musky flesh fall off in shreds, and let your very bones unhinge and scatter, loosened over fields and woods, lightly, thoughtless, from any height at all, from as high as eagles. Okay, next bit. More critical theory. Sex and Real Estate by Marjorie Garber. I'm going to read The House as Body, but I have a very bad copy, so bear with me. And there you go, there it goes again. I might actually do it on my phone. Okay, here we go. That's better. The house is body, the house is us. A young woman who was a fellow of a prestigious academic society used to enliven the weekly dinners for herself and her dinner companions by asking these distinguished scholars, largely men of a certain age, whether they had had sex in every room of their houses. It was amazing, she reported, how eagerly and how fully they were willing to answer this impertinent question. What is the sexiest room in the house? Despite or because of the ubiquity of phrases like bedroom eyes and philosophy in the bedroom, it is anywhere but the bedroom. As in the wicked 50s ballad of suburban lust, in which the lovers were caught in the kitchen playing Westport between the washing machine and thermostat, the idea of illicit sex in illicit places has its own allure in the world of sex and real estate. Consider the evocative power of the phrase sex in the Oval Office, and you will see what I mean. The kitchen table was once a favourite sexual venue for writers of steamy romances. Even Freud perceived that the most intimate details of sexual life may be thought and dreamt of in seemingly innocent allusions to activities in the kitchen. Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah strumming on the old banjo. Do fictional heroes and heroines now have sex on the granite countertops or cherry panelled kitchen islands, avoiding the elegant but inconveniently placed bar sink and faucet? A Los Angeles production of Noel Coward's 1932 play, Designed for Living, about a triangular relationship among an artist, a playwright, and an interior decorator, scandalized purists in the 90s with its steamy staging, including sex against walls, sex on top of tables, same-sex twosomes and threesomes. In modern films of suburban life, at least the impulse to make love somewhere else than in the bedroom is a sign that real passion is at work or at play. Should we call this decorator libido? The actor Steve Martin, apparently the apotheosis of middle-class normality on screen, has featured in a number of these comedies. In A House Sitter, he finds himself sprawled headfirst in an empty fireplace with the rather conventional plaid-clad woman he has longed for all his life. Her hand clutches at the damper in a paroxysm of anticipatory pleasure, light my fire. Earlier in the same film, touring the house he built for her and that she rejects along with his proposal, she eyes the whirlpool tub, which is located right in the bedroom. Very convenient, she notes, with the first stirrings of something like lust. Martin, the architect, points out with bumbling eagerness that it's a tub designed for two. In another of Martin's morality tales from the suburbs, Father of the Bride 2, 1995, seduction in the kitchen is seen as a sign that middle-aged desire is not an oxymoron. In fact, the parents who have learned that their married daughter is pregnant cook up, via some impromptu lovemaking in the kitchen, on the kitchen floor, an unplanned new baby of their own. Once the storied rite of passage for American brides was to be carried across the threshold by their husbands. In folklore and myth, thresholds, like any transitional spaces, are dangerous, so this is a protective act, avoiding bad luck. And it also contains, tellingly, an element of mingled possessiveness and transgression. Threshold crossing, like many another folk ritual, lost its original sense of function, my woman, my house, became glamorized in popular culture, all those film brides in filmy dresses being threshold crossed by the likes of Cary Grant, and fell into genial disuse, except in comedic reversals. Bride carries groom, groom is too wimpy to pick up bride. But it has been succeeded by a new custom. Nowadays, couples initiate each room of the house or apartment, or each substantial new piece of furniture by making love in them, or on them, or in the case of dining room tables, under them. Dirt, says anthropologist Mary Douglas, dirt, says anthropologist Mary Douglas, is matter of out of place. And dirty pleasures, like that other pleasurable activity, dishing the dirt, come in part from doing what we know to be forbidden or frowned upon. The sexiness of sex outside the bedroom, popularized again by films and daytime television, is enhanced by the sense of its being out of place, just as love in the afternoon is a phrase that evokes high and sometimes illicit passion, as if the proper time for lovemaking were only at night and in the dark. The body as house. The representation of the house as a human body is a very old idea, one often reinvented in children's drawings, where the bungalow or cottage frequently comes to resemble a face. The roof is a hat or hair. The windows of the upper story are eyes, the door is a mouth. Variations on this figure abound in everything from allegorical writing to toys and animated cartoons. But whether expressed in literature, painting, theology, or architecture, this analogy between the house and the body has usually emphasized one of three elements: proportion, function, or sex and gender roles. Proportion. Architectural proportions modelled on human proportions with the implication of natural design. The Roman architect and engineer Vitruvius had early on developed the analogy between the human body and architecture. For without symmetry and proportion, no temple can have a regular plan. That is, it must have an exact proportion worked out after the fashion of the members of a finely shaped human body. The proportions of the body were measured and used as models for architectural proportions. The face from the top of the forehead and the roots of the hair is a 10th part. Also, the palm of the hand from the wrist to the top of the middle finger is as much. The head from the chin to the crown, an 8th part. Similarly, a stanza of Andrew Marvell's 17th century house poem, Upon Appleton House, expresses the ideal of measurement gleaned from nature. Why should, of all things man unruled, such unproportioned dwellings build? The beasts are by their dens expressed, and birds contrive an equal nest. The low-roofed tortoises do dwell, in cases fit of tortoise shell. No creature loves an empty space, their bodies measure out their place. The body is the instrument of measurement in the Bible, as well as in ancient classical culture. There we find natural measurements, like the cubit, from the Latin word for elbow, equal to the length of the forearm from the tip of the middle finger to the elbow. God instructed Noah to build the ark 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide and 30 cubits high, Genesis 6:15. The ark may seem an odd kind of model home, but it was designed according to a highly specific plan, with 3 stories and various categories of beasts, clean and unclean, fowls and creeping things. Indeed, Christian authors in the Italian Renaissance went on to allegorize the connection between architecture and the body, making it tell a moral and spiritual as well as a physical story. Noah's Ark was described in terms of a parallel between human anatomy and human virtue, with the higher good openings and the lower bad ones, exemplifying the basic tension within mankind, as well as between man and beast. This kind of interpretation clearly pointed in the direction of a functionalist reading, explaining the house as a working body as well as an emblem of natural design. Function. Bodily functions and how the house reflects them metaphorically and literally. The functionalist metaphor of house as body is hierarchical, dividing it into lower and higher functions, overseen by the head, which is both man, husband, patriarch, and mind. We might note that this is usually a single body, the body, and that it is unmarked by gender difference. Its differences are differences within, high, low, thought, feeling, eating, elimination, etc. The purpose of such an anatomy of the house, both literally and figuratively, is to point toward organic wholeness. The different parts work together naturally to make the organism and the household function. In medieval and Renaissance literature, the house is often a body castle, fortified against assault by sin and desire, at the same time that it possesses an effective internal economy. The House of Alma in Edmund Spenser's Fairy Queen is an extreme and ingenious example played out in great detail. The mouth is a barbican, literally a gate with holes. The stomach a big dining hall, and waste is disposed of privily through a small door at the back. Other Renaissance examples of the body as castle or citadel abound, from Signor de Bartas's Divine Weeks to Phineas Fletcher's The Purple Island, described as Leonard Barkan as probably the most exhaustive poetic treatment of the human body ever composed. Again, there is an emphasis on high versus low functions and on reading the well-organized household as a model of the healthy and morally fit body. This is a figure that goes back at least as far as Plato's Timaeus, where the part of the soul, which is endowed with courage and passion and loves contention, is located nearer the head, between the midriff and the neck. So that being obedient to the rule of reason, it might join with it in controlling and restraining those desires when they are no longer willing of their own accord to obey the word of command issuing from the citadel. By contrast, the part of the soul which desires meats and drinks and the other things of which it has need by reason of the bodily nature is placed between the midriff and the navel, contriving in all this region a sort of manger for the food of the body. Like a wild animal within the human frame, who is chained up with man and must be nourished if man was to exist, this lower creation is confined to a specific place in the body in order that he might be always feeding at the manger and have his dwelling as far as might be from the council chamber, i.e. the brain and mind, and make as little noise and disturbance as possible. It's clear from this account that various regions of the house, like the corresponding regions of the body, are imagined in a hierarchical relation. The manger, a feeding place for animals, is as far away as possible from the council chamber, so that the thoughtful deliberations of human beings will not be disturbed by animal appetites. And yet all of these rooms and regions are part of the human body. Sex, gender, architecture as reflecting and producing sexual law and morality and guarding or enshrining female virtue. Here, the differences are between, not within. The number is 2, not 1. Man is the head of the house, woman is its heart. We may note that it is almost impossible to use the metaphor of woman as a house, or to extend the figure without implying some law about her, which does not keep the metaphor, whether expressed in painting or in poetry, from being often very beautiful. The body is a house, the house of the soul, claimed a medieval treatise on the interior of the body. But since a woman's body was open, its boundaries convoluted, the inside-out version of a man's, she needed a second house, a building to contain her and protect her soul. It is not so much that the building is being thought of as a body, says Mark Wigley, rather the body is thought of as a building. The discourses of space and sexuality cannot be separated. The relation between the house and the gender and sexuality of its occupants was the implicit or explicit subject of some architectural treatises, like Leon Battista Alberti's influential 15th century work on the art of building in 10 books. Women are to be sequestered deep within the house for their own protection. Any place reserved for women ought to be treated as though dedicated to religion and chastity. Also, I would have the young girls and maidens allocated comfortable apartments to relieve their delicate minds from the tedium of confinement. The matron should be accommodated most effectively where she could monitor what everyone in the house was doing. And again, in Alberti's earlier Della Familia, the woman, as she remains locked up at home, should watch over things by staying at her post, by diligent care and watchfulness. The man should guard the woman, the house and his family and country, but not by sitting still. The man moves, the woman remains at home. In essence, she is the home. Alberti draws closely upon the ideas of the 4th century BC Greek writer Xenophon, who insisted that the gods made woman for indoor and man for outdoor pursuits. Thus, for a woman to bide tranquilly at home rather than roam around is no dishonor, but for a man to remain indoors instead of devoting himself to outdoor pursuits is a thing discreditable. As Wigley comments, the virtuous woman becomes woman plus house, or rather woman as housed, such that her virtue cannot be separated from the physical space. Thus, Alberti suggests that the spaces in the house are to be arranged in order to restrain and control sensual appetite, and to conceal or regulate the physical nature of the body. Much of its architectural design, like that of the modern house, is concerned with decisions about what is to be shown and what is to be concealed. I think that's probably quite a good place to stop. I don't know, I've got 1 minute, have I? Not only sexuality, but also washing and elimination come under this rubric of ordering and regulating. As both customs and technology evolved, certain behaviours that had gone without questioning came under scrutiny. The body now needs to be cleansed, or rather, social order has to be cleansed of the body. Architecture is established as such a purification. Washing, dressing, withdrawing in order to perform activities that were not previously imagined as needing to be separated from the public eye. The house and its architectural design become the agent of a new kind of modesty. The word closet now evolves as a term both for a privy and for a study or library, private spaces for the lowest and the highest functions. It is another renaissance, the birth of privacy. Bedroom, study, privy. These were the architectural locales of privacy, the places where the body worked and played.
Hello, everyone. So today I will read a chapter from Sexuality and Space. I was actually going to read the same chapter with the previous one, so I'm going to read another one by Beatrice Colomina, and it is called The Split Wall, Domestic Voyeurism. To live is to leave traces, writes Walter Benjamin, in discussing the birth of the interior. In the interior, these are emphasized. An abundance of covers and protectors, liners and cases is devised on which the traces of objects of everyday use are imprinted. The traces of the occupant also leave their impression on the interior. The detective story that follows these traces comes into being. The criminals of the first detective novels are neither gentlemen nor apaches, but private members of the bourgeoisie. There is an interior in the detective novel, but can there be a detective story of the interior itself, of the hidden mechanism by which space is constructed as interior? Which may be to say a detective story of detection itself, of the controlling look, the look of control, the controlled look. But where would the traces of the look be imprinted? What do we have to go on? What clues? There is an unknown passage of a well-known book, Le Corbusier's Urbanism, which reads, Luz told me one day a cultivated man does not look out of the window. His window is a ground glass. It is there only to let the light in, not to let the gaze pass through. It points to a conspicuous yet conspicuously ignored feature of Luz's houses. Not only are the windows either opaque or covered with sheer curtains, but the organizations of the spaces and the disposition of the built-in furniture seems to hinder access to them. A sofa is often placed at the foot of a window, so as the position of occupants with their back to it, facing the room. This even happens with the windows that look into other interior spaces, as in the sitting area of the ladies' lounge of the Müller house. Moreover, upon entering a loose interior, one's body is continually turned around to face the space one just moved through, rather than the upcoming space or the space outside. With each turn, each return look, the body is arrested. Looking at the photographs, it is easy to imagine oneself in these precise static positions, usually indicated by the unoccupied furniture. The photographs suggest that it is intended that these spaces be comprehended by occupation, by using this furniture, by entering the photograph, by inhabiting it. In the Muller house, there is a raised sitting area of the living room with a sofa set against the window. Although one cannot see out the window, its presence is strongly felt. The bookshelf surrounding the sofa and the light coming from behind it suggest a comfortable nook for reading. but comfort in this space is more than just sensual. For these is also a psychological dimension. A sense of security is produced by the position of the couch, the placement of its occupants against the light. Anyone who, ascending the stairs from the entrance, enters the living room would take a few moments to recognize a person sitting on the couch. Conversely, any intrusion would soon be detected by a person occupying this area, just as an actor entering the stage is immediately seen by a spectator in a theater box. Lewis refers to the idea of the theater box in noting that the smallness of a theater box would be unbearable if one could not look out into the large space beyond. While Kulka and later Münz read this comment in terms of the economy of space provided by the Ramplan, they overlook its psychological dimension. For Lewis, the theater box exists at the intersection between claustrophobia and agoraphobia. This spatial psychological device could also be read in terms of power, regimes of control inside the house. The raised sitting area of the Moller house provides the occupant with a vantage point overlooking the interior. Comfort in this space is related to both intimacy and control. This area is the most intimate of the sequences of living spaces, yet paradoxically, rather than being at the heart of the house, it is placed at the periphery, pushing a volume out of the street facade just above the front entrance. Moreover, it corresponds with the largest window on this elevation, almost as a horizontal window. The occupant of this space can both detect anyone trespassing the threshold of the house while screened by the curtain, and monitor any movement in the window while screened by the backlighting. In this space, the window is only a source of light, not a frame for a view. The eye is turned towards the interior. The only exterior view that will be possible from this position requires that the gaze travel the whole depth of the house, from the alcove to the living room to the music room, which opens onto the back garden. Thus, the exterior view depends upon a view of the interior. The look folded inward upon itself can be traced in the other loose interiors. In the Müller house, for instance, the sequence of spaces articulated around the staircase follows an increasing sense of privacy from the drawing room to the dining room and study to the ladies' room, which is with its raised sitting area which occupies the center or the heart of the house. But the window of this space looks onto the living space. Here too, the most intimate room is like a theater box placed just over the entrance to the social spaces in this house, so that any intruder could easily be seen. Likewise, the view of the exterior towards the city from this theater box is contained with a view of the interior. Suspended in the middle of the house, this space assumes both the character of a sacred space and a point of control. Comfort is paradoxically produced by two seemingly opposing conditions, intimacy and control. This is hardly the idea of comfort, which is associated with the 19th century interior, as described by Walter Benjamin in Louis Philippe or the Interior. In Lewis's interiors, the sense of security is not achieved by simply turning one's back to the exterior and immersing oneself in a private universe. A box in the world theater, to use Benjamin's metaphor. It is no longer the house that is a theater box. There's a theater box inside the house, overlooking the internal social spaces. The inhabitants of Lewis's houses are both actors in and spectators of the family scene involved in, yet detached from their own space. The classical distinction between inside and outside, private and public, object and subject becomes convoluted. The theater boxes in the Moller and Müller houses are spaces marked as female. The domestic character of the furniture contrasting with that of the adjacent male space, the libraries. In these, the leather sofas, the desks, the chimney, the mirrors represent the public space within the house, the office and the club invading the interior. But it is an invasion which is confined to an enclosed room, a space which belongs to the sequence of social spaces within the house, yet does not engage with them. As Münz notes, the library is a reservoir of quietness, set apart from the household traffic. The raised alcove of the Muller house and the Zimmerdam, sorry about the pronunciation, of the Miller house, on the other hand, not only overlook the social spaces, but are actually positioned at the end of the sequence on the threshold of the private, the secret, the upper rooms where sexuality is hidden away. At the intersection of the visible and the invisible, women are placed as the guardians of the unspeakable. But the theater box is a device which both provides protection and draws attention to itself. Thus, when Münz describes the entrance to the social spaces of the Muller house, he writes, and I quote, "Within entering from one side, one's gaze travels in the opposite direction till it rests in the light, pleasant alcove raised above this living room floor. Now we are really inside the house." End of quote. That is, the intruder is inside, has penetrated the house only when his or her gaze strikes this most intimate space, turning the occupant into a silhouette against the light. The voyeur in the theater box has become the object of another's gaze. She is caught in the act of seeing and trapped in the very moment of control. In framing a view, the theater box also frames the viewer. It is impossible to abandon the space, let alone leave the house, without being seen by those over whom control is being exerted. Object and subject exchange places. Whether there is actually a person behind either gaze is irrelevant. And I quote, "I can feel myself under the gaze of someone whose eyes I do not even see, not even discern. All that is necessary for something to signify to me that there may be others there. The window, if it gets a bit dark, and if I have reasons for thinking there is someone behind it, is straight away gaze. From the moment this gaze exists, I am already something other. In that I feel myself becoming an object for the gaze of others. But in this position, which is a reciprocal one, others also know that I am an object who knows himself to be seen." End of quote. Arguably, a platform that accommodates the viewing subject is a viewing mechanism that produces the subject. It precedes and frames its occupant. The theatricality of Luz's interiors is constructed by many forms of representation. Many of the photographs, for instance, tend to give the impression that someone is just about to enter the room, that a piece of domestic drama is about to be enacted. The character is absent from stage, from the scenery, and from its props. The conspicuously placed pieces of furniture are conjured up. The only published photograph of a Luz interior, which includes a human figure, is a view of the entrance to the drawing room of the Rufer house. A male figure, barely visible, is about to cross the threshold through a peculiar opening in the wall. But it is precisely at this threshold, slightly off stage, that the actor or the intruder is most vulnerable, for a small window in the reading room looks down onto the back of his neck. This house, traditionally considered to be prototype of the Ramplan, also contains the prototype of the theater box. In his writings on the question of the house, Luz describes a number of domestic melodramas. In Das Andere, for example, he writes, and I quote, "Try to describe how birth and death, the screams of pain for an aborted son, the death rattle of a dying mother, the last thoughts of a young woman who wishes to die, unfold and unravel in a room by Ulbricht. Just an image, the young woman who has put herself to death. She is lying on the wooden floor. One of her hands still holds the smoking revolver. On the table, a letter, the farewell letter. Is the room in which this is happening of good taste? Who will ask that? It is just a room." End of quote. One could as well ask why it is only the women who die and cry and commit suicide. But leaving aside this question for the moment, Luz is saying that the house must not be conceived of as a work of art, that there's a difference between a house and a series of decorated rooms. The house is a stage for the theater of the family, a place where people are born and live and die, whereas a work of art, a painting, presents itself to critical attention as an object. The house is received as an environment, as a stage. To set the scene, Luz breaks down the condition of the house as an object by radically convoluting the relation between inside and outside. One of the devices he uses is mirrors which, as Kenneth Frampton has pointed out, appear to be openings, and openings which can be mistaken for mirrors. Even more enigmatic is the placement in the dining room of the Steiner house of a mirror just beneath an opaque window. Here again, the window is only a source of light. The mirror, placed at eye level, returns the gaze to the interior, to the lamp above the dining table and the objects on the sideboard, recalling Freud's studio in Berghaus 19, where a small frame mirror hanging against the window reflects the lamp on his work table. In Freudian theory, the mirror represents the psyche. The reflection in the mirror is also a self-portrait projected onto the outside world. The placement of Freud's mirror on the boundary between interior and exterior undermines the status of the boundary as a fixed limit. Inside and outside cannot simply be separated. Similarly, Lewes's mirrors promote the interplay between reality and illusion, between the actual and virtual, undermining the status of the boundary between inside and outside. This ambiguity between inside and outside is intensified by the separation of the sight from the other senses. Physical and visual connections between the spaces in Lewes's houses are often separated. In the Roffer house, a wide opening establishes between the raised dining room and the music room a visual connection which does not correspond to the physical connection. Similarly, in the Moller house, there appears to be no way of entering the dining room from the music room, which is 70 centimeters below. The only means of access is by unfolding steps which are hidden in the timber base of the dining room. This strategy of physical separation and visual connection of framing is repeated in many other loose interiors. Openings are often screened by curtains, enhancing the stage-like effect. It should also be noted that it is usually the dining room which acts as the stage, and the music room as the space for the spectators, which is being framed in the traditional scene of everyday domestic life. But the breakdown between inside and outside and the split between sight and touch is not located exclusively in the domestic scene. It also occurs in Lewes's projects for a house for Josephine Baker, a house that excludes family life. However, in this instance, the split acquires a different meaning. The house was designed to contain a large top-lit double-height swimming pool with entry at the second floor level. Kurt Anders, a close collaborator of Lewes in this project, wrote, I quote, "The reception rooms on the first floor arranged round the pool. A large salon with an extensive top-lit vestibule, a small lounge, and a circular cafe indicate that this was intended not for private use, but as a miniature entertainment center. On the first floor, low passages surround the pool. These are lit by the wide windows visible to the outside, and from them, thick, transparent windows are let into the side of the pool, so that it was possible to watch swimming and diving in its crystal clear water, floated with light from above, an underwater review, so to speak." End of quote. As in Lewes' earlier houses, the eye is directed towards the interior, which turns its back on the outside world. But the subject and object of the gaze have been reversed. The inhabitant, Josephine Baker, is now the primary object, and the visitor, the guest, is the looking subject. The most intimate space, the swimming pool, paradigm of sensual space, occupies the center of the house and is also the focus of the visitor's gaze. As Anders writes, entertainment in this house consists in looking, but between the gaze and its object, the body is a screen of glass and water, which renders the body inaccessible. The swimming pool is lit from above by a skylight, and that inside in the windows would appear as reflective surfaces, impeding the swimmer's view of the visitor standing in the passages. This view is the opposite of the panoptic view of a theater box, corresponding instead of that of the peephole, where subject and object cannot simply exchange places. The mise-en-scène in the Josephine Baker's house recalls Christian Metz's description of the mechanism of voyeurism in cinema. And I quote, It is even essential that the actor should behave as though he were not seen, that he should go about his ordinary business and pursue his existence as foreseen by the fiction of the film, that he should carry on with his antics as a closed room, taking the utmost care not to notice that a glass rectangle has been set into one of the walls, and that he lives in a kind of aquarium, end of quote. But the architecture of this house is more complicated. The swimmer might also see the reflection framed by the window of her own slippery body superimposed on the disembodied eyes of the shadowy figure of the spectator, whose lower body is cut out by the frame. Thus she sees herself being looked by another, a narcissistic gaze superimposed on a voyeuristic gaze. This erotic complex of looks in which she is suspended is inscribed in each of the 4 windows opening onto the swimming pool. Each, even if there is no one looking through it, constitutes from both sides a gaze. The split between sight and the other physical senses found in Luz's interiors is explicit in his definition of architecture. In the principle of cladding, he writes, the artist, the architect, first senses the effect that he intends to realize and sees the room he wants to create in his mind's eye. He senses the effect that he wishes to exert upon the spectator. Hominus if a residence. For Luz, the interior is pre-oedipal space before the analytical distancing which language entails, space as we feel it as clothing. That is, as clothing before the existence of ready-made clothes, when one had to first choose the fabric, and this act required, or I seem to remember as much, a distinct gesture of looking away from the cloth while feeling its texture, as if the sight of it would be an obstacle to the sensation. Luz seems to have reversed the Cartesian schism between the perceptual and conceptual, whereas Descartes, as Franco Rella has written, deprived the body of its status as the seat of the valid and transmissible knowledge. Luz privileges the body experience of space over its mental construction. The architect first senses the space, then he visualizes it. For Luz, architecture is a form of covering, but it is not the walls that are covered. Structures plays a secondary role, and its primary function is to hold the covering in space. And I quote, the architect's general task is to provide a warm and livable space. Carpets are warm and livable. He decides for this reason to spread one carpet on the floor and to hang up 4 to form the 4 walls. But you cannot build a house out of carpets. Both the carpet on the floor and the tapestry on the wall require a structural frame to hold them in correct place. To invert this frame is the architect's second task. End of quote. The spaces of Luz interiors cover the occupants as clothes cover the body. Jose Quatglass has written, would the same pressure on the body be acceptable in a raincoat as in a gown, in jodhpurs or in pajama pants? All the architecture of Luz can be explained as the envelope of a body. From Lina Luz's bedroom to Josephine Baker's swimming pool, the interiors always contain a warm bag in which to trap oneself. It is an architecture of pleasure, an architecture of the womb. But space in Luz's architecture is not just felt. It is significant in the quotation above that Luz refers to the inhabitant as a spectator. Not his definition of architecture is really a definition of theatrical architecture. The clothes have become so removed from the body that they require structural support independent of it. They become a stage set. The inhabitant is both covered by the space and detached from it. The tension between sensation of comfort and comfort as control disrupts the role of the house as a traditional form of representation. More precisely, the traditional system of representation within which the building is but one of many overlapping mechanisms is dislocated. Luz's critique of traditional notions of architectural representation is bound up with the phenomenon of emergent metropolitan culture. The subject of Luz's architecture is the metropolitan individual immersed in the abstract relationships of the city, at pains to assert the independence and individuality of his existence against the leveling power of society. This battle, according to George Simmel, in the modern equivalent of primitive man's struggle with nature, clothing is one of the battlefields, and fashion is one of his strategies. He writes, the common space is good form in society. It is bad taste to make oneself conspicuous through some individual, singular expression. Obedience to the standards of the general public in all externals is the conscious and desired means of reserving their personal feelings and their taste. In other words, fashion is a mask which protects the intimacy of the metropolitan being. Lewis writes about fashion in precisely such terms. We have become more refined, more subtle. Primitive man had to differentiate themselves by various colors. Modern man needs his clothes as a mask. His individuality is so strong that it can no longer be expressed in terms of items or clothing. His own inventions are concentrated on other things. Significantly, Lewis writes about the exterior of the house in the same terms that he writes about fashion. And I quote, when I was finally given the task of building a house, I said to myself, in its external appearance, a house can only have changed as much as a dinner jacket. Not a lot, therefore. I had to become significantly simpler. I had to substitute the golden buttons with black ones. The house has to look inconspicuous. The house does not have to tell anything to the exterior. Instead, all its richness must be manifest in the interior. End of quote. Lewis seems to establish a radical difference between interior and exterior, which reflects the split between the intimate and the social life of the metropolitan being. Outside the realm of exchange, money, and masks, inside the realm of the inalienable and non-exchangeable, the unspeakable. Moreover, the split between inside and outside, between senses and sight, is gender-loaded. The exterior of the house, Lewis writes, should resemble a dinner jacket and male mask. As the ununified self, protected by a seamless facade, the exterior is masculine. The interior is the scene of sexuality and of production, all the things that would divide the subject in the outside world. However, this dogmatic division in Lewis's writings between inside and outside is undermined by his architecture. The suggestion that the exterior is merely a mask which clasps some pre-existing interior is misleading, for the interior and exterior are constructed simultaneously. When he was designing the Rofer house, for example, Lewis used a dismountable model that would allow the internal and external distributions to be worked out simultaneously. The interior is not simply the space which is enclosed by the facades. A multiplicity of boundaries is established, and the tension between inside and outside resides in the walls that divide them. Its status disturbed by Lewis's displacement of traditional forms of representation. To address the interior is to address the splitting of the wall. Take, for instance, the displacement of drawing conventions in Lewis's 4 pencil drawings of the elevation of the Rofer house. Each one shows not only the outlines of the facade, but also in dotted lines, the horizontal and vertical divisions of the interior positions of the rooms, the thickness of the floors and the walls. The windows are represented as black squares with no frame. These are drawings of neither the inside nor the outside, but the membrane between them. Between the representation of habitation and the mask is the wall. Lewis's subjects inhabits this wall. This inhabitation creates a tension on that limit, tampers with it. This is not simply a metaphor. In every Lewis house, there is a point of maximum tension, and it always coincides with a threshold of boundary. In the Moller house, it is the raised alcove protruding from the street facade, where the occupant is ensconced in the security of the interior, yet detached from it. The subject of Lewis's houses is a stranger, an intruder in his own space. In Josephine Baker's house, the wall of the swimming pool is punctured by windows. It has been pulled apart, leaving a narrow passage surrounding the pool. and splitting each of the windows into an internal window and an external window. The visitor literally inhabits this wall, which enables him to look both sides at the pool and outside at the city, but he is neither inside nor outside the house. In the dining room of the Steiner house, the gaze directed towards the windows is folded back by the mirror beneath it, transforming the interior into an exterior view as seen. The subject has been dislocated, unable to occupy the inside of the house securely. It can only occupy the insecure margin between window and mirror.
Federico Alberoni, l'érotisme. Contradiction, page 212. 1. Séduit, soit désirable, séduit plus que les autres, séduit tous les autres. Voilà ce qui nous est enseigné à tous. En même temps, on nous apprend aussi, sois fidèle, ne désire qu'un seul homme, une seule femme. Il n'empêche que Marie et Amand veulent des épouses et des maîtresses séduisantes, belles et désirées par tous. De même, toute femme veut que son mari ou son amant soit le plus beau et le plus désirable aux yeux des autres femmes. Le désir des autres fait partie de notre érotisme et vient l'alimenter. Néanmoins, l'homme, comme la femme, veut jouir de l'autre qui aime en exclusivité. Ce faisant, il déclare la guerre à la terre entière, car tout le monde est convié à désirer ce qu'il désire. Pour être désirable, il faut désirer. Une femme ne saurait être séduisante si elle n'a pas l'intention de séduire, si elle ne communique pas son désir à l'homme, ne fût-ce que par jeu. Sommé d'être séduisant, l'homme regardera et désirera à son tour d'autres femmes. Pour plaire véritablement, il est nécessaire de trahir, au moins en esprit. Un homme qui ne désire pas d'autres femmes, qui ne les regarde pas, qui ne s'aperçoit même pas de leur existence, ne saurait être séduisant. Les femmes percevront immédiatement son manque de disponibilité érotique. Il pourra être habillé de la façon la plus raffinée, être riche et courtois. Il n'y aura pas en lui le plus petit étincelle de véritable érotisme. Son regard sera distrait et absent. Ses paroles ne déclencheront aucune vibration et resteront lettre morte. Si la femme veut le monopole d'un homme qui plaise aux autres femmes, elle doit accepter la contradiction et le laisser jouir de son droit à séduire sous peine de se vouer à un homme qu'elle aura obligé à ne penser qu'à elle, mais qui ne présentera pas de moindre intérêt pour les autres. La femme ne peut se décider à choisir entre ses pôles et osciller entre les deux. Tantôt, elle pousse celui qu'elle aime à être désirable, tantôt elle laisse éclater sa jalousie et veut le retenir auprès d'elle. De son côté, l'homme encouragé à plaire et donc à désirer les autres femmes apprend très vite que cette liberté lui est interdite à moins de mentir. Il n'a que deux solutions, le refoulement ou le mensonge. La femme aussi doit être tout à la fois désirable et fidèle, mais pour être désirable, encore faut-il qu'elle incarne des fantasmes masculins et qu'elle donne aux hommes l'impression d'être leur proie. Son alternative est la suivante. Ou elle trahit son amour, ne serait-ce qu'en imagination, ou elle finit par se durcir et sans les dire. Le choix qui s'offre à elle n'est pas très différent de celui proposé à l'homme. La contradiction intrinsèque de l'érotisme ne laisse ouverte que deux voies, celle du refoulement et celle de la dissimulation. Et le fait, il existe au monde deux cultures érotiques absolument opposées. La première est fondée sur la vérité et le refoulement. la seconde sur l'imaginaire et la dissimulation. Dans la centaine de livres américains sur l'amour ou sur la naissance de l'amour, le sexe, l'érotisme, pas une seule page n'est consacrée au mensonge, à la réserve, au non-dit, au silence, à la dissimulation. Partout, toujours, dans tous les cas, on suggère, on recommande, on impose de dire la vérité. Toute la vérité sans rien cacher. La religion dans la vérité n'est certes pas nouvelle. Dans les pays catholiques, le confesseur avait le droit, il y a peu, d'extraire de l'âme du pénitent toutes les pensées les plus cachées. Les exercices spirituels enseignaient à prendre note des plus petits désirs sexuels pour en discuter avec un directeur de conscience. Le moindre coin de l'âme était passé aux cibles et ne pouvait être considéré comme privé ou à l'abri des deux des yeux indiscrets. Excusez. L'œil du prêtre était celui de Dieu. La psychanalyse a inventé un autre genre de religion de la vérité en faisant coïncider mensonge et maladie. Voyons, en effet, comment se forment les symptômes. Ils s'élaborent sur notre silence lorsque nous nous abstenons de dire à nous-mêmes et aux autres ce que nous pensons et ce que nous voulons. C'est ainsi que nos désirs deviennent inconscients et comme dans l'enfer de la religion, qu'ils s'insinuent dans notre vie consciente pour venir la troubler ou la détruire. Il n'y a d'autre remède que de se souvenir de ce qui a été oublié, de dire ce qui a été tu, d'avouer ce qu'on n'a jamais confessé. Dans la psychanalyse comme dans la religion, la confession doit s'adresser à un individu en particulier. Le psychanalyste, ainsi l'aveu ne sort pas du privé et du secret. Dans les pays où la confession est en vigueur, les prêtres sont tenus au secret du confessionnal, tout comme les psychanalystes au secret professionnel. Mais la psychanalyse, se généralisant la puissance thérapeutique de la vérité, s'est aussi généralisée jusqu'à s'entendre à toute relation sociale. Les Américains, surtout, en ont fait un art des relations individuelles et se sont convaincus que celle-ci gagnerait en harmonie si elle était empreinte de vérité. Un tel postulat n'a pas été étendu à tous les champs de la vie. Il n'est venu à l'esprit de personne, par exemple, de l'appliquer aux transactions économiques et à la politique extérieure. L'économie reste un domaine où chacun a le droit de garder secrètes ses affaires. Une entreprise ne crie pas ses projets sur les toits, pas plus qu'elle ne les divulgue à tous les vents et à tous ses concurrents. Elle est autorisée à garder le secret à tous les niveaux où elle le décide. Hors de la sphère économique, au contraire, et en particulier dans les relations érotiques et amoureuses, la règle de la vérité totale a été instaurée. On peut même parler d'une religion de la vérité qui a vu son apogée dans la théorie de l'intimité. Dans la formulation de Lilibé Rubin, l'intimité consiste d'une part en un désir de connaître tous les détails de la vie intérieure de l'autre, d'autre part en la capacité à lui communiquer la sienne propre. D'après l'auteur, une telle aptitude serait l'apanage des femmes et ne rencontrerait que rarement chez les hommes. La religion de l'intimité et de la vérité est inconcevable sans une conception volontariste de la vie. Si tout le monde se dit tout, jusqu'aux pensées les plus anodines, il faut avouer aussi les choses les plus déplaisantes et la haine et le mépris et le désir de meurtre. Ce n'est possible que parce que dans une culture volontariste, la colère, l'irritation, l'agressivité et la mauvaise humeur sont considérés comme des simples troubles à éliminer, comme des symptômes qu'il est parfaitement possible de corriger. Celui qui en est atteint doit aller consulter un psychanalyste qui, avant toute chose, l'invitera à parler avec son ou sa partenaire dans le but d'en découvrir la cause. À tout sentiment correspond dans la culture volontariste une technique capable de l'infléchir dans le sens désiré, de transformer le déplaisir en plaisir, la haine en amour, le dégoût en attention. Dans ce système, les sentiments sont les sujets de la volonté et doivent être transformés en étant de buts à atteindre grâce à des techniques appropriées. L'authenticité du désir en est un. Apprends à être authentique et spontané. Tel est l'impératif de la culture volontariste. Dans cette culture dominée par la religion de la vérité, la contradiction que représente l'érotisme se résout dans le refoulement. Si quelqu'un va continuer à séduire, il ne lui reste qu'à divorcer et à vivre seul. La morale lui permet ainsi d'avoir des rapports sexuels avec qui il veut. Il y sera même contraint dès lors qu'il appartiendra à la communauté des célibataires. Il devra du reste renoncer à tout lien stable. Si c'est ce qu'il désire, au contraire, il devra renoncer à être célibataire et donc, du même coup, à la séduction. Une société volontariste ne saurait supporter une forte charge érotique car c'est une société du tout ou rien. Si l'érotisme comporte une contradiction structurelle, la société qui cherche à tout prix à l'annuler, à le nier, à la faire disparaître, doit forger deux morales en redoublant la répression. La vieille société puritaine était cohérente. Elle ne disait pas « séduis le plus grand nombre d'hommes et de femmes » et n'imposait donc pas la fidélité à certains et la promiscuité aux autres. Elle n'avait donc pas à se préoccuper du mensonge. Point 2. Dans un seul cas, l'impératif de séduction n'est pas contradictoire et c'est dans la phase de naissance de l'amour. Dans la phase de naissance de l'amour. À cette phase, la femme amoureuse veut être la plus belle femme du monde pour plaire à celui qui, à ses yeux, est le plus bel homme du monde. De son côté, l'homme amoureux veut plaire à tous et à toutes les femmes pour rendre l'hommage de ce plaisir à la femme qu'il aime. Comme un roi aimé de toutes les femmes de son royaume et qui peut les avoir toutes, mais qui renonce à ce pouvoir pour en faire don à la seule qui les résume toutes et qui l'a choisie. À l'état naissant de l'amour, les hommes comme les femmes sont mus par une imagerie extraordinaire. Le monde leur paraît lumineux et plus vivant que jamais. Ils se sentent en contact avec des forces débordantes, avec une source qui les transcende. Celui ou celle qui est aimé participe de cette source, devient cette source même et ne saurait être comparé à aucune autre créature. Il s'est incorporé de transcende, c'est ainsi que la contradiction est surmontée. Car, en réalité, plus l'homme désire les autres femmes, plus il se rapproche de celles qu'il aime, et même s'il regarde les autres, même si ses yeux brillent de désir et de plaisir, c'est elle qui voit à travers elle. C'est elle qu'il voit à travers elle. L'état naissant de l'amour rend l'homme séduisant. Les femmes le sentent sous le charme, il vibre, il est passionné. Elle ne s'aperçoit pas que ces vibrations ne leur sont pas adressées, pourtant, de fait, elles leur sont aussi destinées. L'homme amoureux a le regard brûlant, le visage ou la gorge d'une femme aperçue, un instant, le bouleverse sans retenir son regard. Il ne s'est arrêté que parce que la féminité de tel inconnu lui a rappelé celle qu'il aime. Et chaque femme, en tant qu'elle, est une femme, a quelque chose de l'aimer. Paradoxalement, l'homme amoureux les aime toutes car il n'est aimé qu'une. Il les désire toutes car il ne désire qu'elle. De même que le poète qui, par son chant, réveille les sentiments de tous, même s'il ne s'adresse qu'à une seule femme, parfois indifférente. Le même phénomène est repérable chez la femme dans une phase d'état naissant de l'amour. Elle apparaît merveilleuse aux yeux du monde. Elle semble vouloir séduire l'air, l'eau, les plantes, le soleil. Séduire signifie éveiller toute chose à la joie pour le plaisir de son amant, faire exulter son amour. Il n'y a plus ni filtre magique, ni faux semblant, car son chant résonne pur, solaire et cristallin. Il n'y a plus de place pour le secret, plus de recoins obscurs à protéger jalousement. Tous deux éprouvent le besoin de tout se dire, de mêler leur vie passée, de confondre leurs désirs pour découvrir leurs différences, les aimer pour se les approprier. Il n'y a plus ni impasse ni impossibilité. Celui qui aime se sent en même temps totalement libre et enchaîné, altruiste et égoïste, car il veut l'objet de son amour, tout pour lui. Il séduit le monde entier pour séduire celle qu'il aime. À l'état naissant de l'amour, l'amoureux s'identifie au cosmos et en chantant sa beauté, c'est celle de son amour qu'il chante. La contradiction intrinsèque de l'érotisme disparaît pendant la seule phase de l'état naissant. Lorsqu'elle prend fin, lorsque les dés sont jetés, c'est-à-dire lorsque l'institution se met en place, il faut s'en tenir au choix qui a été fait. Plus on s'éloigne du feu ardent de l'état naissant, plus la relation devient normale, quotidienne, commandée par le « il faut ». Les convenances personnelles, les devoirs sociaux et plus la contradiction est violente. Dans le système volontariste, les contradictions explosent et ne tolèrent aucune médiation car les sentiments sont soumis à la volonté, c'est-à-dire qu'ils sont littéralement identifiés à l'institution. L'individu ne se sent libre que s'il peut aimer qui il a décidé d'aimer. Cette démarche se situe donc à l'opposé de l'amour libre qui répond à un appel et qui accomplit son destin. Dans le système volontariste, l'ordre va et séduit se met en contradiction avec l'ordre « tu ne dois aimer que moi » car ce sont des ordres donnés par la volonté. Pourtant, c'est précisément l'expérience exaltante de l'amour qui est invoquée pour justifier la religion de la vérité. Voilà ce que disent ces prêtres. Ceux qui aiment vraiment disent la vérité. S'ils mentent, cela signifie que leur amour est incomplet. S'ils veulent une relation vraie, parfaite, ils doivent se dire la vérité. Ce syllogisme est un exemple typique de transformation volontariste des sentiments. Le fait de se dire la vérité, la confession réciproque est vécue et l'état naissant de l'amour comme une nécessité interne et un acte de liberté souverain. L'état naissant ne comporte aucun devoir spécifique, ou plutôt tout est devoir car tout est plaisir. Le devoir y coïncide avec la pulsion, avec la passion. Les amoureux se disent la vérité parce que ça leur fait plaisir, parce qu'ils trouvent là leur réalisation et non pas parce que c'est un devoir ou un but. L'état naissant n'obéit à rien ni personne. Donc, paradoxalement, dans l'état naissant, les amoureux pourraient tout à fait se mentir sans rien changer à leur amour. En fait, il leur arrive de se mentir pour se confesser ensuite leurs mensonges ou de se taire et cela revient au même. Le système volontariste observe l'amoureux pour identifier en lui une qualité et la fige pour en faire une vertu et, s'il la rencontre dans une autre relation, il en conclut qu'il s'agit d'amour. Pour la seule raison qu'ils se disent la vérité, deux époux devraient s'aimer davantage que ceux qui ne le disent pas. Point 3. En voulant réaliser un stade parfait de l'amour, le système volontariste le détruit. En voulant atteindre la vérité constante, il ne produit que du mensonge. Il ne peut faire autre chose qu'enseigner à feindre l'amour, à le représenter. La nature de l'amour, à son commencement, est instable jusqu'à ce qu'il devienne une institution et même une habitude. La phase d'enthousiasme et de création est limitée dans le temps. Le volontarisme se trouve donc devant un dilemme. Que faire quand la passion se calme, quand le charme est devenu quotidienneté? Faut-il avouer et divorcer lorsqu'on constate qu'on n'aime plus totalement, passionnément, follement, ou filer chez le psychanalyste pour faire une cure et retrouver la passion perdue? La première solution proposerait la désintégration immédiate des couples et puisque l'amour est tout de même un phénomène exceptionnel, la société finirait par être formée de divorcés qui ne seraient pas parvenus à réaliser le bonheur de l'amour. Reste l'autre voie. Apprendre à demeurer amoureux, se contraindre à l'être, faire semblant de l'être. Apercevant qu'ils ne s'aiment pas ou qu'ils ne s'aiment pas assez, les couples appliqueraient les techniques aptes à réaliser l'amour standard et prescrit par le système. Il existe des milliers de manuels thérapeutiques qui enseignent à s'aimer dans la maturité, la profondeur et même le romantisme. Les gens les lisent et les mettent en pratique jusqu'à épuisement, jusqu'à avoir envie de hurler de douleur, jusqu'à la nausée. Après quoi, ils divorcent tout en gardant le but bien présent à l'esprit. Engager une nouvelle aventure d'amour toujours. Mais comme si celle-là risque aussi de s'étioler, il faut sans cesse se remettre au travail, au dur travail d'aimer. Si l'on admet néanmoins que les tels couples étaient amoureux au début, ce qui est absolument faux en réalité, il faut préciser que ce qu'on appelle dans le système volontariste le bonheur ou l'amour ou encore être amoureux est le produit d'un effort de la volonté d'une mise en scène. La société volontariste réclame toute la vérité, mais elle est forcée de représenter un état amoureux qu'elle est loin d'éprouver. Elle n'est victorieuse que lorsqu'elle parvient à se leurrer totalement, c'est-à-dire lorsqu'elle parvient à se mentir au point de ne plus savoir qu'elle ment jusqu'à l'aveuglement. L'art d'aimer est un cours d'art dramatique où l'acteur ne sait plus ce qu'il dit. L'érotisme ne saurait se satisfaire de cet impératif totalitaire. Il doit le bannir pour atteindre l'état extraordinaire de l'amour, en refusant les règles, les dictats, les critères, les tests et les jugements prononcés de l'extérieur. L'érotisme est fait de mots et de silence, d'ouverture et de réserve, d'énergie et de longueur, de langueur. Il a ses rythmes comme tout ce qui vit, comme le souffle même, et il ne peut que s'étioler et mourir sous la domination glacée de la raison et sous le fouet de la volonté. Point 26.1. Un conflit se joue dans l'érotisme entre spontanéité et artifice, entre amour et séduction. Les femmes comme les hommes apprennent très tôt, parfois dès l'enfance, que l'amour pur, désintéressé, sincère, ne suffit pas à susciter l'intérêt de celui qu'on aime. Les adolescents ne tardent pas à s'apercevoir que leur amour importune la jeune fille qui en est l'objet. Elle est agacée par leurs soupirs et leur hésitation. L'amour rend en effet timide et respectueux. Nous adorons celle que nous aimons sans oser la frôler. Si elle nous dit non, nous sommes paralysés. Nous sommes incapables de vaincre la difficulté de transformer ce non en oui. C'est ainsi qu'un garçon amoureux se verra préféré par celle qu'il aime en rival plus brillant, plus populaire et qui saura la faire rire et l'amuser. Le propriétaire d'une belle voiture, un champion sportif, un garçon qui souvent ne l'aimera aucunement, un spécialiste des techniques de séduction. Après une pareille expérience, notre jeune homme s'efforcera à son tour d'agir avec les femmes de la façon adéquate. Il ne les embêtera plus avec sa timidité et sa pudeur. Il ne s'en tiendra pas à son hésitation face à un refus du regard. Il apprendra à déchiffrer le langage féminin de l'invite, et il retiendra que les femmes sont incapables d'apprécier le véritable amour, qu'elles sont au contraire très sensibles au charme fascinant de la richesse et désarmées devant le cynisme des séducteurs. Les femmes font une expérience similaire, quoique beaucoup plus intense. L'amour sincère, pur, total est infiniment plus important à leurs yeux. Il fait partie intégrante de leur fantasme érotique. Elles n'éprouvent pas de désir sexuel qui pourrait être satisfait par le premier homme venu ou par le premier orgasme venu. Plus que les hommes, elles connaissent l'importance de l'apparence, du charme, de la capacité à se montrer, à se faire admirer, désirer. Elles s'aperçoivent que les hommes les plus intelligents et les plus forts restent désarmés devant la coquetterie, les provocations et les minauderies de femmes médiocres et sans scrupules. La jeune fille amoureuse s'aperçoit stupéfaite que l'homme qu'elle aime peut désirer une prostituée aux toilettes voyantes qui se laisse gruger, manipuler et tromper par une femme qui ne l'aime pas mais qui s'amuse de lui. S'il ne voit rien des trucs primaires et grossiers dans sa rivale, se sert, elle-même les connaît par cœur depuis l'enfance. C'est ainsi qu'elle a conclu que l'homme est tout à la fois fort et stupide, naïf et fragile, mais aussi vorace qu'une bête sauvage.
Thank you for staying with us for 12 hours of continuous housework and readings. Many, many thanks to all the houseworkers and all the readers and everyone who joined in. I'm now going to read Theory plus Housework Theory, the piece that brought me to make this. creation of house economic works to calculate growing poor. You are the occupied mum, manipulating numerous duties such as the housework, service of care of children, cookery, a laundry, and more. There is no moment to save. How can you still compress warm-up in the uneasy day? Do not despair. Fortunately, there is a way to make the usual house account of economic works in a battle against Canva. Here are some fantastic ways to become poor as you clean. 1. If you live in the house of level of split, take a ladder 2 for once. It is an excellent way to receive your warm swapping. 2. Divide a laundry into smaller heaps when you clean it. Thus you will increase the number of trips which you should make there and here, and it will burn more calories. 3. Intersperse with economic works as some exercises of adjustment of a stain. For example, iron within 10 minutes, then make 20 bully crunches. Iron within 10 minutes, and then does 20 tacks, and so on. 4. Vacuum, mop, zetiska to music which has a live blow. Make a problem vigorously and process sweat. 5. Work with such speed as you can to take out dust, a pure courtyard, or to enter groceries. 6. Use the shopping bags filled with heavy groceries as weight. Make a curls bicep with them as you bring it in the house. 7. Use canisters as lungs of weight and make some educational maneuvers of force as you clean them. 8. Carry pedometer and make your purpose daily to do 10,000 steps. 9. Try to lay bed with such speed as possible. Time is independent. Also attempt to receive faster each time. 10. If the shop is on distance, which can be paused on foot, walk there daily to buy your essential daily points. Let us look on only how many calories you can burn performance of your usual housework. Mentioned more low approximate quantity of the calories burnt in a minute by women of average years, which carry out these actions. Calculate, as long as you really ever want set work to define total of calories with which you burn down. If you wish to pump up intensity, to add some clowns, squats, attacks, and belly crunches. Before you will know it, you will become thin as your house becomes pure. Change of bed sheets, 4 calories in a minute. Polymote a floor mop, 3.5 to 4 calories in a minute. Washing floor on hands and knees, 4 to 4.5 calories in a minute. Sweep a floor, 3.5 to 4 calories in a minute. Vacuum carpet, 3.5 to 4 calories in a minute. Ironing, 2.4 calories in a minute. Carrying over a basket for linen, a ladder march, 3.7 calories in a minute. To wash wear, 2.3 calories in a minute. Groceries unpacking, 3 to 3.5 calories in a minute. You do not have any justification for stay unusable the moment longer. Start to become poor as you clean. The preceding text is a piece of anonymous content I discovered online. It has since disappeared from the internet. Chititska is an unofficial Russian term for a mopping up operation. In English, chatis is used exclusively to designate the ethnic cleansing operations by Russian forces, particularly in Chechnya. Wikipedia. Theory plus housework theory. Theory plus housework theory involves carrying out a household or personal care task while reading, listening to, or watching works related of or relating to theory and theorists that are freely available online. Here are some tasks I have attempted, including an evaluation of their relative success or failure. On 11th of March, I painted a room in my house with Farrow and Falls Pavilion Grey, while listening to a number of podcasts and video lectures, including Lauren Ballant's On the Inconvenience of Other People, Jack Halberstam's Queer Failure, and Donna Haraway's keynote at the 5th Annual Feminist Theory Workshop, in which she spoke about labour and play in her book, Companion Species. House painting is an excellent activity for theory plus housework theory, as the subject is confined to a relatively small space and is engaged in a quiet activity enabling her to listen. If the work of theory is video, it is even possible to keep half an eye out for what is happening on screen. However, this is not essential, as theory lectures are seldom physically dramatic, though some have PowerPoint presentations. The only problem with house painting as a theory plus housework theory activity is that the lectures and podcasts are likely to finish before the task is completed. It can be inconvenient to climb down a ladder, and it's difficult to switch between lectures or podcasts if you have paint on your fingers. On 29th of August, I listened to Jonathan Ray on Wittgenstein's nonsense while unloading the dishwasher. This is a short activity. I did not record any other activities that accompanied this lecture, but I assume I must also have tidied the kitchen, wiped the surfaces, and perhaps done some washing up. On 30th of September, I watched a lecture by Rosa Bradotti while making chorizo and lentil stew from a recipe given to me by my Argentinian friend Fernando. The recipe was in a tweet that he later erased, while his tweets auto-erase after a month. Cooking is a sporadically satisfying theory plus housework theory activity, as it involves attention to the recipe, changes of position, including frequent turning away from the laptop to fetch ingredients, etc., plus heat and noise. It is also messy, meaning it can be difficult to change or pause podcasts without further interruption of hand washing. I've mostly utilized theory plus housework theory while undertaking substantial cooking enterprises, such as making lunch for a number of friends. I transcribed the following from Bradotti's lecture. A. The crucial element is shared affinities. What are the ethical passions that pull us? Whose suffering, whose pain did we forget to forget? B. We are walking around inhabited by the death of others that we are trying to redeem. C. We are in this together, but we are not one and certainly not the same. Stew, a social model. During the whole of 2017, I walked my dog while listening to Hubert Dreyfus's lectures on Heidegger's Being in Time. This was a very good theory plus housework theory exercise, but at the time I was on a limited data plan and was reluctant to stream undownloadable lectures too often. I also lived in an area with intermittent signal, and the lectures would often be interrupted depending on the route of my walk. Dog walking prevents easy note-taking. Hubert Dreyfus died in April 2017. From September to December 2017, I did little or no theory plus housework theory as I was living in Paris. From January to March 2018, I did little or no theory plus housework theory as I was living in Manchester. On the 14th of April, I ironed while listening to John David Eberts explain Derrida's on grammatology. Ironing is a good companion activity for theory plus housework theory, as it involves little noise and can take place in one room. The ironer is in a fairly static position, so it can not only hear well, but it can occasionally glance at the screen. The only drawbacks are A, the screen must be placed on the kitchen table at a lower level than the ironing board, which means I have to incline my head to see it. If I am not to place the screen on the kitchen counter, which also works, it means I face directly into the kitchen cupboards. And B, in order to stop the video and go back over a point, it is necessary to put the hot iron down in a safe place on the ironing board, then lean over the ironing board to reach my laptop, which can feel a little risky. Ironing is the best regular household task for theory plus housework theory, and it is a household task I have undertaken most frequently in conjunction with theory study. But a third drawback, C, is it is a relatively luxurious task. Clothes may need to be washed, but do they really need to be ironed? The heap of clothes that can reasonably be said to need ironing either runs out too soon or, if prolonged to match the video, feels like a waste of time. On the 16th of April, I watched Brian McGee interview John Searle while I sorted laundry. This video is no longer available. The task of sorting laundry is too quickly and physically involving to be a good companion activity for theory plus housework theory. To effectively sort laundry, it would be better to listen to an audio only podcast on a headphones while moving freely about the house. On the 3rd of July, I altered a skirt while listening to an interview with Angela Nagel, author of Kill All Norming, on SoundCloud. The interview was hosted by Virtual Futures, an organisation that had invited me to speak at a tech culture conference the week after, at which Nagel would also appear. I was keen to see Nagel at the conference, though I did not agree at all with the ideas in her book. In the event, I did not attend Nagel's talk, as I was too hungover at the conference party the night before. The skirt was a size too big for me. I had bought it on eBay knowing this, and was pleased to find it could easily be altered. I wore the altered skirt to the conference. Sewing is a fine companion activity for theory plus housework theory, suffering only from the occasional necessity of putting down the sewing, having to secure it with pins in order to wind back or pause the podcast, adjust the volume, etc. Because sewing can be done partly by touch alone, it is also suitable for watching theory on video, although on this occasion, Nagel's interview was audio only. On the 30th of October, I glued a length of Velcro onto a wooden batten to hang a decorative quilt I had bought in a charity shop for £15. I sewed the corresponding piece of Velcro onto the quilt while listening to Mackenzie Walk explain her hacker manifesto on YouTube. I mentioned this on Twitter using Mackenzie Walk's Twitter handle, plus the theory plus housework theory hashtag. As a result, Mackenzie Walk followed me, and I followed her back. I regard this as a particularly successful instance of theory plus housework theory, as it not only took in listening to theory and doing housework, but involved an encounter with a living theorist. Though I have no need to hang any more quilting, it might be possible to alert other theorists to my project in a similar way during alternative activities. On the 23rd of November, I read Marx and Jargon by Keston Sutherland while shaving a wool blanket with a small battery-powered defuzzer. I sat cross-legged on the settee and draped the blanket over my legs. I switched on the defuzzer and applied it to the blanket in the same way I would as if I was shaving my legs using an electric shaver, working in circular movements to make sure I covered the entire area. While doing this, as the shaver blades were safely covered by a mesh screen, I did not look down at my legs, but at the text, so that although I could not evaluate how effectively I was removing bobble to the blanket, I was able to concentrate on my chosen work of theory. During this session, I also looked Keston Sutherland up on Wikipedia, where I found that in 2016 he had been, quote, trapped in a narrow pipe for over 36 hours, an experience he described as, quote, like being reborn. This instance of theory plus housework theory was on the whole effective, both in terms of housework and theory. Drawbacks included A, the noise of the shaver, which distracted a little from reading the text. B, the necessity of pausing every so often to reposition the blanket in order to find a new area to be shaved, or unblock or empty the shaver. C, the necessity of not looking down too often at the blanket while reading the text. To have looked down often would have been to lose the thread of Keston Sutherland's argument. Not to look down at all would have restricted my ability to evaluate my effectiveness in shaving the blanket. I could hear a small cutting noise each time the shaver encountered a wool bobble, so I have some idea of the effectiveness of my work. D. Like ironing, shaving a blanket is a luxury household activity, and is also hopefully a one-time or at least very infrequent occurrence, leaving few future occasions for this activity to be repeated during a theory plus housework theory session. However, the blanket measures approximately 140 centimeters times 140 centimeters, so affords ongoing opportunities for listening to and reading or watching theory. This is the extent of my experiments with theory plus housework theory so far. I have rejected many household tasks as incompatible with the study of theory. I have also not yet tried a number of tasks I believe might be suitable for the project. These include waxing my legs, bikini line, weeding, applying hair dye, scrubbing the kitchen tile, and cleaning shelves, either bookshelves or kitchen shelves. Some identical tasks were carried out on several occasions, though only a single instance of each activity has been recorded here. And I'll also finish with a work that I mentioned at the start, Miel de Micheli's Maintenance, 1969. Manifesto, Maintenance Art, Proposal for an Exhibition. Care, Copyright 1969. Miel Lademan Michelis. 1. Ideas. A. The death instinct and the life instinct. The death instinct, separation, individuality, avant-garde par excellence, follow one's own path to death, do your own thing, dynamic change. The life instinct, unification, the eternal return, the perpetuation and maintenance of the species, survival, systems and operations, equilibrium. B. 2 basic systems, development and maintenance. The star ball of every revolution. After the revolution, who's going to pick up the garbage on Monday morning? Development, pure individual creation, the new, change, progress, advance, excitement, flight or fleeing. Maintenance, keep the dust of the pure individual creation. Preserve the new, sustain the change, protect progress, defend and prolong the advance, renew the excitement, repeat the flight. Show your work, show it again. Keep the Contemporary Art Museum groovy. Keep the home fires burning. Development systems are partial feedback systems with major room for change. Maintenance systems are direct feedback systems with little room for alteration. C. Maintenance is a drag. It takes all the fucking time. Lit. The mind boggles and chafes at the boredom. The culture confers lousy status on maintenance jobs, minimum wages, housewives, no pay. Clean your desk, wash the dishes, clean the floor, wash your clothes, wash your toes, change the baby's diaper, finish the report, correct the typos, mend the fence, keep the customer happy, throw out the stinking garbage. Watch out, don't put things in your nose. What shall I wear? I have no socks. Pay your bills, don't litter, save, string. Wash your hair, change the sheets. Go to the store, I'm out of perfume. Say it again, he doesn't understand. Seal it again, it leaks. Go to work. This art is dusty. Clear the table. Call him again. Flush the toilet. Stay young. D. Art. Everything I say is art, is art. Everything I do is art, is art. Quotes. We have no art. We try to do everything well. Following is saying. Avant-garde art, which claims utter development, is infected by strains of maintenance ideas, maintenance activities, and maintenance materials. Process art especially claims pure development and change, yet employs almost purely maintenance processes. E. The exhibition of maintenance art, care, would zero in on pure maintenance, exhibit it as contemporary art, and yield by utter opposition clarity of issues. Two, the Maintenance Art Exhibition. 3 parts: personal, general, and earth maintenance. A, the personal part. I am an artist. I am a woman. I am a wife. I am a mother. Random order. I do a hell of a lot of washing, cleaning, cooking, renewing, supporting, preserving, etc. Also, up to now, separately, I do art. Now I will simply do these maintenance everyday things and flush them up to consciousness, exhibit them as art. I will live in the museum, as I customarily do at home with my husband and my baby, right? Or if you don't want me around at night, I could come in every day for the duration of the exhibition and do all these things as public art activities. I will sweep and wax the floors, dust everything, wash the walls, i.e. floor paintings, dustwork, soap sculpture, wall paintings, cook, invite people to eat, clean up, put away, change light bulbs. I might save and make agglomerations and dispositions of all functional refuse. The exhibition area might look empty of art, but it will still be maintained in full public view. My working will be the work. B, general part. Everyone does a hell of a lot of needling maintenance work. The general part of the exhibition would consist of interviews of 2 kinds. 1, previous interviews of, say, 50 different classes and kinds of occupations that run the gamut from maintenance man, maid, sanitation man, mailman, union man, construction worker, librarian, grocery store man, nurse, doctor, teacher, museum director, salesman, baseball player, child, criminal, bank president, mayor, movie star, artist, etc. About what they think my maintenance is, how they feel about spending whatever parts of their lives on maintenance activities. What is the relationship between maintenance and freedom? What is the relationship between maintenance and life streams? These interviews will be typed and exhibited. 2, interview room for spectators at the exhibition. A room of desks and chairs where professional interviewers will interview the spectators of the exhibition along same questions as typed interviews in number 1 above. The responses should be personal. These interviews are taped and replayed throughout the exhibition area. C, earth maintenance. Every day, a container of the following kinds of refuse will be delivered to the museum. 1, the contents of 1 sanitation truck. 2, a container of polluted air. 3, a container of polluted Hudson River. 4, a container of ravaged land. Once at the exhibition, each container will be serviced, purified, depolluted, rehabilitated, recycled, and conserved by various technical and/or pseudo-technical procedures, either by myself or scientists. These servicing procedures are repeated for the duration of the exhibition. That's the end of 12 hours of theory plus housework theory. I'd like to thank everyone who's been involved, the PHI Foundation, the 22 women who have generously given their time to take part of this, all of the spectators and participants who've taken part online, all of the viewers present and future. Thank you.
I just want to take a moment as we're wrapping up this 12-hour performance marathon to thank you, Joanna, for imagining this project and making it a reality with me. Thank you for being game and for this fruitful collaboration. Hope it's the first of many. I also want to echo your thanks, and really I'm so grateful to the 21 performers and Joanna who worked on the piece. I'm just going to name them very quickly: Deirdre, Emma, Kimberly, Lauren, Margot, Isabella, Caroline, Sharon, Timous, Anna-Kana, Bridget, Juliet, Bourgeois, Karen Elaine, Nadège, Diar, Amelia, Anne, and Sophie. Thank you so much for doing some housework and some reading with us. A special thanks to everyone at the foundation for helping me put this together, but a massive thank you to Dahlia Chang, without whom none of this would have been possible. And hopefully everyone will come and see Terms of Use, which is presented at the foundation until July 9th. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you.